The blue butterfly. The following was discovered in an abandoned storage unit on a small green thumb drive in the summer of 2024.
Saturday, August 22nd, 2015, 9 p.m. I am just home from a dinner out with my boyfriend. We went to Mare and Joe's. I got the hamburger sandwich. It was delicious. The hostess remembered my name. We walked in and she said, "Hello, Liz. My full name is Elizabeth Ann. I was in a shamanic medicine circle which studied the Native American religion for 2 years. We met once a week in Oakland and occasionally on weekends. One of the homework assignments was to research the meaning of my name and come up with a phrase which captured it. Elizabeth means oath of God. Ann means grace. Last name means descendant of the learned one. Altogether, I am she who speaks the truth with wisdom and grace. I am not necessarily aligned with that meaning 100% of the time. It is rather something to work for. My confirmation name is Margaret. I am Catholic. Not practicing though, meaning I don't go to church very often. I do believe in God, Jesus Christ, and more. I think Margaret means pearl, but not sure. Elizabeth and Margaret Shea. People just call me Liz. I went and saw American Ultra last night. It reminded me of something in me that I am not ready to talk about yet. I got my hair cut this week. It is super short, like a man's haircut or like Demi Moore in Ghost or one of the main characters in Cocoon. My boyfriend said he preferred my hair long. I do too, but I like to cut it real short every so often to keep it fresh. I was glad to get rid of the dead ends. I didn't buy ice cream tonight, my weakness. I may eat an apple instead. I am at risk for diabetes as my sugar level is a bit high. My doctor is monitoring it, but said that I need to change my diet. It's hard. My sweet tooth is not happy. I have been wanting to write my life journey so far as it has been unique and interesting to me, all these experiences. I am going to write it in journal form, free to write what I think and how I feel. No judgments. And stories in any order. I am not sure if I will ever share my journal. That is yet to be determined. I live in San Francisco in the Richmond district. The downtown area on Balboa hosts coffee shops, restaurants, a movie theater, nail salons, dry cleaners, liquor store, hardware store, and more. I feel lucky to live in this area, which is mostly Chinese. The people around here are very nice, and I get a lot of hellos as I walk by. I live in an in-law unit of a Chinese family's home. I am in the back next to the garage. It has 3 rooms. I really like it. I've been living here for almost 4 years. I'm going to read now. Good night. Have a lovely evening. I hope God blesses you with sweet dreams. EXO. Sunday, August 23rd, 2015, 7:15 p.m. I am watching America's Funniest Home Videos. I just got back from a day on the peninsula. Dave picked me up at 9:30 a.m. We hit Pete's Coffee and then headed south. We shopped at Barnes and Noble. I got a shamanic drumming CD. Then we went to REI. I got a new shirt on sale for work. I will wear it tomorrow. Then we met my parents at the Century 12 San Mateo to watch Mission Impossible. We all liked the movie. My mom asked me, "Did you hear them say Malawi?" Yes, I did. I responded. Malawi was my site when I was in the Peace Corps. I was an English teacher on the island of Lakoma. I learned that Lakoma means to be sweet. My name given to me by my Malawian site mother was Shifundo, which means expressing mercy. She had told me that a lot of people died last year, and they were in need of mercy and compassion. I also learned that the street name I grew up on in San Francisco, around the corner from West Portal, named Wawona, means to be seen in Chichewa, the native tongue of Malawi. Therefore my work in Malawi was to be seen as sweet and mercy. Nice. After the movie, we went to my parents' house for an early dinner of grilled pork chops, string beans, fresh bread, and salad. My mom gave me my early birthday gift. It was another painting of my grandfather's that she found on eBay. Apparently an elderly woman was selling it in her estate sale. She was moving into a skilled living facility. She was the model of the painting, titled The Little Dancer. My grandfather liked to paint beautiful women, especially ballet dancers. I have several paintings of his in my house. My favorite is the Three Marias. My mom and sister have tons in their homes, making both look like museums. My grandfather also did the mosaics at the Marina Safeway in San Francisco, the Millbrae Safeway, the Carmel Safeway, and one in Florida somewhere. My mom would know where the Florida one is, she just visited it. I wish I had known my grandfather. His name was John Garth. He died just before my first birthday in 1971. My birthday is October 4, 10/4 good buddy. I will be 45 this year. I was born in 1970 on the day of St. Francis, in the city of San Francisco, in the Hospital of St. Mary's. My other grandfather, my dad's dad, was the chief of surgery at the hospital, and as such my parents only paid for my birth with a case of booze. His name was Frank Shea, we called him Bepop, the name my cousin gave him. My grandmother Nana, Angela O'Brien, married to the doctor, told me that I am fifth-generation San Franciscan. I thought I was only fourth. Either way, it's not too bad. She died when she was 96. Wow. To live that long. Interesting that the day she died, I entered my apartment and out of my mouth instantly was, "St. Michael, open up the gates." She died that night. I put up the new painting in my bedroom. I really like it. Okay, I have to pay my bills now. I have two from one for auto and one for my renter's insurance. I used to work for as a sales agent. I worked for them for 6 months. I did well at the job, but it was getting harder to find new clients. I changed jobs from sales to account management, which is where I am now. I really like my job. Okay, time to pay the bills. I'm back, now watching Modern Family. Friends was just on. I just took a shower. I always take one the night before work, so I am up and out of here quickly in the morning. I'm about to lay on my bed and read my book. I just finished I Am Malala. I loved it. What a bright and beautiful young lady. What an inspiration. I am now reading The Girl on the Train. I normally read CIA, FBI type books. I like to switch it up a bit. I also recently read The Life of A.J. Fikry and The Art of Hearing Heartbeats. Both excellent. I am going to read a bit, then hit the sack. Have a wonderful evening. May God bless you. EXO. Wednesday, August 26, 2015, 12:15 p.m. I cleaned my apartment last night. Good job, Liz. I love it. I redecorated a little and opened up my African book to a page with 2 dancers. I have it opened on my nightstand. I love seeing the photos. I am just back from my visit with my psychiatrist. I hate to say this, to admit it, but I am bipolar. I see my psychiatrist once a month. He is a very nice man. Today he told me I look terrific, that my short hair makes me look younger. I spoke to him about my primary care physician, who wants to put me on ADHD medication. My primary care doctor thought that the medication would help with my weight loss and with quitting smoking. I currently weigh 215 and am 5 feet 6 inches. My weight for most of my adult life has been around 130/140. One of the medications I take causes weight gain. It is called Zyprexa. The other medication I take is called lithium, which occurs naturally in the brain. I really like that one. I take both faithfully. My primary care physician has me also on a cholesterol medication, which is working well. It is Lipitor. Shall I do the dance walk that we see on the ad on TV? My psychiatrist didn't think that I have attention deficit disorder and has big concerns about me taking the ADHD medication. He thinks because it is a stimulant, it could make me manic. That is what I suffered from and why I was put in the hospital. I had manic episodes. This began in 2005, but I will save that story for later. One thing my psychiatrist said which I appreciated was something like, "What the hell you were in, you don't need to go on a stimulant." I really appreciated the hell you were in, because my sick days were hell. It was nice to have that acknowledged and for someone to have some compassion. Many people seemed mad at me for getting sick. I couldn't help it. I was sick. Mentally sick. I didn't ask for it. I didn't try to be that way. It just happened. I'm about to leave to go see a movie, Ricky and the Flash, starring Meryl Streep. I really like her. I know you are probably thinking that I go to a lot of movies. I do. But hey, it's better than doing drugs and getting myself in trouble. I told my psychiatrist that I am going to see my dentist this Saturday. I have an appointment for a cleaning with him. I mentioned to my doctor how last time I was there I saw my old marijuana dealer in the waiting room. He remembered me and we said hello. I was telling my doctor that I was so proud of myself that I did not have one single urge to go up to him and ask for his phone number again. I did not have one single urge to use again. Every time I was manic, I was under the influence of marijuana. I used that drug, later on an everyday basis, for many years. I first used it when I was in Peace Corps. There are two firsts in Malawi, among others, I suppose. One is that I used pot. The other is that I kissed a girl, several girls that is. The first time I used pot I ate it in a space cake. I was on the mainland for Christmas break with other volunteers. Mostly volunteers stayed drug-free and cigarette-free at their sites, and then partied hard when together on vacations. I ate the cake and about 2 hours later I was flying. I felt so high, I was laughing, I was in a dance club and so enjoying myself. I remember walking home feeling such peace and awe and wonder and looking at all the lit-up fireflies. I did it one other time in Malawi with my roommate. We were out to dinner and we were laughing and having a good time. A little while later though I felt very withdrawn and quiet, I didn't like it. I thought this isn't such a big deal, I don't want to do this anymore. But I did. I learned to smoke it when I was in Brazil studying the Santo Daime religion. I went there 4 times for a total of 11 months from 2000 until 2002. I will write more on this later. Time to get in the car and drive to the movie theater. Have a good afternoon. EXO. 4:30 p.m. I am back from the movie. I had the times wrong, so I didn't get to see Ricky and the Flash. Instead, I saw Ant-Man, which I really liked. I love Michael Douglas. I want to be somewhat organized with my writing. I realize so far I have jumped around several topics. I will expand on those. But let's go back to when I was young and start from there. I had a fortunate and lucky childhood. I was well liked and had many friends. I grew up as I said before on Wawona Street in San Francisco. I was part of the Wawona Street gang, which was made up of many families with young kids. There was always someone to play with. We had many block parties, where all the kids put on plays or parades for the parents. I have 2 younger sisters and 1 older brother, all close in age. I was the firstborn daughter to Kathy and Jack Shea. They met growing up in the same neighborhood and dated for over 5 years. My dad comes from an Irish Catholic family where the children are seen but not heard. He is an alcoholic and became sober over 30 years ago. I am very proud of him, and he has been an inspiration to me. I even wrote my college entrance essay on him. I read it first to my English teacher in high school, and she cried. He is an insurance agent and has his own business in the Sunset. Later as an adult, I worked for him for 6 years. He is a very fair and honest businessman. I always loved hearing him offer good advice to his clients. I was very lucky to work for him. I loved being a daddy's girl. I had a dream once where Gwyneth Paltrow came to visit me in my family home. When she met my dad, she was taken aback by him and called him a king. One time on the radio, my dad was referred to as the King of West Portal when referencing a golf play he was in. Apparently one of the guys made an awesome hole-in-one. I always had a best friend growing up, although the girl changed over time. I always had food to eat, new school shoes, dresses for parties, and I was lucky to be able to take piano, ballet, gymnastics, and play basketball and volleyball. Basketball was my favorite sport, They called me Iceman because I would often make shots from half court. My family always took a vacation to Lake Tahoe each summer, and occasionally we would go up to Occidental, where my cousins had a ranch. Emotionally, I was a perfectionist. If my hair wasn't perfect, I would get upset. I was the most emotional member of the Shea clan, more than my brother or sisters, although they would have their turn too. I used to have dreams when I was young where things would get really big or really small, and the image would scare me. My mom and dad took me to a brain doctor. The doctor ran some tests on my brain and didn't find anything wrong. I think being tested was a scarier experience. The sensations eventually went away. It happened again when I was in high school, but it wasn't scary anymore. I just looked at what was happening. Later, when I was in a spiritual African group, they returned when I called upon the Mother Earth to support us in our ritual. I felt then that I was traveling. I felt myself getting really big or really small. It was a pleasing experience. I think of it now as a spiritual gift, and if I had grown up in an African village, maybe I would have received training on how to work with the energy. I think here in America we are spiritually deficient. Okay, do I really think that? I know the spirit of America is really strong, and I just think that there are things I learned from other cultures that would benefit our beautiful country and her people. I went to St. Cecilia Grammar School. I was brought up Catholic. There I learned about being a good person and about the love Jesus and Mary have for us. I learned how to pray and about being kind to others. I learned about forgiveness. I was baptized into the church as a baby, received First Communion at grade 2, and was confirmed in grade 7. My mom was my sponsor. I graduated in 1984. I went to St. Rose Academy for high school, an all-girls Catholic high school. It was in the St. Dominic's Church parking lot, but is no longer there. They tore it down after the earthquake in '89. There was structural damage, and enrollment was already going down. While I was in high school, I received straight A's and was a member of the Pacific Rowing Club out at Lake Merced. We used to get up at 5 in the morning for early morning practices. I learned such discipline and was in the best shape ever. I remember there was a running race put on by my school. And all the members of the rowing club came in first, before all the varsity basketball and volleyball players. We used to compare muscles in our legs with them. There was a healthy competition going on. Rowing was a great thing for me, and my coaches were terrific. I took an interest in boys in high school. I was always really shy around them. I was a sweet 16 and never been kissed. The first boy who kissed me was one of my brother's friends. My brother was just 1 year ahead. I had a boyfriend senior year. I graduated high school in 1988. After high school, I went off to college at the University of California, Santa Barbara. I was in a sorority, Gamma Phi Beta, and was the house manager. I lived at the house. My grandmother, Mom's mom, had been in that sorority, and I got her pin. I love riding my bike all around campus. I loved taking classes. I was trained then to be an aerobics instructor. My major was sociology. I was obsessed with being thin while in college. I remember one day eating an apple and hoping no one would see me, as though it were a bad thing to do. I did multiple aerobics classes in one day. I also binge ate. I did get help for myself though, and later became an eating disorder peer educator, teaching fellow students about eating disorders and ways to get help. I didn't like all the drinking at college. I never fit in with that. And I wasn't happy. My mom always said to me that I had a right to be happy. I started therapy back then to start to take a look at my life. I've always enjoyed therapy and have had great therapists. After graduation, I came back to San Francisco to my parents' home and got a job working for Kaiser Permanente. My friend Susan helped me get it. I was a team secretary for the home health department. I was later promoted to billing coordinator. While I was working there, I volunteered for San Francisco suicide prevention as a counselor for the child abuse and youth hotlines. I was promoted to supervisor in less than 1 year. I finished with Kaiser and moved on to a job at a homeless shelter on the peninsula. There I was a counselor and worked grave shifts on the weekends. I helped train the kids on independent living skills. It was a great experience, and I will never forget them. I moved out of my parents' house. After that job, I was looking for something in psychology but not with grave shifts and landed a position at the Stanford/VA Alzheimer's Center. I was a Stanford University employee, but it was situated at the Palo Alto VA. There I helped with a variety of studies, including one on sexuality, and also led a support group for caregivers. I loved the patients. While I was working at the VA, I did two things. One, I joined a shamanic medicine circle that met in the East Bay, which I have already mentioned, and two, I ran a marathon with team in training, raising money for the Leukemia Society. I ran the Sacramento International Marathon and raised $1,500. You may be asking, what is a shamanic medicine circle? What is a shaman? My understanding is that a shaman is a person that can be both grounded in everyday normal reality and can also access spiritual realms for guidance, education, healing, and support. The medicine circle was made up of about 10 participants and one teacher, where each person's share was like medicine for the rest of the group. Each person was respected and had something important to teach. We studied the Native American four-fold way, studying the meaning of the four directions and how to pray to them for help and health. Spirit of the North, of the warrior, I call upon you for help and health for me, my family, and my community. I ask that you help us take right action in the world and to be strong leaders. Aho. Aho is like Amen. Spirit of the East, of the visionary, I call upon you for help and health for me, my family, and my community. I ask that you help us be in alignment with our vision and our life purpose. Aho. Spirit of the South, of the healer, I call upon you for help and health for me, my family, and my community. I ask that you help us connect with our ancestors through our dreams and to keep our hearts full of love and passion. Aho. Spirit of the West, of the teacher, I call upon you for help and health for me, my family, and my community. I ask that you help us be open and unattached to outcome, to let go and let spirit in. Aho. Grandfather Sky, I call upon you to love Mother Earth as you do and to teach us to fly. Thank you, Grandfather Sky, for all the winged ones, for the air and the sky, for the sun, moon and stars, and for all that you are. Aho. Grandmother Earth, thank you for loving Papa Sky as you do. Thank you for your unconditional love. Help us to be grounded and to have open and loving hearts. Aho. O Creator, thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for our Nagis, our spirits. Thank you for all our loves and gifts and talents. Help us to be good people upon this earth. I pray for help and health for all my relations. Aho. Midakwayasin. That is just an example of praying to the four directions. I learned the best prayer to have for someone is to pray for help and health. You may not want to pray that you receive money, as that may mean your father will die and you receive an inheritance. I was told that Great Spirit knows what is best for the person and help and health is a safe way to pray. Honestly, though, I think it is okay to pray in any format. I think any dialogue with God, with Great Spirit, with the Creator, with Buddha, with Saint Mary, your ancestors, and more is okay. It's just good to be in contact with them. The Africans would yell at their ancestors or perhaps the spirit of fire and let out their angst. The African training I was involved with comes next. Also in the medicine circle, we learned, most importantly, that each of us had a spirit. That was a first for me. I was never taught about my spirit in Catholic school. It made me feel special and increased self-love. In the group, we did journey work to shamanic drumming. It is a bit like meditation or visualization. You are given a power animal and you ask the animal a question and it takes you on a journey. My power animal given to me by another participant who journeyed for the answer was the snake. The snake represents personal transformation with its shedding of its skin. One example of a journey was centered around what is your life purpose. I asked my snake for the answer. The answer I got was, rooted like a tree, I reach out to the community and invite and honor the truth. This is life work. I can't say that I have succeeded fully up to this point. Rooted like a tree became a nickname for me. One of my friends still calls me RLT for short. Rooted like a tree has to do with being really grounded and in reality, connected to the earth. This makes sense for me with my bipolar. Since I suffered from manic attacks, my work was to become very grounded and centered in everyday reality. I also did 2 vision quests, attended 2 Sundance ceremonies in Nebraska, and numerous sweat lodge ceremonies. Vision quests are when you go off by yourself in nature for 24 hours or more. You don't bring any food, and you open yourself up to receiving a vision. The idea is that it is a rite of passage, and you bring the vision you received back to the community when it is over. I threw up on my first vision quest and had a vision of many Indians traveling close by. Sundance ceremonies are the most beautiful ceremonies I have ever seen. The Native Americans pick a young tree and take it to the ceremonial site. They adorn it with prayer ties, which are a pinch of tobacco and a lot of prayers in a small cloth, black, red, yellow, or white. Then the dancers dance around it for 4 days, eating no food and drinking little. They leave the everyday reality and enter into the spiritual world. Some do piercings and drag buffalo skulls from their flesh until it rips. They transcend the pain. Singing and drumming accompanies the dance. Sweat lodge ceremonies are prayer lodges. They represent the Mother Earth. It is dark and there are hot rocks, called grandfathers, that are brought in. Water is blessed and poured on the rocks, causing the lodge to be filled up with hot steam. It is completely dark as there are blankets covering the lodge, made with tree limbs. Prayers are said. Songs to Wakantonka, Tunkashila are sung. I learned that Aho Mitakwazin means a prayer for all my relatives. One of the biggest teachings that I have learned from the Native Americans is that we are all related, all of us here on the earth. We are one family. I really like this. I also learned that the America is thought to be Turtle Island. It is one turtle on top of one turtle on top of another turtle on top of another turtle, and so on. Turtles represent Mother Earth. Once my teacher came to Occidental to do a weekend workshop. He still leads these, I believe. I remember we did a final ceremony called Wiping of the Tears. He took me aside and asked me to whisper a message to each participant and to wipe their tears. It was something like "You are loved." He told me that he chose me to do this because I had no shame. We had just done an exercise where everybody told what they were ashamed of in life. When it came to my turn, I didn't know what to say. I had nothing. I was probably about 27 at the time. Still very young and naive. I do remember at that time that my teacher asked me to do this. I wished so badly that I would one day know what it feels like to experience shame. I felt that I must experience it in order to do healing work. I wanted to be a healer. Little did I know that I was headed to being diagnosed as mentally ill, which is extremely shameful, extremely shaming, at least that has been my experience. Okay, I am going to take a break now. Thanks for listening. God bless. Aho. EXO. One more thing, I am a smoker of cigarettes. I have already mentioned this in reference to my doctor thinking the ADHD meds could help with quitting. So no surprise there. I have tried quitting multiple times. I have been smoking for about 15 years. I have tried going cold turkey, the patch, and gum. I am able to quit, the longest being 1 month, and then I go back to it. I recognize that I am really going to have to let this go. I don't want to be walking with oxygen when I am older. I love hanging out with my boyfriend, because I don't smoke around him. I don't want to. I don't need to. I just love his company. My first cigarette was in Brazil at the foot of the Jesus statue in Rio. My Brazilian boyfriend brought me there to sightsee. I remember taking a drag off of the cigarette and just soaring with Jesus. Feeling so high. I felt I was as high as the statue, arms outstretched. I was so buzzed. It was an amazing experience. Native Americans say that tobacco is a sacred substance. I have also heard of it as being spiritual protection. Okay, I'm going out for a walk now. Bye. It's after 7 p.m. and Jeopardy is almost over. I went for a walk and grabbed a bite to eat at the local grill. After I completed 2 years with the Medicine Circle, I read a book about the life story of a certain Malidoma Sum. I fell in love with his experiences and was compelled to get in touch with him. He and his wife Sabanfu were offering a year-long ritual training in the Bay Area. It was to learn how to be part of a village. Malidoma's name means friend of the stranger, and Sabanfu means keeper of the ritual. Both are from the Dagara tribe in Burkina Faso. They live here in the States teaching about their spirituality. Malidoma has a few PhDs, I believe. They are both very lovely. They teach separately now as they are not together anymore. I did one of Sabanfu's grief rituals a couple years ago. If I say this correctly, Sabanfu teaches that here in America we do not know how to process grief well and to heal from it. We let it bring us down, grief about loss of jobs, loved ones, significant other and more. In the weekend, we did a ritual, setting up shrines to each element. I had a great cry there and received a message that I am still the same old Liz since the original training with them. My spirit hadn't been damaged from all of the hospital stays. In the village training, we studied the 5 elements: water, earth, mineral, fire, and nature. Depending on the year you were born, you are part of an elemental clan. Since the last number of my birth year was 0, I was part of the earth clan. 0 and 5 are for earth. Therefore, my work in the training was to see how I am in alignment with the earth, what she represents, and where I need to grow. We looked at what the earth represents: grounding, unconditional love, earth mother, sense of home, well-fed, etc. We met for weekend retreats for a whole year at the Valley of the Moon camp in Sonoma. At the first meeting, I found myself crying up in the bunks, and I couldn't stop. The ladies brought me down to the community room and I still couldn't stop. They put me next to the water shrine and people began drumming and singing. Eventually I stopped, and people thanked me for my tears, that it was also their tears coming out, that I was crying for the community. Imagine that, getting thanked for crying. That was very opposite what I experienced as a child. Tears were always a sign of weakness. As mentioned, there were shrines for each element. Sheets of color were used: black and blue for water, red for fire, white for mineral, green for nature, and yellow and gold for earth. Candles and photos of ancestors were put up. We even did an initiation into each element that lasted 1 week. We did rituals for each element. For fire, we brought a piece of paper with what we would like to get rid of as offering. We got close to the fire, tossed our offering, and said individual prayers. For nature, we were woken very early in the morning and made to go for a hike in the woods. Later, we found a nature spot to sit at and meditate. For mineral, we gathered small to large rocks and brought it to a site. We were spaced out. We were instructed to place the rocks all over our body. Over time, the rocks got really heavy, and that was uncomfortable. That was when we were to transcend over to spirit. It worked for me. I had a vision that I was very loved, and everything happened in my life just perfectly. It made me cry with joy and love. And that my grandfather was watching over me. For earth, we dug graves during the day and were buried in them in the nighttime, up to our necks. We could breathe, of course. This was to get closer to the earth and feel her love. It was intense. Lastly, for water, we did a baptism in the lake. We dunked in, held under for as long as possible, and came back out. We later came out on a makeshift stage, one by one, and were welcomed back to the community. Our friends and family were there to cheer us on. One of my sisters and good friends came to celebrate. It was a fun time. Later my sister and I went skinny dipping in the lake. I love skinny dipping. So freeing. Overall, this ritual training village was extremely educational, healing, and inspiring for me. It all felt safe and loving. I love Africa. Thank you for bringing 2 of yours to our land to help us. EXO. My next spiritual training besides from going to Africa with the Peace Corps was the Santo Daime religion. It started in Ashland and continued down to Brazil. I will make a note about Africa. Prior to Malidoma's and Sabanfu's training, I longed to have spiritual experiences like what the other participants have. Here I am studying 2 shamanic traditions, and then I go to the heart of it all, Mother Africa, and get all shaken up. One experience I had was feeling all this love and like I was floating. By the way, have you heard of MOAD? The Museum of the African Diaspora? I was so excited when it opened here in San Francisco. I told everyone about it, joined as a member, and even signed up to volunteer. I was there at the opening night. The idea of that museum is that we are all from Mother Africa, all our roots trace back to her. After volunteering for a while, I joined Vanguard, a young professionals group. I was the only white person in the group and was called the token white girl. I wasn't offended. I loved these people and felt each was so beautiful. I always wished that I were black. My first best friend was a black girl in my neighborhood when I was a young girl. Hey, why doesn't President Obama make the KKK illegal? I thought that would be a good move. Why do groups like that exist? I think prejudice should be ruled out. Isn't America supposed to be the beautiful blending of all tribes in the glorious melting pot? Something interesting to me is that while at the opening night of the museum, I visited the adjourning bar, the St. Regis, for a drink. A young woman who looked just like Halle Berry came up to me and asked me what I thought about the president's daughters cutting off the head of the Black Madonna. She was referring to President Bush's daughters Jenna and Barbara. I said to her how did she know this information, and shot from the hip that the Black Madonna is all-powerful, cutting off her head of a statue could not hurt her. I also said that she protected children. That seemed to calm the woman down. I was so surprised to get such a question. Also because 2 other times, people have come up to me about something or other regarding President Bush. I'll share those later. I like President Bush. Is it okay to say that? There are Santo Daime churches in the Bay Area and in Santa Cruz. I decide to go, and then I change my mind. I decide to take Portuguese lessons, and then I change my mind. I think it is best to just say no at this time. I would like to write down my story and then see if it makes sense to go. I love them and at the same time I was hurt down there. I need to honor that. I am grateful that I have journeyed outside of the Catholic Church to study these other religions, Native American, African, and Brazilian. I have found that God and Jesus exist in all of them. I am grateful that I have looked at life outside the box, and for the most part turned out okay. Yes, I'm bipolar, but still okay. I'm sure that my spiritual journeys rocked my boat so much that I did become bipolar. We will get to that. Malidoma gave a talk once at the California Institute of Integral Studies on mentally ill people. I didn't go, but he said something to the effect that bipolar people are actually healers. That in their tribe, these people are spiritual and have unique healing gifts. They are to be respected in the community and not to be thought of as sick. They are mentally gifted, not mentally ill, but in fact mentally well. I've thought before that being mentally ill in this society is a sign of wellness, that the society is sick. I think of all the people that are taking psychiatric medications. I think of all the people that are diagnosed as bipolar on a regular basis. I remember one woman in the hospital I was staying in witnessed the death of her son. He was hit by a car. She couldn't deal. Their answer was to lock her up in a mental hospital, drug her, and diagnose her as bipolar. All for her grief. Let her grieve and let her heal. Surely with how gifted our country is, isn't there another way to help people heal? How come we are missing those tools? These are just thoughts. Okay, that's it for today. I wonder how long this will end up to be. It feels like my PhD paper on my spiritual journey/life process such far. I've often felt like with my spiritual studies I was in graduate school, perhaps in cultural anthropology. Dear God, I am grateful for my life, my health, my family, my friends, all my loves, this great day, and all that you provide for me. I love you. And I hope that everything with you is going good and happy. I hope you are not overworked with all the prayers you receive. I hope you have time to celebrate just you, magnificent you. Love, Liz. Thursday, August 27th, 2015, 8:15 p.m. I had a good day at work today, no complaints. After work, I went to the UCSF Fontana Treatment Smoking Cessation Group. It was great. I was glad I went. I am going to go on the patch tomorrow. My teacher brought to my attention again the sacred artist, which is internal in me. She asked how the sacred artist was in relation to the smoking and what keeps me smoking. I said how smoking numbs me out, and it is like a companion. I said the sacred artist is not around when I am smoking. I really liked it, and I am going to do a little bit of artwork tonight. I for sure will write I am a non-smoker on a sheet of paper and place it on my wall in my apartment. I mentioned to the group that I have started writing about past spiritual experiences and about my hospitalizations. I explained that I am bipolar. They were surprised. They said I didn't act like I was bipolar. I said it is my main goal to stay calm and centered, and that I have been working hard for many years. I also said my medication works. They also said that I didn't look like a smoker. I liked these compliments. Yeah, I'm so glad I went to the group. I also heard from one of the leaders of the Santo Daime. I kept saying yes, I would come and then change my mind and back out of it. I couldn't really explain on email what this is all about, that my psychiatrist and family don't want me to go, that I am bipolar, that I had one back experience in Brazil. It's been 2 years of this type of emailing. I emailed her that maybe we could have coffee one day, and we could talk, I could explain. She agreed. To be scheduled in a few weeks. I am looking forward to that. One of the things I don't like about the Santo Daime community is the inaccessibility, and the only way to get to know people is through doing the works. I have written several times to the people in Brazil, never to get a response back. I have written to a couple of the leaders, and quite nicely, they have written me back. I guess I wish I could have more contact. Okay, I have to go out now and run a couple errands on Balboa. Be back soon. I am back from the store. I need to wrap this up for tonight. I need to make my lunch, shower, read my book, and get to bed. Dear God, please bless everyone on this planet. Amen. Thank you. This planet being called the Earth. I've often thought that we should capitalize the E in Earth as she is a living being and her name is Earth. Over and out. Zoxo. Friday, August 28, 2015, 8 p.m. I am home. I just took a shower and washed my hair. I have the windows open. It is warm outside. We have been having a heat wave. I felt like I was in Rio at lunchtime walking around in the heat. I picked up a refill of Zyprexa during lunch. I'm on 15 milligrams. I take it once a day at night time. I take 2 lithium pills of 300 milligrams each twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening. Zyprexa is an antipsychotic, lithium is a mood stabilizer. My coworker gave me some compliments today. She said I was very polite, that I always say yes to helping out, and that I am easy to work with. Great feedback. Very nice of her to say that. My coworkers and bosses do not seem to know that I am bipolar. I'm not sure they would treat me well if they knew. I might have to look for a new job. Bipolar people are very gifted people. I once took a workshop called The Bipolar Advantage, where we looked at all the positives of being bipolar, creativity, highly intelligent, sexuality. I keep getting free coffees at Pete's. For some reason the staff has started to give me free coffees. It's not just one person doing it, it's the whole gang. I'm going to have to start telling them no, that I want to pay. It's sweet though. When I did pay, one gal complimented my debit card design. It has the blowing USA flag on it and it says US Pride. God bless America. I received an invitation to interview with Macy's today. It would be a part-time job, evenings and weekends. I logged on to their scheduling website and selected tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. for my interview. I'm going to go and check it out. Shark Tank is on now, cool show. I stopped off at Indian food on the way home. I got the chicken tikka masala. I love Indian food, it is my favorite. I love all the spices. That's it for now. Dear God, thank you for this beautiful and wonderful day. Love, Liz XO. Saturday, August 29, 2015, 11 a.m. I am back from the dentist. I love my dentist and my hygienist. They are a married couple and very nice. My old dealer was there again. I told him I stopped using. I didn't ask for his phone number, although he offered. Yay me. No cavities to report. I have one missing tooth on the right upper side of my mouth. You can't see it in my smile. This happened when I was on a manic run in Detroit. I was eating a sandwich outside of the casinos when crunch and ouch occurred. I cracked my tooth. It was very painful. I'm not sure what was in that sandwich. It was a donation from the Red Cross or some organization like that which feeds the homeless. Homeless in Detroit. How did I end up there? To be continued. I'm out for a walk now, and then later I am going downtown to the gym to meet with my personal trainer. Enjoy your day. It's now 6 p.m. I am waiting for my program, Law and Order, to come on at 7 p.m. on Channel 4. I ate leftovers for dinner, including a hunk of broccoli. I am boiling some water now for peppermint tea. I haven't had tea in a while. That sounds good. I put some honey in it. The honey was made here in San Francisco and is from a local farmer's market. Speaking of honey, once I was at Peet's Coffee, and a man came up to me and commented on my putting honey in my coffee. He said something about the bees. Then he asked what I did, and I told him I was an insurance agent. He said, "You are an agent then, you work for the agency." He made it sound like I was an agent for Secret Service. It's just insurance, dude. But feel free to call me Agent Shay. He. I had an absolutely great and wonderful workout. As usual, the workout was just perfect. I sweated and got my heart rate up. My trainer is fantastic. I have 2 sessions lined up with her for next week. I am looking forward to it. I do feel sore and tired now though. I will sleep well. I canceled my appointment with Macy's. I remembered that my psychiatrist and my boyfriend both thought it was a bad idea, working part-time, a second job. They felt and I agree that I need my downtime after work and on the weekends. I agree. I just love Macy's though. I worked for them back in 2008 selling women's shoes. I loved the job. I thought it was very fun. I loved working the cash register and helping the customers. Oh well, I can't do everything. And I do need my downtime. Thank you Macy's though for considering me. I wish it could work out, but I only have one life to live and only time for one FT job, which I love. I think I would like to get back into my story now. After experiencing Native American studies and African, I went to Africa. I was in Malawi from 1999 to 2000 for 8 months. When I left in May of 2000, I apologized to the head of the organization for breaking my commitment. Peace Corps is a 2-year commitment. He thanked me for saying that and said I was the first and only person to ever apologize and take responsibility. I was told by one of the leaders of Peace Corps that I am a healer. I kissed a girl. I know that is too funny. I had wanted to have that type of sexual experience, having always been with boys. And she was beautiful. I don't think I have ever met a more beautiful young woman as the girl I kissed, and it was full-on kissing and hand exploration. I told this friend in my training group that I always wanted to see what it was like, and she agreed to do it with me. She even came and stayed over at my house mother's home one night. Later on my island, she and about 4 other volunteers ending up kissing each other. It was all innocent and fun. No one's feelings got hurt. Being with a girl made me have compassion for males. I liked kissing her, but I felt that the penis was missing. Also, it was hard to find her private parts to excite her. For men, it's right there. For women, you have to be more of a detective. I don't consider myself bisexual, but then again at UCSB, there was a couple that taught the human sexuality class. I took this class and learned most people fall somewhere in the middle of the spectrum, with heterosexual at one end and homosexual at the other. Most people are bisexual. I am very pro celebrating human sexuality, as long as it is safe and consensual. I am happy for the gay and lesbian communities that they are able to marry each other legally now. My only trepidation was, are you sure you want to enter the marriage institution of the USA? It is not sold. Is it 50% of all marriages end in divorce? Is it that high? On our way to Malawi, we stopped off in Amsterdam. There was some sort of problem with us getting the flight out of there, so we were put up in a fancy hotel for the night and forced to leave the next day. We were exhausted. We traveled around Amsterdam, visiting a few museums, including Anne Frank's Hideaway. We ended up passing out on the grass in a local park for a couple hours. I went out with the group that night to a cafe. There were about 20 of us in the training. Maybe 5 or 6 came out that night. Several smoked pot in the cafe. I didn't know how to smoke and had never smoked pot. I was a virgin. I wanted to try it but didn't. Little did I know I would become a daily user of it at one point of my life. When we finally arrived, we were welcomed by the Peace Corps staff and rode off to our village training site. There were tons of kids there waving American flags and with huge smiles on their faces. When we got out of the vehicles we were traveling in, we were swarmed by kids touching at our body parts saying the name of them in Chichewa. For part of training, we stayed with a family in their village. Mine had electricity. The people were so kind and generous. I was very lucky to be meeting with them. I felt very happy to be there. Training consisted on courses in teaching, health, culture, safety, and language. I got sick during training. It was my first time being out of America, aside from a spring break to Mazatlan in college. And I had never been exposed to outside bacteria before. I vomited and had diarrhea. The bathroom is a hole in the ground in a shed. There are tons of cockroaches in the loo and other larger bugs. I would say prayers every time I would go to the bathroom that the bugs would stay away from me. I never did get used to the cockroaches. I was there to be an English teacher. I taught one term of English grammar and literature. There were no books, rather there was one book for the whole class. It was the Diary of Anne Frank. It was perfect that I had just visited that museum. Interesting note, the population of Malawi is the same amount of people that were killed in the concentration camps. Can you imagine a whole country just wiped out, no more Malawi? That always sunk in with my students. Most of them spoke English well. This was to be high school. Some were in their young 20s. Some were parents. Some had HIV, and they knew it. Monday, August 31st, 2015, 6 p.m. Today is the last day of August. I can't believe it is almost September. This year is flying by fast. Dave and I went down to Santa Cruz Boardwalk and had a great time. We left on Sunday and came back today. We rode the steam train up to the Redwood Forest and back, the Giant Dipper, the Haunted Castle, and the Sky Glider. Then we enjoyed a nice dinner on the pier. I am tired. I am going to go to bed early tonight. I have treated myself to a dinner of a salami sandwich for tonight. I love salami. Bad food for me, I know. Tomorrow I am going to an agency meeting on the peninsula. I might visit my sister afterwards. Bye. For now. I am going for a walk. Hi. I'm back. I finished The Girl on the Train. I'm about to start Unbroken. I have not seen that movie yet, the one Angelina Jolie directed. I like her a lot. I will get back to my African story maybe tomorrow. Have a lovely evening. Sincerely. Liz. EXO. Tuesday, September 1st, 2015, 5:45 p.m. I have the news on. The training was great. I learned a lot. It was very comfortable and I was out at 2:30 p.m., home early. I walked down to the beach for some fresh air and exercise. When I came home I did some exercises my personal trainer gave for me to do on our days off, push-ups, triceps, abdominals, and squats. It was good. My arms are a little shaky. Back to Malawi, my site was Lakoma Island. Apparently Peace Corps never communicated to them that I was coming, so they were surprised and not prepared when I showed up. There was no house for me. Fortunately, there was another volunteer there with Peace Corps, a health volunteer. She had a house, and I was able to stay with her. We got along great. I had brought my Conversations with God book and the invitation poem, so we talked all about God, spirit, love, and life. We had fun together. On my first trip to Likoma, the president of Malawi was coming for a visit and I was able to see him at the town center. We took a ship to the island, which takes about 14 hours. On that first trip, there were many army soldiers on the ship, drinking beers, and carrying large rifles. I was amazed at the kids. They loved playing with the trash we threw out. An empty deodorant stick became a great toy. Their imagination and creativity blew my mind. I fell in love with all of them. Once my roommate cut my hair and put the strands in a plant pot for fertilizer. The next thing I see is one of the local girls has put all my strands of hair on her shaved head. Too cute. Another time, I went running in the rain around the soccer field, and a young boy joined me and drummed and sang Run Lizzie Run the whole way through in his language. It was raining. I loved the rain. Malawian men hang out with men, the ladies with the ladies. If you are seen with the opposite sex, people assume you are a couple. This was hard for me and for many volunteers. I had a boyfriend on the mainland. He was a woodcarver and a Rasta man. He was beautiful. We broke up, but I had heard he had married another volunteer. Maybe he is in the USA now. Our relationship ended badly, but he was a doll. I am grateful for having known him. The island was so hot that all I could do was to say it's so hot over and over. Eventually, the school principal found a house for me. All my school kids carried my luggage and my new furniture to the new house. It was about a half-hour walk and they carried most of it on their heads. I made an 8-batch pancake breakfast for them to say thank you. We listened to Bob Marley as we ate pancakes. That was so much fun. I had a large map of the world and one of Africa on my wall. My students had fun looking at where Malawi is versus where I came from. A group of mothers one day took me to their water pump and had me carry 1/2 full bucket of water on my head. I could barely do it. Their necks are so strong. They had fun laughing at me. I laughed too. One of the young mothers named her baby girl after me. They called her and me Eliza. Often when I would walk to school, there would be a group of kids running alongside me singing my name, Eliza, Eliza. They were such a joy. I remember looking at the sky, seeing a large rainbow going from one end of the island to another, saying, "Wow, how beautiful." My students saw me and said, "Madam, what are you looking at?" My students called me Madam. I said, "The rainbow." They said, "We are used." They were used to seeing such beauty and it was not a big deal to them. I loved the baobab and mango trees. The baobabs were my favorite. They were silvery ancient. For the mangoes, I would pick mangoes right from the trees. There were many around, and the mangoes were free. Once I ate 10 in one day. They were so good. I never ate a better mango. We had a poetry contest at the school. It was on how to prevent the spread of HIV. I was so impressed with my students. They did a great job, so creative. I was also the school librarian with very few books. Once I painted one of the island girls' nails in a pretty pink. She showed her mom, who was very concerned that this was not poisonous. There was a day after that all the girls in the village lined up at the town center for me to paint their nails. It was too cute. I was told by Peace Corps staff not to tell any of the Malawians that I know how to do acupressure and Jin Shinjutsu. I was trained in both. The fear was that they might think of it as witchcraft. There were several churches on the island, most Christian. I went to them from time to time. During the Christmas/New Year's break, I became certified in scuba diving on the mainland. A British couple was here in Malawi with a scuba diving school. I was scared of the crocodiles, but never saw one. You were not to go out in the water in the early morning or early evening, when the crocs would come out. One young boy was eaten by one on the island. It was very sad. I have been scuba diving also in Hawaii and Monterey. It is a very joyful experience. There was very little food on the island. I ate mostly rice and beans brought from the mainland. I ate a lot of fish too. I was always disappointed when I went to the market on the island to only see cabbage and tomatoes. I also ate a lot of peanut butter sandwiches. I was quite thin, beautifully though. I had a great time in Malawi. The people were beautiful, the scenery breathtaking. Overall, it was safe. I did get sick another time, perhaps with malaria. I had a huge headache, a fever, and diarrhea. At one point, I hallucinated seeing a snake go through the roof. I said to my roommate, "I just saw a snake go through the ceiling." She said, "That is not possible, Liz." It was time to leave our site and rejoin the group in Lilongwe, the capital for end-of-term training. I was asked to be a trainer for the new group of volunteers. I was very disappointed that I was not able to say yes to that offer. That came from the man who said I was a healer. He had asked me to take a leadership position in our training, which I was able to do. I had many spiritual type experiences and different sensations in my body that made me concerned. I was questioning if I should stay there. I looked into the mirror one day, and instantly when I looked at my face, I heard a message: "Go home." I talked with one of my friends from Peace Corps about it, and she was also thinking about going home. My intuition was so strong to leave, although I did not want to do it. It was too soon. Going back and forth and with my colleagues, I decided to leave. I was like light and love in thinking that I would leave, personal growth development. It was backtracking, staying stuck, not growing and thinking on staying. I remember the day I left, I blew a kiss to the African soil and cried. I sat next to a Brit on my first flight. He said to me, "I can understand why you would want to leave Peace Corps, but Malawi?" On my second flight, I sat next to a Green Beret who couldn't tell me anything about his missions. He was nice though. When I got home, 2 weeks later, my mom was diagnosed with breast cancer. I felt that was the reason, part or all of it, why I received the message to leave. She turned out to be okay, thanks to God. But I was glad to be there with her radiation treatments. I went to the hospital with her. Monday, September 7th, 2015, 7:40 p.m. I am back now from seeing a movie, A Walk in the Woods. I enjoyed it. I also saw another movie last Thursday night, The Apartment from 1960, part of the Balboa Classics series. I really enjoyed that one. This has been a nice long weekend. Saturday, I walked, read, got coffee, watched TV, hung out. Sunday, I went to the Sausalito Arts Festival with Dave and one of his friends. We had dinner in Marin afterwards. Today, Dave and I had breakfast. I then went across town to my therapist office for a session. After that was the movie. I have not stressed about work all weekend and am looking forward to going back. Okay, next I am going to write about my experience of the Santo Daime, a cult from Brazil which started in the early 1900s. It began when a young African-Brazilian man partook of some ayahuasca with some Indians in the Amazon. He had a vision of the divine goddess in the moon who told him to go deeper into the forest and to drink more ayahuasca. He did just that and received instructions to start a new religion, called the Santo Daime. Ayahuasca was to be the sacrament. Santo means holy, Daime means give me. God, give me strength, give me love, give me hope, give me joy. If you have never heard of ayahuasca, maybe you have heard of peyote, which is like a brother or sister to the ayahuasca. Both are hallucinogens. Ayahuasca is a tea made from a vine and a leaf in the Amazon. Shamans have used it for years for healing purposes. It is called the wine of the soul. How did I find this group? One of my girlfriends from the African training had hooked up with one of the Santo Daime leaders. He did a healing/massage workshop in Sacramento where she lived. He was from Ashland, Oregon. I explained to her the various spiritual experiences and sensations I experienced in Africa, and she recommended I speak to this man. I made an appointment with him, and my friend and I set out to travel to Ashland for a weekend retreat. This leader was an acupuncturist and was used to working with spirits and energies in one's aura. I met with him individually and told him of my experiences in Africa. He said it was good that I left when I did. He and his wife invited my friend and me to do a Santo Daime work the next day. I had been interested in trying peyote and agreed to do the work. I had a dream the night of the work that the police were after us, and a young man helped me escape. I told that dream to the leader, and he said I'm smart, that the Santo Daime is illegal in Ashland. It currently is legal in Ashland due to religious freedom. It is legal in Brazil. The young man I dreamt of, little did I know that I would have many experiences related to him, that I would meet him in person when I went down to Brazil. The work in Ashland was unlike anything else that I had ever experienced. I was in heaven. During the break, I felt like I was floating in love. It was a beautiful experience. In the second half, the leader came over to me and said to close my eyes and let go. I did just that and first had a clear vision of Jesus Christ as the best friend anyone could ever have. I could see him and talk to him. This was very unlike anything in Catholic school, where you only see Jesus as a statue. I also had a vision of pink psychedelic pyramids. After the work, we learned the leader was offering a 2-week workshop down in Brazil, and did we want to come? It was the most exciting thing I had ever experienced. Plus I was not done with my Peace Corps experience, exploring other cultures. And my mom was okay. In August of 2000, I left for Brazil. One of the first people I met down there was the young man from my dream. I was instantly shy and reserved around him. I had never had that type of experience before either. All these new experiences. Friday, September 18, 2015, 6:15 p.m. It has been a little over a week since I last wrote. I just finished another successful week at work. All went well. I had therapy on Wednesday. My therapist reminded me of something I said to her when we first started. I said, I live with bipolar well. I think that statement is positive and affirming. I am well with bipolar. I like that better than bipolar advantage. I am going to a movie tonight. Going to see Grandma with Lily Tomlin. Going to see it at the movie theater around the corner from my house. I visited with an old friend on Monday night. I knew her from the Santo Daime days. It was nice to see her, but it also feels like I want to keep those people in the past. I haven't been to a Daime work in a couple of years, and I don't feel I can go presently. Not just that my doctor, my family, and my boyfriend are against it, it's just that I feel like I will be living in the past if I go. I don't want to drudge up old situations. I don't want to be taken advantage of. I don't want to have a spiritual experience where I might lose my grounding. Blessings to you. I hope all is well. XO. Oh, I bought a box of cards this week from Papyrus. The first card says, kindness scatters beauty whenever it is shared. Sunday is September 20th, 2015, 4:10 p.m. It is almost fall. I love the fall, I think it is my favorite time of year. I am back from going to see the movie Straight Outta Compton. I thought it was really good and I appreciated seeing Tupac represented. I had a lot of dreams about him that he is a spiritual warrior. This happened when I was using a lot of pot and slightly manic. I loved him. I had a t-shirt with his picture on it and a quote something like, if you don't have a reason to die for, you are not fit to live. Something like that. Ice Cube, Eazy-E, Dr. Dre, and Tupac, peace to you. I'm going out for a walk. Actually to have a cigarette. I know I didn't go on the patches. I haven't been back to the support group. It is still super warm here in San Francisco. We are having a heat wave. It should cool off this week. Wednesday is September 23rd, 2015, 2:45 p.m. I had my psychiatrist appointment this morning. My doctor said I am in full remission. It was a good visit. Then I had lunch with my dad and one of his friends at Seal Rock Inn restaurant. After lunch, I hiked the Land's End Trail on my own. I usually take a full comp day on my doctor's appointment day, that is why I am off. I am home now, and thought I would write some more before going to my therapist appointment at 6 p.m. I plan to take the bus there. So going back to Brazil. As I said, I was not done with the Peace Corps experience of living in another culture, and the ritual we did in Ashland was like nothing I had experienced before in a good way, so off I went. The first work we did down there, I was given a message that the man from my dream was to be a gift for me this lifetime. My friends at the workshop and I joked about how Daime is a great dating service. This didn't turn out to be a date for me, however. We never did get together. I tried talking to him a couple of times, but with no luck. He didn't speak any English, and I was still learning Portuguese. I had a work where I visited the queen of the forest. She was sad to see her children, the princes and princesses of the forest, not sing and dance as much. She wanted to see them play. I had a hard time coming back to ordinary reality after that visit. She was so magical and beautiful, it was hard to leave. I took a class in cultural anthropology, spirituality of Mesoamerica at City College a few years back. I dropped out of the class mainly because I didn't want to read about spirituality, I wanted to experience it. I was the highest score on the midterm exam. I remember studying for it while I was down in Disneyland with my family. My teacher, Senor Edgar Torres, didn't let me drop out. He had me do extra work on the side. He had me visit artwork of Diego Rivera in San Francisco, watch the movie Frida, write a paper about it, and write another on any related subject I choose. By the way, there is a big head on the City College campus which I love. I think it is still there. There used to be one at the De Young Museum, but they moved it out. I think that was a mistake. I think they represent very positive spiritual energy and would bless the museum and all the people who visited it. Anyway, I wrote my last paper on my experiences of my spiritual studies. I was on campus one day, and my teacher saw me. He yelled over, "Hey, it's the queen of the forest." I thought that was very kind of him, but I was not the queen. I got an A in the class. I loved the introduction to Frida Kahlo. I have a picture of her framed on my kitchen table. She was a powerful woman to be so sensual, intelligent, and beautiful and live with so much pain. I keep getting sidetracked. The workshop in Brazil ended, and I asked if I could stay longer in the community, a couple of months. They agreed, and my study deepened. I turned 30 on October 4th, 2000 down there. I woke up at 4 a.m. the morning of and heard a trumpet playing in my head, announcing the birth of baby Jesus. It goes like this: you know what you know, you know what you know, you know what you know, so stop pretending that you don't. I know what I know, I know what I know in my heart, baby Jesus will come. The song continues to announce baby Jesus' birth. I received about 16 songs that way, just music and words coming into my head. I quickly jotted them down. I have lost most of them now and can remember by heart about 6 of them. The songs that are sung in the Dame works are those that were received by the leaders of the community. As the songs called hymns are sung, you start to feel the spirit of each hymn come into you and work you over. They are often about being a good person, the force of God, or not talking bad about your brother or sister, to name a few. There are probably about 20 hymnarios or hymn books from the leaders. Probably a lot more than that. In each work, ayahuasca is drunk and hymns are sung. The men are on one side and the women the other. Uniforms of mostly white shirts and navy pants/skirts are worn. I sing my songs now and again. They are for healing purposes, to strengthen the spirit. Here is one of them. It is called the Goddess Powerhouse of Force. There is a forest that lives inside me. The force of nature empowers my soul. I walk with calmness and firmness. I connect with the earth at every step. There is a river that lives within me. It flows from heaven to earth. It calms and cools me. It teaches me to laugh. I am a powerhouse woman. I am God's instrument. I always first obey God. With humility and respect. I am no better than my brothers and sisters. I eager to know them. I praise their creation. Firmly from my place. There is vision in my being. It teaches me to soar. It illuminates my path with patience. It is the power of the light. My body has expanded. To contain God's power. My work is to trust completely in God's power within me. I think it is interesting that I have gained weight in the past couple of years. My body truly has expanded, like the song says. I'm not sure what that means though. God is with me. I sang this song post Santo Dame Days to a Catholic group once. One man referred to a passage in the Bible with similar wording saying the song referred to Saint Mary. Another woman said I had to share it, and that she wanted her daughter to hear it, the song being a strong message for women and girls. Back in the community, I spent my days working in the kitchen, the garden, or the church. I had a part-time job working the land of one of the church members. I also taught English in the community and in town. Nighttime was spent doing works, rituals, or just the daily prayer, or a chow. The works lasted anywhere from 5 to 7 hours. Sometimes they would go all night long. That was always fun, as we would go to the waterfall the next morning and play in the water. We were glowing by the end of the work. Nature was beautiful and alive. The community I stayed in is called Suda Montana, or Heaven of the Mountain. There is a mountain there shaped as an old Indian man's face. His forehead, eyes, nose, and mouth are shaped in the mountain, him looking up at the vast sky. Hi, I left for my therapy appointment and am back. It was a good session. Sunday, September 27th, 2015, 6 p.m. I am back from reaching my book, Unbroken, at a local cafe. The main character is at a POW camp now. It is a really good book, very intense. I'd like to see the movie after. Friday, October 2nd, 2015, 6 p.m. I am back from having lunch with my dad, going for a walk, and reading in a coffee shop. I am still reading Unbroken. It is very good. I am thinking about going out to dinner but am not sure yet. My dad said something interesting to me at lunch today. He made a comment about a NAMI meeting that he went to last week. NAMI stands for National Association of Mental Illness. They offer support to families of those with mental illness. I think my parents go to meetings about once a month. Anyway, the lecturer that night was a doctor who talked a lot about alcoholism and cocaine usage compared to mental illness. He said every time the patient got off the drugs, they were free from mental illness, that in fact they did not have mental illness. I said to my dad, that's like me being free from marijuana. Every time I went to the hospital, I was high as a kite and then detoxed while in the hospital. No doctor, except one at Kaiser, ever gave me a good answer when I would bring up my pot usage. In the beginning the doctors seemed okay with me using it. They would look the other way. The paramedic who brought me in the very first night told me not to tell anyone about my pipe. I am thinking about going out to dinner tonight, maybe to an Indian restaurant. Not sure yet. May stay at home. May get a burrito. Yeah, I think I will stay at home, watch TV, go to bed early. Maybe write more. I would like to share another hymn from my Dame days. This was after I did a work with young Brazilians or Dimistas. I was the only American in the work, and it was a little intimidating. When I got home, I was walking through Golden Gate Park one day and came across my favorite tree. I asked the tree for a tree song, and instantly a song and words came through my mind. It goes like this. The tree. The tree, the tree. The tree came to me. Stand firm and stand tall. Oh, so gracefully. The tree, the tree. The tree spoke to me. Do not worry, young one. Come and rest your head on me. I love you, I love you. Oh, spirit of the tree. Let us always dance together. And play gleefully. I love your trunk, your leaves. And all that you are. I love your branches and your roots. You reach so very far. Thank you so much. Oh, spirit of the tree. For honoring the truth that lives inside me. Your eyes, they glow. Oh, spirit of the tree. I thank you from my heart for inviting community. I wish to be rooted like a tree, respecting all who come and sit besides me. I love you, Mama, for giving birth to me. I love you, Papa, for watching over me. I will always be your daughter. I am rooted like a tree. Let's play, let's dance. Let's celebrate our lives. Oh, spirit of the tree. You are so very wise. I think of this song as my coming out song, announcing that I am rooted like a tree. I was also smoking a cigarette back when you could smoke in the park. So I think of the song as a tobacco song as well. Tobacco is considered a sacred substance to Native Americans. I sang these songs to my parents, and they were not interested at the time. They were a big deal to me, but not to them. That did hurt my feelings a bit. But the song thanks them for being my parents. No matter what I experience or where I travel to, I am always their daughter. I got my star when I was studying the Santo Daime. The star is a pin in gold or silver shaped like a star that you receive when you are initiated in the religion. I went into this hard and strong. I went deep. I didn't hold back. I also got a uniform. There are two, one that is navy and white as I already mentioned and one that is green and white and one where the women wear a beaded crown. I had all the hymn books. I'm not sure the community ever accepted me. I did a few odd things here and there. Like on my birthday, when they were cutting cake for me after work, I went off into the woods and took off all my clothes, including my shoes. I stood there naked, feet pressed into the earth. Rain, wind, thunder, and lightning came, and I felt blessed. I put my clothes back on and returned to the community with many questions as to where I had been. It was a beautiful experience for me, but I was told never to go off on my own like that again. I felt like I was blessed by nature. One of the biggest things that I experienced in Brazil is that I had a boyfriend named Ordemar. He was about 15 years older than I. The girls in the community asked me why I would be with him because of his age, and also that they thought he was ugly. I couldn't help myself. Looks didn't matter to me, and besides, I thought he was handsome. The truth is that he made me laugh in a way that I never had laughed before. We would often leave the church laughing in hysterics, which earned me the name of Boba. Boba means to act the fool. I didn't care, I was in heaven. I loved him so much. Unlike any other love I have ever have. Kisses to you, Ordemar. Thanks for loving me. I am not in touch with him now. We broke contact since the last time I was there, which was in April of 2002. Wow. It's been that long. Ordemar was a welder. He worked in the community. He found Jesus there and changed his life. He had had a bad past. He smoked Santa Maria just about every day. The Brazilians called marijuana Santa Maria and was only supposed to use it in spiritual practice. Ordemar was the one who taught me how to smoke it. It was heavily used in the community and not just during a ritual. Sunday, October 11th, 2015. The thing about the young man from my dream is that I would often see him in the eyes and face of Ordemar after a work. I know how could that be possible. But when I was under the influence of the Daime, Ordemar would become this young man. That was and is one of the reasons why I don't want to do works anymore. I don't want to get caught up in confusion and false truths. I also don't want to be in company with people who have spiritual power far greater than I do and who can play tricks on people like me. There was one incident that didn't fare well when I was down in Brazil. It was when 9/11 happened. I went down prior to celebrate the anniversary of Mauá on September 7th. It was a great work like all the others. I was happy to be there. After the work, a man from another church in Rio asked me to come to his church for a work they were having. I checked with Ordemar, and we agreed that we would go. Ordemar had worked at the church, so he knew where we were going, and we arrived there early. He invited me to drink some ayahuasca with him and of course some Santa Maria. We tried doing a work ourselves, but that didn't really work out. The owner of the church came the next day and seemed quite different to me. He wasn't as nice as he was in Mauá, and something about his eyes had darkened. He quizzed me about being American, and what did I think about our president wanting to start World War III. I'm not a very political person, so I was taken aback from him asking all these questions. I suddenly felt very out of place and not in a safe place. I feared him. The next day after he left, Ordemar attacked me. He brought me to a spare bedroom, tied up my arms and legs to the bed, gave me rope burn, and put his hand over my nose and my mouth so that I could not breathe. He was screaming at me in Portuguese, something about did I want to die. I was scared shitless. I had never experienced anything like this before. After it was over, he sat crying in the living room and apologizing to me. I was in shock. The Brazilians said we got into a bad fight, and that I made a mess of the place. Ordemar told me that man had told him to tie me up. I suppose they would now say that I was manic and they needed to tie me up. Honestly, Ordamar was acting like he was manic, screaming at me and throwing me on the bed. He seemed possessed. After it was over the next day, the owner said to me, "Now you will stay," as he put the newspaper in front of me showing the attacks of 9/11. He had wanted me to stay for the work, but I told him that I had a new job to go back to and couldn't stay that long. "Now," he said, "you will stay." It freaked me out, like maybe they had something to do with the 9/11 attacks. I was devastated and left the camp that they called Camp David. I was taken to the Brazilian police office and then later to the American consulate. They asked me if I wanted to press charges, and I said no. I was too shocked. All my other experiences with the Santo Daime was one of love and peace. I couldn't believe what had happened. I went back one last time to say I love you, I respect you, I know you as positive energy. I don't know what that was the last time or what it was truly about, but I wish you peace. I haven't been back since. Sunday, October 25, 2015, 7 p.m. I met with a woman who was the leader of the Women's Center in San Francisco. I had completed a model mugging class with her and her husband. She met me in San Francisco, and I told her my story of the Santo Daime. She said I had an open heart and was taken advantage of. She advised me best to stay away. I have attended works in Santa Cruz and Marin since I have returned from Brazil. I think it has been about 2 to 3 years now since I have gone to one. I like my life now. I like my boyfriend. I like my activities over the weekends. I like being drug-free. I like being grounded in reality. I like my freedom. I smoked Santa Maria about 2 years ago and found that it was the same old story as before. Nothing ever came of using this drug. No one has come forward to ask for my hand in marriage. I don't have any kids. I'm not sad about that, but with the Santo Daime I felt like a very loved woman, but for some reason, this all had to be secret. So to my bachelors out there, I have always been open to knowing you in person, in everyday reality. I am not interested in taking drugs and then feeling a divine connection with you. That seems pointless. I'm into regular reality. By the way, I burp and fart too. My boyfriend and I took a drive today up to Occidental. We had lunch at the Union Hotel. It was very good and very enjoyable. He bought me a new pair of earrings from one of the local shops. I will wear them tomorrow. We also went to some shops in downtown Santa Rosa. It was a nice visit. I talked with my boyfriend tonight, and he expressed to me that he is very frustrated with me. He is frustrated that I have not lost weight, and that I am still eating ice cream. And that my weight has caused me pain. I recently twisted my knee getting off the bus. I went to the doctor and she gave me a cortisone shot, which has helped tremendously. Anyway, I was telling my boyfriend what I was going to eat for dinner: salad, cottage cheese, and 1 piece of toast. Then I mentioned the ice cream, which he said is pure fat. Then he expressed his frustration. I appreciate his feedback. I do need to lose weight. I do have weight and health issues. I do have arthritis in my knees. I do weigh over 200 pounds. You know, back to the Daime, I really wish that I could go back. I wish that I could connect with those people down there. I do miss them and have lots of love in my heart for them. I do miss that deep love connection that I would experience during and at the end of a work. It's like my internal mother or grandmother says no. Says Elizabeth, you are better off staying away. Elizabeth, you don't need to get sucked back into that. I do listen to Daime hymns when I go to bed. Not every night and not for a while, but maybe I will tonight. After coming back from Brazil, I found a job teaching kids at an independent learning center. The program was very disorganized, and the manager was not well liked, so I quit it. Then I went to work for my dad. His secretary had just quit, and he had an opening. I became quickly licensed in insurance and worked as his protege for 6 years. Starting out, I lived with him and worked for him. There were many times I would think to go look for an apartment, but then the pull to stay at home was always stronger, not to mention the rent was a lot cheaper. I did live in an in-law unit in Burlingame for a year, but then I moved back home. I loved my home on Wawona. I loved the kitchen, I loved the living room, I loved my bedroom. It was devastating to me when my parents decided to sell their home, which occurred in December of 2005. That is when I was first taken to the hospital, and when I was diagnosed as being bipolar. I didn't give up smoking Santa Maria when I came home from Brazil. And I was also smoking cigarettes, which I still do. I smoked pot in my parents' home, but they never said anything to me about it. I used to puff on my pipe, then blow the smoke out the window of my bathroom. Then I would spray the whole room with orange spray and Lysol. My sister, who shared that bathroom with me, never said anything to me about it either. I would go and take a cigarette break on the back deck, passing my dad, who was watching TV in the living room. I would bring my peace pipe out there as well and get high as I smoked cigarettes. I would come back into the living room and pass my dad. He never said anything to me about my pot usage. I smoked morning, noon, and night. I wondered if they were looking the other way on purpose, or if they really didn't know. I decided they didn't know, because my parents were the type to confront me if there was an issue, which is what they did one night in late 2005. It was about 3 a.m, and I was up late on the back deck, getting high, thinking of love, and looking up at the stars. Please note I was 35 at the time and really shouldn't have been living at home. Both my parents came downstairs seeing I was not in my room, and my mom said to me, "This has got to stop. We are calling the police or the fire department, you decide." I was shocked. I said the fire department because I was afraid the police would arrest me. The fire department showed up. Actually, the paramedics. One paramedic saw my pipe and said, "Don't tell anyone at the hospital about that." I was surprised. It was a wild ride to the hospital, but we made it there. I was taken into a room and monitored. Being high, I was overly talkative to all the personnel and would give spiritual readings to anyone who came by. This was grounds to think I was manic. I was always very talkative when I was high. And I was scared. The next day, no one told me what was going on. I asked if I could leave. I didn't get a no answer, so I took off on foot. A police car pulled up, and they put me in handcuffs and into the back seat. I asked them to explain why, and they said nothing. Instead, they pulled the car into an alleyway, which I thought was very odd. It was just at that time my parents' car pulled up, and they got out asking the police, "What is going on? How did my dad know I was in that cop car? How did they know to stop there? And why did the cops pull me into the alley?" They took me back into the hospital, and a female police officer asked me to take off my clothes to put on a hospital gown. The male cops were still in the room, and that made me uncomfortable, and I said so. The cop lady gave me a look like, "You better do what I tell you to do." Instead, I took off my top and went running into the hall and danced in front of an old male patient. I gave him a show. I was uncomfortable getting naked in front of the male cops, so I acted out and pranced around. The next thing I know, I am in a room, a cell, and there are nurses outside my room typing on a computer. I am very cold and ask for a blanket. Time goes by. No blanket. I ask again. No blanket. And again, same thing. I was so scared as I didn't remember how I got there and what was happening to me. I said the Hail Mary prayer over and over and over, asking Saint Mary for help for me. I never felt so horrible. My mom apparently came to visit me there, but I have no memory of that. I found the staff to be very inhuman. No one talked to me, explained what was happening, or gave me a blanket. All they did was type on the computer like nerds. A lot of my time in the hospital stays I don't remember. I know I was drugged, and that is part of it, and I think also because it was not a pleasurable experience, I am not remembering. The first hospital I was taken to, I think, was Seton in Daly City. I was then transferred to St. Francis in San Francisco. I feel like I have taken a tour of the mental hospitals in the Bay Area. I have been shown their therapy programs and met their psychiatrists. I have been to El Camino, Sequoia, UCSF, Kaiser Santa Clara, Marin General, Sharp Hospital in San Diego, and Port Huron Hospital near Detroit. I know how did I get to San Diego and Detroit. Those stories for later. It is hard for me to believe that all this has happened to me. My hospital stays feel like another life. It has been 5 years this coming February since I was last hospitalized. When I was told that I was bipolar, I was completely devastated. Again, I couldn't believe this was happening to me. It was the worst. No one said congratulations, you have solved a problem of your behavior and now you will get help. No, it was all negative. At El Camino, I met a very nice psychiatrist who was into mindfulness meditation and taught me how to slow things down. My diagnosis and hospital stays were always about me having a manic attack. I have never suffered from depression. I have always been able to get out of bed and go to work. I was smoking pot each and every time that I was hospitalized. Sometimes more drugs than just pot. I have also tried crack cocaine and crystal meth. Back to the psychiatrist, he was Stanford educated. I met with him also out of the hospital for individual visits. I went shopping with him, and he asked me to pick out jewelry I liked. He took me grocery shopping when he bought groceries for his family. He invited me out to dinner and offered me wine. I know you are probably thinking this was inappropriate. But he was trying to take me out to everyday occasions and to experience life in a calm manner. He also said I would get married and have kids and that all my college friends would be divorced in no time. So far, I am not married, and none of my friends are getting a divorce. My brother is though. Speaking of which, I have had several dreams that my brother and Britney Spears are best friends and sweethearts. Maybe they would be if they ever met, who knows? Dreams are interesting. Tuesday, October 27th, 2015, 6 p.m. Hi, I am back from getting a burrito. I just ate it. It was from Chino's and was delicious. Today, I had a half day at work. I got to work at 7:30 and worked until 11:45 a.m. I met Dave at the Kabuki Theater and we bought tickets to see Caesarea. We had time to kill so we went shopping in Japantown. I bought my sister a couple of gifts for her birthday which is coming up next month. The movie was great. Very intense. My knee is still hurting. I am hoping it will feel better next week. I spoke to the YMCA Diabetes Prevention Program coordinator today. I have signed up for their next class, which starts in January and goes for the whole year. You get a free membership at the gym for 4 months. I have risk for diabetes myself and in my family. My aunt died of diabetes. I am committed to taking this class. I wish you a beautiful and peaceful evening. Thanks for reading this thus far. God, please bless us all. Love, Liz. Saturday, October 31st, 2015, 5 p.m. Hi, I have had a nice day. Today I got up and went and did lab work downtown for my appointment next Tuesday with my primary care physician. Then I picked up my meds at CVS. Then I did a little shopping at Old Navy. I bought a pretty black blouse and a quilted navy vest. After the shopping, I went to the movies at Century 9. I saw Truth. I liked it, but honestly I don't think it was that big of a deal. I like President Bush. And I like Sarah Palin. You know I think I am registered as Republican. Shocking. Sunday, November 1st, 2015, 5 p.m. Speaking again of President Bush, once when I was hiking alone near Half Moon Bay, a man came up to me, got right in my face, and screamed, "Get that idiot out of the White House." I'm not sure why he said this to me, but this is just a third example of people coming to me with a message for Mr. Bush. I just reread my journal. I like it. I am back from a walk. I was thinking of a couple things I would like to share. I think I am in menopause. I haven't had my period in at least 6 months. I am 45 now. I don't feel sad about this. I am not unhappy about not having any kids. I think I had kids in previous lifetimes. And I believe I have spirit kids. Yes, I believe in past lives. I do also believe in a heaven and when you die you return to God. I think though that sometimes you come back. I'm glad not to have my period anymore. I hope it doesn't come back. I like getting older and look forward to being age 60. I think it is an accomplishment to age. It's like, you made it. It's an accomplishment to live another year, and in my case to live well and to live healthy, mind, body, and spirit. I worry sometimes though who is going to take care of me when I am old. That is why I don't really want to live past 80. I'm bipolar, I have arthritis in my knees, I am overweight, I smoke, these are not good things. But gosh darn it, I have maintained my wellness over these past 5 years, and that is a really good thing. My primary care physician said that I could go manic if I became really thin again. I'm not sure about this. I think if I go off my meds I would go manic, but I was always really thin when I was manic. I was walking all over San Francisco, burning a lot of calories. I didn't have much money as I wasn't working and not much to eat. Note to self, I would like to write about the Tenderloin, San Diego, Vegas, and Detroit. Later. I am looking around my apartment. I see a book displayed that says MLK, Journey of a King. I used to have a poster of MLK in my living room. It said something like, "When will the day come when a man is not judged by the color of his skin, but by the content of his character?" I also had one up of Michael Jackson, King of Pop. I took both of them down, not totally clear why on this. I miss seeing them. In my bedroom, I have the flag up of the United States of America. It is hung on the wall over my bed. I wrote a few things on it in gold ink, solid gold, super pretty, God bless the USA, God bless Turtle Island too. After the tying up incident in Brazil and the now you will stay because of the terrorist attacks, I starting becoming more patriotic. I do think it is a good idea to have a USA flag in every house. Most of my hospital stays were about 2 weeks long. Then I would be in outpatient care for about another 2 weeks. Outpatient care meant twice a week to 5 days a week, depending on the program. I remember my times at Kaiser Outpatient Care. I think if you are in the mental health department, first it is key to not be afraid of your patients. This was the case of many psych workers at Kaiser, specifically South San Francisco. I remember one day the worker had us watch a video, a very outdated video, on anger management. I found the video to be rather boring, and so I wrote down in my journal various ways you can deal with anger that are constructive, rather than acting out. You can dance anger, you can write in a journal, you can throw pillows and scream into them, etc. I shared this with the worker and she immediately had me taken out of class to see my social worker, who said I was to be put on more meds. Fortunately, my psychiatrist at the time was well grounded and thought the social worker was overreacting. He did not adjust my meds. No one did tell me what was wrong with what I shared regarding anger. Another time at Kaiser Redwood City, the counselor specifically asked me to get angry in the group session. So I did. I didn't yell, but I had anger in my voice when it was my turn to share. She instantly pulled me out of class and signed me up for another 2-week stay at the hospital. Why did she ask me to get angry? So I came to believe that while Kaiser does peace, love, wellness, and broccoli as stated on their commercials, they don't do anger. Anger is one of the basic feelings. How come in this society we are not allowed to express it, even in a mental health clinic? Why can't there be a place for anger, a safe place? Isn't it better to express it in a non-physical manner? So I would get high every time I came out of the hospital. That would help me with my grief over what I have just experienced. I have to say though that I met some incredible people at my hospital stays. I loved the folks at St. Francis. I prefer though to be their friend and not their patient. Not possible though, I know. Former patients and workers can't be friends. And the Kaiser folks were dear in the end. I loved my psychiatrist at South City. At Marin General, I made bracelets for each staff member. They seemed so overworked and depressed, I just liked cheering them up. When in the hospital, I mostly spent my time walking around the floor, doing a walking meditation. I also attended group sessions on art, various therapy groups, even karaoke. Some offered outdoor basketball sessions. There were books to read and games to play. TV was always available. I liked watching the news in the morning while drinking my decaffeinated coffee. They didn't allow caffeine on the floor. I also used the patch, smoking was not allowed. I always smoked cigarettes when I came out. When I would come out, the day out was a marvelous day. I felt so happy. I felt reborn. Entering mainstream life was a blessing. I remember my dad would always take me grocery shopping, sometimes out to lunch first. That was always nice of him. You know, my dad visited me in the hospital almost every night. He would always tell me that I was going to get out and that he didn't want to see me back there again. He was always encouraging and expressed much love. I was very lucky to have his support. My mom came too, just not as often. One of my coworkers at my present job would joke that she wished she could take a break from society and stay at a mental hospital for a few weeks. I prefer to eat well, get enough sleep and exercise, and take overall good care of myself. I prefer to take my medication. I would always go off of it and end up manic. I would think I don't need the medication. Also, these stays are expensive. Not to mention there is major stigma from outside folks and people you work with. I have to say though that the people at a certain agency I worked for several years ago were so kind to me after being in the hospital. They didn't show judgment, they just plain cared. What nice people. I was lucky to work there then. Tuesday, November 3rd, 2015, 8 p.m. I went out for Indian food tonight. I love Indian. It is my favorite. I had my appointment with my primary care physician tonight. I am to quit smoking and go on a no-carb diet. I am starting this on Saturday. I voted tonight. I was thankful the polls were still open. Best of life and love to you. Liz. Friday, November 6th, 2015, 8 p.m. I treated myself to pizza tonight at Ernesto's on Clement, since I am starting my diet tomorrow. It was delicious. I skipped seeing 007 at the Balboa tonight. For some reason, I am not that interested in seeing a thriller spy-type movie. I'd rather see a romance or a comedy. You know, when I was manic, I often thought I was either being followed by the CIA or FBI or I was part of their organization. I met another bipolar boy a while ago and he too felt he was being followed by the CIA. I wonder why this is. I thought I was being followed or I thought that I was part of the CIA. That I was a member of the elite and that I was the only member. Interesting. I'm going to read now and go to bed. Diet starts tomorrow, as does the non-smoking. Liz XO, have a good night. Oh, I got my period today. So much for all this talk about menopause. I'm still fertile. I joked with my boyfriend, did he want to try for a son or a daughter? He laughed. I am happy. Good night. Wednesday, November 11th, 2015, 8:30 p.m. I am about to go to bed. I had my therapy session tonight. My therapist has mentioned to me the past that her supervisor has seen many bipolar patients who have healed themselves and gone off of the medication successfully. She was saying this to me that someday I may go off the medication. Someday. I think I probably never will go off it actually. I don't want to. I have fear of becoming manic again. But nice of my therapist to think so. I don't mind the meds. I was telling her my Kaiser/anger experiences that I wrote about. All those methods for releasing anger that I wrote about I learned from therapists. Okay, that's it. Have a good night's sleep. God bless you. XO. Friday, November 13th, 2015, 7:30 p.m. I am just back from eating at the restaurant Great India. It is on Geary at 25th Avenue. I love their chicken masala and garlic naan. It is my favorite restaurant. Today, there have been some attacks in Paris. I pray for help and health for all of those people. I pray there have not been too many casualties. This reminds me of my time that I spent shouting at terrorists in my room. After that man told me now you will stay in Brazil due to the 9/11 attacks, I decided to start a private war with terrorists. I used to yell at them in my room calling them chickens. I don't know ISIS. I am not familiar with them. Back then it was Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden. But I will say to ISIS that you are chickens as well. Live your full glory, don't hurt people. Weaklings you are. If you have hatred for others and act on it, you should go to jail. If you just have the hatred, I think you are mentally sick and need treatment. I used to think that if I was ever involved in a terrorist attack, I would become manic and leap upon any terrorist in a heartbeat. I would dismantle them. Let it be known that manic behavior involves grandiose ideas. My reality is that I most likely would not be able to dismantle them. Who am I kidding? I would probably be scared like everyone else. Okay, that's it for now. Oh, I did also sing songs to America for how beautiful we are. That is why I have the flag up. I had one up in my old apartment with prayers and blessings on it, power animals even that can bless our country. Qualities such as excellence, magic, wonder, and success. I would sing all the words to any song on the radio and pray for our country. In my mind, I negotiated 7 more years of peace. I know bipolar behavior. Or is it spiritual? Or is it creative? It was fun to pray and sing for the country. I think everybody should give it a try. Over and out, Liz, hugs and kisses. Sunday, November 15th, 2015, 7:15 p.m. 60 Minutes is on. I like that program. They just had a segment on the Paris attacks. I went to a movie today, Love the Coopers. It was very enjoyable. I especially enjoyed the story of the daughter with the army dude, and also the great-grandfather with the waitress. Okay, so now you are thinking I go out to dinner a lot. Yes, if I could eat out every night I would. I'm not much of a cook, but I can grill up some good chicken and rice and beans. I rode the bus to and from the movie. On the way home, on the 38 Geary, there was a young female cop who got on. She was demonstrating public safety. She mostly just talked to the bus driver. I doubt half the bus even knew she was on. I learned she went to St. Brendan's Grammar School and St. Ignatius High School and has been on the force for 9 years. She was young. Pretty girl. I had the captain of the Taraville Police Department one day ask if I would like to become a cop. I would have loved that. That's a dream job for me actually. But I had just come out of the hospital, early on in my hospital tour, and I wasn't allowed to hold a gun. I had to sign a form that I couldn't hold a gun for 5 years. So I told him for reasons I can't explain, I have to turn you down. I so appreciated the offer though. I had been attending the Taraville Merchants Association meetings, that is how I met the captain. This is back when I was working for my dad. I was on the board and later was the sergeant at arms. You know I have been handcuffed 3 times. Once when I left the hospital early, already described, one when I threw a pot out of the window, and a third when I had driven my car really fast on the 280 freeway. I got off the bus early to walk up to my boyfriend's apartment. He is a plumbing inspector for the city of SF. He really likes his job and is very good at it. He is a talented people person. Anyway, I arrived at his home, which is where I used to live. I had the apartment next door. That's how we met. On our first date, we went to the zoo. He is a really sweet and kind man. I am too lucky to be his girlfriend. I promised him that I would give him a massage. I am trained in acupressure and Jin Shinjutsu, which stands for the healing art for mankind or something like that. Anyway, I gave him a short 10-minute full-body massage. My back quickly tired from bending over. I used to have a massage table, but I gave that away at my old apartment building. Going there to visit him always brings back memories of the highs and the lows. I smoked so much pot in that room. It was unbelievable. Once I had cops come to pay me a visit, and I was so nervous. I confessed that I had pot in the room and he had me take it out and throw it away in the outside bin. Once they left, I fetched the pot from the garbage bin. I appreciated their caring about me to see how I was doing. There was a time that whenever I saw a cop or a firefighter, I would go up to them and thank them for their service to the city. I thanked them for all the work they did. I don't know if this was part manic behavior, but I stopped doing this. They always appreciated me saying this. I always wished that I could talk to them longer. Sometimes even when fire trucks went by, I would lift my arms in the air and envision prayers of love and strength go out to them as they whizzed by. I used to say the Hail Mary prayer every time I heard a siren. This started in grammar school, 2nd grade. I don't do that anymore. The best was when I would see cop cars all lights lit, no sirens, and see them racing down the block on Cabrillo. I developed a huge love for them. I developed a crush on them. I used to daydream that SFPD was the elite police department of the entire nation. I saw them as being blessed by a St. Mary. You know, my manic times were always interesting times. I would always be entertained by my creative and spiritual thoughts. Getting high just added to the pleasurable sensations. But then, I would always crash. I would think I didn't need to be on my meds anymore, and I would start to not make any sense. The fun easy joy ride that I was on would turn dark and scary. Something like that. God bless the SFPD and the SFFD, paramedics included. I had some trippy thoughts about the paramedics too, like what they really do and how they work energy. I think they have a very tough job, but so fun to get to speed around the city. I used to take joy rides about 1 or 2 in the morning. I used to crank up the tunes and speed all around the city. I would race the taxi cab drivers. This was especially fun when I had my Mustang, although my VW had a lot of pep too. A favorite was to drive with one foot out the window. I don't do this anymore. My boyfriend calls me a grandma driver now. I am especially careful. I had my license taken away from me several years ago. I had been involved in 2 accidents where my car was totaled. My insurance was cancelled. I had to meet with a DMV rep for 2 interviews. The lady told me of one of her relatives that was bipolar in Africa who drove in the opposite direction on the freeway. She was saying that it is good here in America that we have treatment for bipolar and the like. She was very nice to me. I passed all the tests 2 years later and I got my license back. I have had 3 VWs, 1 Dodge Neon, my first car, stick shift, a Mustang, red with silver stripes, CA edition, and my current car, a red VW Beetle. I really like VWs in case you couldn't tell. Okay, time to take my meds and read. I am reading The Goldfinch by Donna Tartt. Love and hugs to you and again to the Police Department of San Francisco and the Fire Department of San Francisco. You guys and ladies are awesome. Tuesday, November 17th, 2015, 8 p.m. I had a half day today at work. I took comp time for the afternoon. I have about 25 hours comp time saved up. We work a 7.5 work day. After work, I came home and had lunch. Then I had my nails done. I chose soft pink. Then I read my journal for a bit. Then I went to Stonestown, got a coffee, and bought a new dress from Macy's for the holidays. After that I went and saw Suffragette at the Stonestown Cinema. There were 2 other people in the theater. It was a good and important movie. I had a free pass from my sister and a gift card from my mother for the theater. The other movie I want to see is Brooklyn. Oh, and I also went and visited my dad at his office during the afternoon. My mom had given him some children books that were mine. One is called Swimmy by Leo Liani and the other is called Sun Mother Wakes the World, an Australian creation story, by Diane Wokelstein. I had a burrito for dinner. Wednesday, November 18th, 2015, 7:15 p.m. I am just back from eating at the Americana Grill on Balboa between 26th and 27th. I get the garlic penna pasta with chicken apple sausage every time. Sometimes burgers too. I love taking a spoonful of the garlic, so yummy. I really like their food and it is in the neighborhood. On the bus ride home from work today, I was remembering several things that have happened to me. I'll just jump in. Once when I was working for my father, there was an angry client that threatened to come down and beat him up. He called me a bitch on the phone. I filed a police report. I was remembering today my relationship with jewelry. I felt that I was not worthy to have any jewelry worth anything. My family would kill me, but I gave my diamond earrings that were my auntie's to a clerk at the 7-Eleven. For some reason, I felt I was not worthy in wearing them. I also left my grandmother's opal with diamonds surrounding it ring in Golden Gate Park in the grass. Again, I didn't feel like I was worthy to have fancy expensive jewelry. I also felt that to be of the people, I needed to be more common. When I was at SF General Hospital, they took my blue topaz ring, also of my grandmother's. When it was time to go, it was nowhere to be found. They took it off me when I was admitted. It was really pretty. I feel sad about this, but also okay. I wear mostly costume jewelry now. I do still have my strand of pearls. And my boyfriend bought me a blue topaz ring which I wear daily. I felt that I couldn't be a rich girl with fancy jewelry. One of the symptoms of being bipolar is not having clear thoughts. This came up again and again for me when I was not on my medication and smoking a ton of pot in my peace pipe. I felt that I was smoking for peace for our country and for all people on this planet. I was also thinking about when I crashed my Mustang, you know, the one that was red with silver stripes. I was feeling that my mom was at risk for being hospitalized just like me. And the truck in front of me had some sort of energetic or circuit that was in alignment with that. So I pressed on the gas and slammed right into it. My mom has never been hospitalized, thanks God. Apparently the car flipped, but I don't remember that. I just remember leaping out the window like a cat onto the pavement and feeling okay. A woman came up to me and yelled at me. Once the paramedics came, I felt like I was losing it and that it was taking all my attention to stay alert. I remember they cut up my jeans, which were new, just bought from Sears, and I was bummed. I remember my sister saying there's my sis, getting into an accident, rolling her car, and being a-okay. I turned out to be fine. But that earned me another 2-week mental hospital stay. I received notice from the DMV after the accident that they were citing me with a DUI. I had not had any alcohol and was sober. I don't think I had had any pot that day. In my room, I yelled at the DMV for giving this to me. Shortly after, I received a notice that they had made an error and they were withdrawing the DUI. I used to go to the zoo and to the De Young Museum for lunch when I worked for my dad. I used to also go home and get high. One day after getting high, my dad commented to me how pretty I looked, that I was glowing. Backtrack, one of the first psychiatrists told my parents that I need to have my own place. After they sold their home, I moved with them to a small condo in San Mateo where I had my own room. My psychiatrist recommended that I have my own place, and magic, I found one. A studio in the Richmond. The one where my now boyfriend still lives. Anyway, I used to smoke pot in the morning, lunchtime, and nighttime when I worked for my dad and lived in this apartment. I would smoke, sing, and dance for world peace during lunchtime. I would also fight terrorists in my mind. One day dream I had was about the Rainbow Peace Party train. I dreamed of an El Terrible streetcar headed down to the zoo filled with kids and their parents. The kids served drinks and snacks and helped the conductor drive the train. The parents drank alcoholic drinks and kicked back, a much-needed break. They headed to the zoo to bring life to it and to strengthen the community. As I mentioned already, I used to visit it during lunch. There was never very many people there, but I think they do all right on the weekends. As a side note, I have seen the giraffe, the gorilla, and the lion doing it. The giraffe was very interesting. Back to the police, and the terrible police department. I imagine they got a fleet of brand new Mustangs to drive around and their uniforms were different, a light blue. They were to serve St. Mary and they were known as peace officers, not police officers. I imagined myself as one of their peace officers, except that I wouldn't carry a gun. I would just go around town and promote peace in the city. Oh, here's something funny. One time a man was following close behind me driving. I didn't like it so I pulled over, he passed me, and then I got behind him. I followed him and he pulled over, so did I. We got out of our cars, and he said, "What are you, you crazy moon goddess?" I thought that was a compliment. I poured water like I was blessing the ground, got in my car and drove off. I liked being called a moon goddess. I am pro-positive feminine energy. Don't worry, psychiatrists, I know I'm not really a goddess. I think that is what this world needs more of, divine female energy. Male energy is so attracted to war. That was one of the things that one psychiatrist wrote about me why I needed to be hospitalized. He said patient thinks she's a goddess. What I actually said to him was that I am studying goddess energy, not that I think I am one. It's funny because on that same day, one of my fellow patients gave me a card and inside she wrote something thanking me that I was a goddess of sunshine, making everyone happy. Geez Louise, Mr. Psychiatrist. I told my therapist this story and she commented that there are a lot of adults at her university that consider themselves to be goddesses. This is at graduate level university. Okay, that's it for tonight. Peace and love to everyone. I wish you the best. Love and hugs, Peace Officer Liz. Thursday, November 19th, 2015, 8 p.m. It is almost my bedtime. I know I go to bed early, but I need my sleep. I had a great day today at work. I was a move-in and a shake-in, getting policies, answering questions, running reports. It was fun. I have another full day tomorrow ahead of me. I went out to dinner tonight at Pacific Cafe. I highly recommend this restaurant, a seafood restaurant. I ordered the salmon, which I have been told is good brain food. The bill including tip came to $35, which I thought was not bad. It included bread, salad, and French fried potatoes. I had enough for leftovers. So $35 for 2 meals, not bad. I called my boyfriend after and told him where I ate. He loves that restaurant too. I was happy that he wasn't mad at me for going out to eat. Much better than rice and beans at home. I am going to read now and then go to bed. I have been putting notes on my phone for things that I am remembering during my manic unwell days. Just as a guideline, I was in and out of hospitals, about 10 of them, from approximately late 2005, early 2011. I have been out of the hospital and doing well for the past 5 years. It was a circus. I am lucky to be alive. I hope you are doing well and I wish that whatever aches you or makes you feel unwell gets cared for in a really loving and positive way. We all have something and if you are perfect, no worries, you will have something in the future. That's called life. I learned that from my dad. By the way, I don't have internet on my computer and I don't have cable more than the basic 5 channels on my TV. I appreciate the simple life. I use my phone if I need to look something up. I have an iPhone. I am going out with my sorority sisters this Saturday night. We see each other about twice a year. Okay, over and out and God bless you. Love, Elizabeth and hugs and kisses. Friday, November 20th, 2015, 9 p.m. I had a full and productive day today at work. Thanks God. After work, I went to see the movie By the Sea starring Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt, directed by Angelina Jolie. Those are 2 of my favorite actors. I enjoyed the film. At first I thought Angelina's character was mentally ill, then I thought something bad must have happened to her and she is stuck with grief. Sure enough, that was the case. Anger too. I once watched a Dr. Phil show and the topic was bipolar disorder. He said people who are bipolar, one of the symptoms is that they are obsessed with celebrities. I'm not sure if obsessed is too strong of a word. I definitely experienced this during my sick days and I will write more on this perhaps tomorrow. It is past my bedtime, I am tired, I need to read still, then I am hitting the sack. Blessings of love, life, laughter to you and your family. I am grateful to live on this beautiful planet and get to enjoy movies after work as I do. Thanks God again. Sincerely. Liz, hugs and kisses. Sunday, November 22nd, 2015, 4 p.m. I had a nice time with my sorority sisters last night. We met at one of the girls' home in Los Altos. She just had her house rebuilt. Very nice. All of them are better off than I am in terms of financial means. I'm the poor girl compared to them. That's okay. We went out to dinner, I had just enough money, thanks God, and then hot tubbing at the house. We all slept over. I had a good time. When I got back this morning, I got together with Dave. We went to a taqueria in San Bruno and then shopping at Tamfrin Shopping Center. I had a dress to return at Dress Barn and Dave always loves to browse at Barnes and Noble bookstore. I ended up returning my dress, then buying another one for only $27. I thought that was a really good deal. I was remembering regarding my Malawian name of Shifundo. I used to say my name is Shafundo, but call me Chief for short. I have one friend that still calls me Shafundo. No one else does. I am just joking that I was a chief. I just took a nap, except I didn't nap. I just rested on my bed with my eyes closed. I didn't fall asleep. I was relaxing. I had light music on. I sleep alone most nights. It is a long time since I stayed over at Dave's house. To be honest, I prefer sleeping alone and in my own bed. I love to stretch my legs out and no one is there in case I snore. I sleep with a brown teddy bear. I don't have a name for him, but he is really cute. So on to the celebrities, I was definitely consumed with them. I saw them as an elite group representing the United States of America. They were actual stars from the heavens. They were a secret service of sorts. They were in the spotlight and had a responsibility to represent our country well. Their energy was powerful. Some of my favorites were Angelina Jolie, Jennifer Aniston, Gwyneth Paltrow, Jennifer Lopez, Lindsay Lohan, Tom Cruise, Britney Spears, Keira Knightley, Madonna, Cameron Diaz, Victoria Beckham and Victoria, I really like you with short hair. You look great with long and short, but I really like the short. I would cut out their pictures from OK magazine and place the photos on my wall. Once I had a shrine to Queen Latifah, another favorite. When I would get high for some reason I would call Angelina Jolie fly back from the moon. I imagined her with large white wings doing intense spiritual work with the moon, trying to solve world peace and bringing cheer to children across the globe. I felt the reason why she was so skinny is that her spiritual side was stronger than her earthy side, the side that eats pasta and bread. One of my friends from the Dame told me once that the energy of the moon has to do with mental illness and it is goddess energy. I think she is a beautiful woman, too thin, but beautiful. I can say that she is too thin. I would imagine that she prefers for people not to talk about her body. But seriously, she is too thin, she just may fly away. One of the gals I used to work with at my dad's office told me that I was too thin, that I looked like I was going to fly away. This was after the last manic attack that I had. It didn't bother me what she said. Another friend told me I was too thin as well, and for some reason I took great offense from her and walked out of the coffee shop we were in on her. I was enjoying being thin. But to be honest, I didn't like seeing all my bones. That kind of freaked me out. I wanted to gain weight. How come all the celebrities, or most, are so thin? Why is being so thin so popular? Why do you think? I think a size 12 is more attractive than a size 2. I had a dream once with Jennifer Aniston and Fiona Ma. In the dream, Jennifer told me that I have an exceptional beauty that I can market. She felt I was very beautiful. The politician Fiona Ma was also in the same dream. The three of us were doing some type of healing women's retreat. It was a nice dream compliment from Jennifer. I don't think I have that type of beauty though. Jennifer, I also think she is exceptionally beautiful. I named her the America's sweetheart, future president, one that can bring love and good feelings to the table. Sometimes I would envision myself dancing like a ballerina above the president's table, bringing female energy, beauty, and wisdom to their meeting. It was a positive vision. I had a dream with Tom Cruise once. We French kissed. He was lovely, a total dream. In the same light that I sang to Angelina, I called upon Lindsay Lohan to be the grandmother moon for all of the celebrities. Once when I was high and outside looking at the moon, all of a sudden I saw the face of a great-grandmother in the moon and she was smiling at me. I felt Lindsay was the right person to represent Grandmother Moon. I think a lot of people may think she is a ditz or an underachiever, but I think she is wise beyond her years and brilliant. To be Grandmother Moon, she would have to dye her hair gray, of course. For a period, I was obsessed with changing my name. I wanted to change my last name to my artist grandfather's. Liz Garth. I really liked it. Then I wanted to change my name to Keira Angelina after two of my favorite actresses. As a girl, one thinks about the names of her kids. I thought Keira Angelina and Isabella Grace would be fantastic for girls. Oscar would be my boy. I did ask my dad once what he would think about my changing my last name. He said in essence that it would crush him. So I dropped that idea. It seemed too confusing to change it to from what I researched on the internet rename change. I went for a walk, ate some dinner, and now I'm back. I'd like to get through the list I have on my phone. I realize I am switching topics and hopefully giving an idea of what I was like when I was high and manic. I hope you can recognize as I do that I was in an unhealthy state, but it was also creative and interesting. One thing I wanted to say about the Santo Daime.
Yeah.
Remember them? I spoke about them earlier on. When I was in Brazil, in the spiritual community of Mauá, I tried to speak to Padrinho Alex, one of the leaders of the church and also the father of the young man that I took a real interest in, the one who kept coming up for me in works and with relations to Ordemar. Anyway, I went up to Madrinha Maria Elena's house to visit with Padrinho Alex. He was staying there. I saw him, sat down with him, and then I left. There was another member of the church that sat down with us and I suddenly felt very uncomfortable and self-conscious. I wanted to speak to Padrinho Alex alone. He did call me a dancer, however. A ballerina. He is the one who told me that I could receive my star, that I could be initiated. He is also the one whose presence I would feel, presence and blessings, each time I came out of the hospital, when I would feel so terrible about myself. Yes, terrible. They don't support your ego in the hospital. They don't give you positive feedback or tell you that you are lovely and are going to make it. Alex, I have felt like I was a spiritual daughter of his. I used to write him emails saying hello, how are you, all is well, etc. But last one he didn't respond, so I stopped. I miss the people from Brazil very much. Eu tenho saudade por voce. Eu amo voce. Fica com Deus. Monday, November 23, 2015, 6:30 p.m. I am home from work. It was another productive day. I issued 4 policies. I called my mom on the bus ride home. I call her every day after work to check in and say hello. I let her know that I am doing well and that I had a good day. Sometimes I talk to my dad, but mostly my mom. I like it. It's now 7:30 and I am back from my Monday night meal at Americana Grill. It was delicious. I realize that I am writing free form, not in chronological order as I tried to do in the beginning. That is because I don't remember events in a time frame. I was high as a kite most of the time and with mania, I honestly don't remember. I just remember stories and experiences and that is what I am writing. So I apologize. In addition to thinking Jennifer Aniston would make a good president, there was a time that I thought I would make a good president. Rather than that, the people from around the world felt that I would be a good president. Again, a sign of bipolar is having grandiose ideas. This is one of them. Sometimes, I would go down to the beach and run around like a horse, frolicking in the water. I would have a great time, but I wondered what people thought looking at me. There was a time that I thought Kaiser Permanente had alien spaceships above each center. I felt I was doing life-saving work when I would go into Kaiser, rescuing them from the aliens. Once I walked into a Kaiser building with a lit cigarette. The security guard quickly asked me to leave. I felt smoking was protective. I used to go for night runs in Golden Gate Park, around 3 in the morning. I lived right next to the park and had a hard time sleeping when manic. I would put on my running shoes and run down the trails, never encountering anybody. I realized this is very risky business and I was very lucky never to be attacked. I was in great shape though. I felt like I was in the military. I used to run around my neighborhood too, up hills and all. I've been thinking lately that smokers are really friendly people. I recently have made friends with 2 people on my smoke breaks at work. There was a time that I hung out with the homeless of San Francisco. I was feeling so hot in my room that I wanted to sleep on the pavement. I walked downtown with my sleeping bag and found cardboard to sleep on. I slept under the freeway. I left my sleeping bag there as a donation. I also spent some time asking people for money. I didn't have any and I would go down to Geary and Clement Streets and ask people for change. Most people were very generous and give me money or tips on how to find a job or food. One gal gave me $5 and another man gave me $20. I was also propositioned by a man to give him a blowjob for money. I said no. I apparently had a seizure once in Golden Gate Park. I was on my way to my dad's office at the time and I don't remember anything. A woman called 911 on me and said I was having a seizure. I did testing and since this was the only time, they said I didn't need medication. Nothing like that has happened since. One of my psychiatrists on my whirlwind tour said to me that if I can sit calmly in an outpatient group therapy surrounded by mentally ill people, I can handle anything. I would like to also add that sitting calmly on a muni bus packed with fidgeting riders also passes. I've never really been into cutting, but I did try it once. I didn't go too deep into my skin, but I do have a scar on my wrist. I also tried a knife at my heart, but that was stopped by my bra. Okay, that's it for tonight. I hope that you find that yourself is very well off compared to me. Meaning, I hope since you have not had these strange and ungrounded experiences you will feel better about yourself. Don't worry about me. I feel very well compared to those sick years. They are interesting stories to me now. I am grateful that I made it through them and that nothing really bad happened to me. I'm grateful that I was safe. I'm grateful to be alive. Wishing you a pleasant and beautiful evening. Liz. Saturday, November 28th, 2015, 2:15 p.m. Hi. I am just back from seeing The Good Dinosaur with Dave. It was playing at my theater. I had a nice Thanksgiving. I was off on Wednesday. I had my therapist appointment at 8 a.m. and then my psychiatrist appointment at 10:15 a.m. I took the bus. Both were good appointments. I told my psychiatrist that I was grateful to be his patient. He said he was too and glad that I was an easy patient. I also expressed my gratitude to two of my bosses. One told me that I was lovely to work with and she appreciated my always saying yes to taking on new projects. I didn't hear back yet from the big boss. I had sent him a gratitude email. After the appointments on Wednesday, I packed up my car with clothes for Thanksgiving and laundry to do at my parents' house. I told my dad I would just take my laundry to the laundromat for them to do and he asked me how much that cost. About $20, I said. He replied that it is free at their house. I know, Dad. He was nice about it, so I brought it down. Both of my parents are very generous. I stopped off at Macy's and picked up a sweater to wear on Thanksgiving for $20. I wanted something warm. Then I went down to my mom's. I stayed at their house Wednesday and Thursday nights. On Thanksgiving we went to St. Bart's for morning mass. Whenever I go to mass, it makes me want to go more often. The priest said the meaning of the Eucharist is thanksgiving. Dave came over later to say hello. My mom, dad, and I went to sister's house for turkey dinner. It was good and fun. I played cards with my niece. Friday, my mom and I went to Target and she bought me some flannel sheets and a new jacket as my current one is tight in the belly. Also very nice of her. Then I drove back to the city Friday afternoon and went to the auto show with Dave at Moscone Center. That was fun. I wish I could buy a new car, but that would be so foolish with my finances. And now it is Saturday. I am going out to dinner tonight, but other than that have no plans. I received my ticket for the ballet Swan Lake today. I am going in February. I am also seeing the Nutcracker next month. I love the ballet. In addition to Brazil and Africa, I have been to Canada, Mexico, England, and France. For England and France, I had two dreams of an old grandmother inviting me to come for a visit. I went by myself for a week each to London and Paris. 2 separate trips. I felt very accomplished traveling to another country on my own. It was empowering as a woman to travel and encounter no problems. I would like to travel outside the country again, but I really don't have money for it. I am barely saving as it is. Maybe I will make that as important on my agenda for 2016. To have a savings account. I haven't quit smoking yet. I haven't adjusted my diet yet either. Although my weight has dropped by 2 pounds. I imagine when I start the diabetes prevention group I will make these changes. Quitting smoking is so hard for me. I have been doing it for so long and I think it is like a safety net for me, a crutch. I know it is horrible for you and causes sickness and even death. I have to make a firm decision for this. I didn't smoke on Thanksgiving and most of Friday. When I was coming home from London, there were a couple British girls age 19 or 20 that were sucking their thumbs. I thought this was very odd to see grown young women sucking their thumbs. I asked them about it and they said they do it when they are tired. For them, it was normal. I have never seen a grown American suck their thumb. Maybe it was a Queen of England thing and the teenage American who outgrew the Queen. I interviewed once with United Airlines to be a flight attendant. They even flew me out to Chicago for the second interview. I didn't get it, because I think I didn't speak another language. It was fun though. I love being in planes. I am never afraid in them. I looked into becoming a pilot once. It was about $5,000 and too expensive for me. My healthcare with Blue Cross has changed. I used to pay $20 copay and come January it is going up to $50 copay. When I have discussed this with others, they said that's Obamacare. I am not pleased it will be $50 per doctor's visit. That is very expensive for me. My psychiatrist mentioned that he thought Obama was like a kid. That's what I thought of him too back when I was smoking the pipe. A cute kid. Figuring out things as he goes with ancestors watching over him. Back to Dr. Phil, I tripped while at Marin General, when one social worker started to interview me. I felt like I was talking to Dr. Phil. Hello to Dr. Phil. I had a dream once where Nancy Pelosi asked me to give her some constructive feedback, to give her some dirt, give her a challenge. So I thought about it and thought what would be the best insult, since that is what she is asking for. So I told her she was a hag and she had a fake red lipstick smile. She was extremely gracious for the feedback. She was a nice lady in the dream. 8:45 p.m. I am just back from dinner with Dave. We went to Tommy's Mexican on Geary at 23rd. Really good food, great staff, super friendly. Tommy, the owner, passed away a few years ago. I went to the funeral and walked right up front to his wife and gave her a big hug and kiss. I told her son that I thought his dad was doing A-okay, and was like a kid again. This behavior of acting close to a family that I didn't really know, but cared for, I think was reflective of almost being manic. Once when I didn't have money for food, I asked Tommy if he could offer up some food for me. He did. Very generous family. I went around to several restaurants in the neighborhood and asked for food. Con Toque, next door to Tommy's, also gave me food. I think Clay Oven on Clement did too, if I remember correctly. The majority of them said no. There was a period that I would start my day out at Pete's Coffee on Geary and 16th and ask for free coffee. They usually gave it to me. One worker even gave me $30 cash. I tried to pay him back once I had a job and he said no. Eventually, the manager at Pete's told me that I couldn't come by and ask for free coffee anymore. I took what change I had and went to 7-Eleven where coffee was cheaper. I was set if I had coffee and cigarettes. I used to bum the cigs off the folks on Geary. They were also very generous. I did also pick up butts on the ground and smoke them. I know, disgusting. I had nothing though. There was a period that I would ask my boyfriend for money every night. I begged him. I know this is terrible. He eventually said no. I was left on my own. I was living off of disability, of which half each month went towards rent. Disability eventually ran out and I was unable to pay rent. My landlord asked that I be out of the apartment. I think it was April of 2011. That is when I went to live with my parents. In May I found a new job with insurance as a sales agent. I tried too much hair dyeing product on my hair that some of it fell out. Therefore, I cut it all real short. This is when it was blonde. I also tried out wigs. I had 3 of them. One that was shoulder length, brown. Another that was long and blonde, and a third that was short brown. I loved wearing the blonde one. Wigs are really fun. They always made me laugh. My parents couldn't stand them, so I eventually just went with super short dark brown hair, my natural color. My hair grew back. I went to my Interview wearing the blonde wig, and then I showed up on the first day of work with my natural short dark brown hair. My boss said, "Brunette, huh?" He was very nice, and I laugh to this day about interviewing as with a wig on. Sunday, November 29th, 2015, 4:20 p.m. I am back from seeing Brooklyn. I had a free pass and gift card for the Stonestown Cinema. It was a fantastic movie, and I highly recommend it. I am mostly Irish, with the last name of Shea, then mostly French and a bunch of other white races. I would like to finish this paper journal. I have a couple more stories to share, and I think I will just jump in. I was hoping this would be 100 pages, but it is not. I'm only on page 53 right now. So the things I would like to talk about are Gavin Newsom, Tenderloin, San Diego, and Vegas and Detroit. Oh, there are a few other things I am seeing in my notes, so I will just jump in. I have a broken bone in my neck on the left side. If you look at me carefully, you will see that my head tilts a bit to the right. When I was in Brazil, I jumped off a rock down into a river from a waterfall. My boyfriend did it no problem, and I didn't want to be chicken, so I jumped. It was extremely scary and something I will never do again. I just put on my reading glasses. I think I will be purchasing some distance glasses soon. I tried out my sister's at Thanksgiving, and boy, what a difference. Anyway, the way I entered into the water, I had my right arm positioned right, but my left was sticking straight out, and I think that's when I broke my neck. It hurt so bad I thought I was going to throw up. The pain first showed up in my jaw, and I went to a Brazilian dentist who couldn't do anything for me. When I came home, I went to see a chiropractor. He took x-rays and called my dad immediately to say that I have a broken bone in my neck, and if I was in a car accident, I could die. He was shocked that I could walk and that I wasn't in more pain. So my parents took me to SF General, where I waited with my ice packs for a few hours before I was seen. They took x-rays and maybe a CAT scan, or was it an MRI? Not sure. They said I do have a broken bone in my neck and put me in neck brace. Then they decided that I was born that way, that there was no way I could be walking. I didn't want to say, "Have you heard of Jesus?" But the pain happened right after jumping off that rock. The pain eventually went away. It hurts me now from time to time, but I manage just fine. Thanks God. Okay, back to my items to discuss, and then I will finish up with the rest. Gavin Newsom. As you can tell, I have several strange and interesting encounters with celebrities and politicians, probably because they are in the limelight and of course, because I am bipolar. I have had many dreams with Gavin Newsom in them. The first was when I was at his mom's house with my best friend. We were drinking tea. Gavin was about 16 and came into the room and said, "What is she doing here?" referring to me. His mother was lovely and gave me a tour of the house. I had no idea that his mother passed away until much later. The second dream was that I was sick in my bed with nurses working on me. He walked in and asked how I was doing. He gave me a kiss on the cheek and walked out. The third dream was that he was my CIA husband. I think he first came into office as mayor when I was just back from Brazil. Wherever I would go, people would talk to me about him. I didn't feel like I had a crush on him or liked him as dating material. He was just out of my league. The first time I met him, however, I made a complete ass out of myself. My friend a cop invited me to a fundraiser in Chinatown for a supervisor candidate, Doug Chon, I think it was. I wore all black high-heeled boots, and my hair was slicked back into a ponytail. My date was carrying a gun, which I thought was cool. Once inside, I could see that several politicians were there, including Gavin Newsom. My cop friend asked me to go up to them to say hello. I said I wanted to. So first I met Fiona Ma and she asked me what I did, where I lived, etc. First screening. Then I met Doug Chon, whose head bobbled back and forth. Very nice man. Second screening. We took a photo. For some reason, I brought a disposable camera, not sure why, but I did. I think I have a couple of those photos in my drawer. Then I met Gavin Newsom. I thought he was handsome. I actually saw him staring at me when I went to the bathroom. We took another photo. Here's where I made an ass out of me. I said to him, "Hey, Gavin, what do you think about turning San Francisco into an erotic city? I told this to my psychiatrist and he said that sounded like a manic comment. Did you know that bipolar people are considered, or one of their strengths is their sexuality? Anyway, Gavin said something like, when is this going to end? I thought he meant standing with me taking a photo, but maybe he meant something else that I didn't pick up on. I was shocked that I said that to him. The next person in line was Sean Ellsbernd, who is very lovely. I said to him, hey, I just told the major, what does he think about making SF into an erotic city? I recently ran into Sean on 2nd Street, right outside of my work. He was going to the neighborhood bookstore. I thought as I was passing him, hey, that looks like Sean, so I said Sean and he responded. He is a sweetheart and that was nice to see him. I had a drink once with him on West Portal. He had to turn me down for future visits due to family commitment, which I respect. Nice to see him though. He said he was working for Dianne Feinstein now. He was the supervisor for West Portal, the neighborhood I grew up in. Well, after making the circuit and returning to my table, I asked my cop friend if it was okay if I went and had a cigarette. He said, oh sure. I did, and I went outside up the hill from the entrance. I was smoking it without the butt, straight up. A black man came over to me and I told him about what I said to the mayor. He said San Francisco used to be an erotic city, but not anymore. He seemed to know what I was talking about, even though I didn't really. Well, out came Gavin, who looked up at us before getting into his sedan. Just then a questionable character yelled from his car, hey, is the mayor inside? I was about to say no, he's right in front of you. Fortunately though, the man I was with said yes, he's inside, and the car sped off. That made me question his security, and that's when I started praying for him. I think politicians have a really tough job. Being in the spotlight, trying to get their work done. I pray to God for their safety and well-being. I have been to about 4 or 5 other events where Gavin was there. I remember once being at an event at Mission High School. They were talking about gangs. There was a speaker there, Nate Bacon, who I knew from the Catholic Business and Professional group, which I went to. I wanted to go up on stage after it was over to say hi to Nate, and I was going to say hello to Gavin as well. Just then the friend I was with started a fit and said he wanted to leave. We ended up getting into a huge argument outside the school. I didn't understand his objection to my going up on stage. At another event for a politician, he gave the opening speech. I instantly found myself in prayer mode and walked out. He said, hey, what are you doing leaving right now? I thought, is he talking to me, for real? I walked around the block and said a prayer for him that he was to be a future president. This was at an elementary school in the Sunset. When I was leaving, I walked straight and right into him. I instantly turned around and walked out. For some reason I didn't think I was allowed or it was right to talk to him. At the Richmond District Community Center, he came and addressed the neighborhood. I showed up too late, his speech was over and he already left. There were a few left there, some dressed like chickens. One man came over to me and asked if we could talk. He said he was very concerned about the mayor partying it up and acting like a chicken. I said the only people who are acting like chickens are the ones dressed like them. I also said they were being too hard on him. I was his cheerleader. Not sure why I had taken that role, but it was real. The last time I saw him was at City Hall during Christmas time. I stood in line to meet and greet with him and his wife Jennifer, who is quite beautiful. I said hello, gave him a kiss on the cheek, chatted for a bit and then was moved along. Mostly the dreams I have with him now are of the two of us sharing a cocktail and a laugh, like we are old friends catching up. As embarrassing as it is, I need to confess that I tried reaching him by telephone and by email on several occasions. He never responded. I think that was my bipolar manic behavior coming through. Being well as I am now, I would never reach out to him. People show up in dreams and such as gifts. It does not mean that in reality there is that connection. I do wish him and his wife well. I think they have 3 kids now. I think it is funny that one of my therapists didn't know who he was. I was like, he was the mayor? And is now lieutenant governor? And you don't know him? I thought that was odd. I remember when he came into office he appointed Heather Fong and Joanna White Hayes as chiefs of the police department and of the fire department. Heather looked like a terrible chief. She was paper thin and I wondered how she would defend the city. Tenderloin. I used to spend time walking downtown from the Richmond district and back. Again, this was one of the reasons I was so thin. I would walk during the day and sometimes in the middle of the night. I never had any problems with safety. The homeless and bums always left me alone. Once on my way back home, I ran into a young black man in the Tenderloin. I felt like I already knew him. We started talking and he became my instant boyfriend. He took me around apartments in the Tenderloin where we did crack cocaine and crystal meth, pot too. We also watched porn. I felt like a virgin watching that. I was a bit uncomfortable. But the people I met I fell in love with. They were all so kind and loving, nothing I would think about in the Tenderloin, especially to a young white woman from the Richmond. I didn't really like crack cocaine. It seemed like militants in the brain marching around clearing it out. I did like the crystal meth though. I could do that for hours. It felt like it opened my heart so that I could feel greater love. Eventually, I stopped hanging out with my boyfriend and I have never seen him again. I do appreciate the tour and am grateful for my time in the Tenderloin. I felt those druggies were great spiritual warriors, keeping the city spiritually clean. I didn't see them as losers or bums or anything negative. I was actually jealous of their situation. They seemed very wise. San Diego. There was a time that I felt like I needed to get out of the city. So I gassed up my car and headed south on 101. I made it all the way to San Diego. I parked my car downtown and dropped my keys in a city garbage can. Okay, you can now say I was on a manic run. I walked all around town and bought new jeans and a jacket from a used clothing store. The jeans I was wearing were too big and were falling off. I wasn't eating. I was desperate for some reason to get to Mexico and asked a cab driver if he could take me to the district closest to the border. Somehow I walked into Mexico without knowing it. Is that possible? I had to go through customs to get out. I was pulled out of line and questioned as to what I was doing. All my family knew is that I went to Mexico. I didn't call or try to reach them. I walked out of customs and into a town I can't remember the name. Another black man walked right up to me and asked me if I needed a place to stay. I said yes, and slept with him on his couch over in a corner of town. I won't bore you on the details, but after a while I wasn't feeling like myself anymore and called 911 to say I was manic and needed help. The paramedics came and picked me up and took me to the hospital. I was later taken to a mental health facility. My dad flew down and had a key made for my car and took me home. He went back a second time to drive my car home. My family was not mad at me, they were just grateful I was okay. I'm not sure why I wanted to get out of this country so badly, but I did. Okay, that's it for today. More tomorrow I think. Good night. I am grateful for my life and all of my experiences. I love you, God. Blessings of joy, love, safety, and laughter for all those reading this. Peace be with you. Zoxo. Monday, November 30th, 2015, 8 p.m. I had dinner at the Americana Grill tonight. It's my Monday night dinner. I had a good day at work today. It was very busy being just back from the holiday. I can't believe Christmas is coming up so fast. We are having our company Christmas party next week. I told my boss today that I am quitting smoking tomorrow. He caught me smoking outside and I said I'm quitting tomorrow. So I better do it. I am going to a doctor's appointment tomorrow morning at the CPMC Sports and Orthopedic Medicine Clinic. I am going to have an MRI done. I'm a little stressed about it because I neglected to tell the scheduling gal that I have a new health plan effective December 1st, 15. It's with the same carrier, Blue Cross, but the plan is different. I don't know if when they received authorization they took that into account. Pray for me. I know not that much to be nervous about. Life could be way worse. The MRI is for my left knee, which is causing me a lot of pain. That's it for now. I'm reading and then going to bed. I love my new flannel sheets. Hard to get out of bed in the morning. Love you. Mean it. Kisses. I want to share love and good feelings with all those who have nothing, with all those who feel unloved, with all those who are alone. I love you. What's wrong with expressing love? Why be afraid of it? Why not embrace it and be generous with it? It is a beautiful feeling and everyone should have some of it in their lives. God insists. Peace be with you. Thank you for being you. You have greatness and glory inside of you. God says so. Bipolar Creative, Well and Calm, Liz. Saturday, December 5th, 2015, 8 p.m. Hi. I went to Costco today with Dave. I got a new turtleneck shirt, some boneless chicken breast for the freezer, and Diet Coke. Thanks, Dave. I have no more to write. Just wanted to say hi. I am going to read now and then off to bed. Thank you for my life, God. EXO. Liz. Sunday, December 6th, 2015, 4 p.m. I am back from seeing Creed with my boyfriend. I love Sylvester Stallone. Michael B. Jordan was excellent as well, so handsome. Very good movie. Okay, so there's one more trip I took that was a manic run. Again, I decided I needed to get out of the city. I took a cab to the airport with one bag packed. I had in it baby clothes and a wedding dress, along with a sexy dress and heels. In my desire to have kids, I bought baby clothes and kept them in my closet. My sister did the same thing before she had kids. Difference here is that she did go on to have children and she is not bipolar. She was not fantasizing, she was being hopeful and realistic. I was praying that I would have kids. Okay, so I think earlier I said that I was okay with not having them. I did have a time though that I hoped, longed, prayed for them. To my knowledge, despite numerous time of having unprotected sex, I have never been pregnant. And I have taken many at-home pregnancy tests. My parents think it is good that I am not to be mom. I would have to go off my meds while pregnant, although I have spoken with a couple psychiatrists that there are some meds you can take. I always felt that I would stay stable being pregnant because I would be so happy. I know, Dad, I am dreaming here. Re-sex, I have had sex with about 40 different men in my lifetime. Maybe the number is more. I am 45, is that considered a lot? Most of it was in my earlier years. I am getting sidetracked from my trip. Oh well. I did have an affair with a married man once. Something I am not proud of. It was during my manic unwell days and I was in Fantasyland. I won't give the details, but the wife did send me a nasty note that I ruined 25 years of marriage. I would say that the husband and herself also played a role in ruining the marriage. When I met him, he was not happy with his wife and didn't give me a clear picture re his availability. We didn't get together until a year after meeting. Meaning a whole year went by with no contact. Then 2 years later, he called me up to tell me he was getting a divorce. I saw him once or twice after that, then he disappeared. A sign of bipolar is poor judgment. Back to my trip, I was at the San Francisco airport trying to decide what airport to fly into and did I have enough money. I decided on Las Vegas as that was most affordable. Plus my aunt lived there. I didn't contact her though. As soon as I arrived, I walked out onto the strip. I am very comfortable with large crowds. I soon made friends and invited a young gentleman up to my room. We did drugs and had sex. I hung out in Las Vegas I think for 2 more days. I had a spa treatment, went shopping a bit, and kept spending my money. I wasn't sure where I was going to next. It was an adventure. I didn't end up calling my aunt. My dad could tell where I was as he checked my bank account. I withdrew cash from Las Vegas. For a normal person, I think this is a great adventure, this thing called life, and just deciding on a whim to travel somewhere is a privilege and a joy. For someone like me that ends up in a mental hospital after tours, it's not so fun and is in poor judgment. So I'm at the airport and I see that flying to NYC, which I love, is not so expensive on Spirit Airlines. I buy a ticket. The flight doesn't leave until the next morning, so I fall asleep on the floor in the airport. Security was very nice there and just told me in the morning that I had to get up now. It was nice of them to let me sleep during the night. I was wearing my grandmother's fur around the collar black coat. It was a beautiful coat. The plane trip to NYC has a stopover in Detroit. I get off the plane exhausted still and fell asleep on floor of the airport in Detroit. I missed my flight to NYC. I'm not sure what I would have done in NYC anyway, and it was probably snowing there at that time. I decided that I had never been to Detroit before and figure out how to take a bus into downtown. I didn't have that much money left. I learned later that Detroit is the murder capital of the country. As soon as I got downtown, a black man came up to me and I told him that I didn't have anywhere to stay. He said to head down this way. I can't remember the name now, but it was by the water. It was a plaza. I think there was a MLK mural on one of the walls. I head down there and leave my bag for just a minute. It was stolen. The people who took it, however, called my dad and told them they have the bag. His contact information was inside. My parents didn't ask them to mail it back. Unfortunately. The wedding dress. I was obsessed with buying a wedding dress for this future wedding that I was going to have. I shopped at the neighborhood dress shops. There were many of them in the Richmond, Chinese owned. I found one beautiful dress that probably would not fit me anymore. It seemed like the fairy tale wedding dress, so pretty. The salesgirl sold it to me for only $300, which I think is super cheap. It was like the neighborhood knew what I was doing and was supporting me in it. This reminds me that when I was manic, I used to think there were two teams in San Francisco, one for the Giants and one for the 49ers. I was on the 49ers team, being the granddaughter of John Garth. Although, I was an honorary member of the Giants as well. Each team had separate responsibilities for keeping the city safe. I don't think like this anymore. It was interesting. I used to have a big 49ers Super Bowl champions jacket that I gave away to the homeless. I wish I had kept it. I have both 49er and Giants caps at home. In general, I understand a baseball game better than I do a football game. Room to learn. After walking around the plaza for a bit, another black man came up to me and asked if I needed help. I said I didn't have any place to stay. He told me I could stay with him. He lived in the homeless camp. I also met another black man who had a tent and said that I could sleep there by myself if I wanted. He had some sort of job at night. During the day, I went with my new friend around to all the homeless assistance points. We started off getting free coffee and donuts at a church. Then we had the opportunity to get new clothes. I got new jeans, as I was growing thinner and thinner. We also spent time at the local casinos. That was very fun. We drank free coffee and Sprite, mixing them together. That was a new drink for me which I really liked. I remember one night dancing at the casino, getting checked out by the locals. One man kept telling me that I was a great dancer. I felt so free and happy dancing at that casino. I eventually was kicked out as security realized I wasn't spending any money. I spent more nights freezing in the tent than sleeping with the kind black man. I keep calling that man or this man black because it was black men who helped me when I was lost. They didn't try to take advantage of me. They didn't have any issues that I was white. They didn't beat me up or rob me. They were loving, friendly, and kind. One day, I took the bus into the neighboring town. I am not proud of this, but I had sex with 3 young again black men. I also tried to get crack cocaine from another man. A third I gave a blow job to for $5. I was going downhill. I was selling myself for money or drugs. I got back on the bus and went further down, not sure of the direction. I think it was about January and it was about to get really cold. I bought coffee with the last money I had at a local diner and I just started walking. I didn't know where I was going, I was just walking. Yes, I was not on my medication. I walked for hours and into the night. I walked into a neighboring town looking for places to stop and rest. I even tried getting a free night stay at a local motel. They turned me away. I had thoughts that I wanted to walk to Washington, D.C., and that I really wanted to meet with President Obama. I longed to see him. I often felt that I was an ambassador in the spiritual world for the U.S. I had a spiritual message for Obama. I know this is very not well thinking, and how in the hell would I be able to walk to Washington? I didn't even know where I was going. I had no money for food or stay. And of course Obama wouldn't want to talk with me. I ended up getting picked up by a cop who I called a pig. He found out there was a missing persons report on me, filed by my mother. He called my dad right away, who said that I was bipolar, and the cop took me to a local mental hospital. I went in kicking and screaming. About 5 workers, including the cop, swarmed in on me. One even put the sheet over my head as he took off my pants. Why did they have to take off my clothes? I felt like I was being raped. I stayed at this hospital, which I think was in Port Huron, for about 2 weeks. I met a lot of nice people, and one friend became my instant boyfriend. I found out from many others that they would often stay in the hospital for 2 weeks, go out and stay in homeless shelters for 2 weeks, then go back into the hospital for sleep and grub. I thought about doing this for a while and even had an appointment with a social worker at the mental health facility once I was out. I had stayed at a homeless shelter. Eventually, I just thought, what am I doing? What am I doing here? I am a graduate of college. I am the daughter of Kathy and Jack Shea. I don't belong here. I called my dad and told him that I wanted to go home. My sister bought me a ticket and I left the next day. On my last night in Detroit, I stayed in a nice hotel. That was such a blessing. I took a hot tub, my favorite. I think I came home in February. I moved into my parents' place in April. And I had a full-time job in insurance in May. This was in 2011. In November, I joined my current agency where I have been for the past 4 years and moved out of my parents' condo to my current apartment. I have been taking my medication faithfully since 2011 and I have not had crazy thoughts or engaged in crazy behavior. I have been with my boyfriend since then and we have decided that we will wait on having sex. We don't want to ruin our relationship. I feel like I am a virgin again. I enjoy it. I am lucky. For all the risky sexual behaviors I have engaged in, I have never been diagnosed with sexual illnesses. I have been tested for HIV many times and it has always been negative. And I have never had any unwanted pregnancies. More thoughts on homeless. I used to let a homeless man, also black, take a tub in my old apartment. He paid me with cash and pot. There was another time that I drove my Mustang down to City Hall in San Francisco. I parked it by the homeless. I offered one homeless man a ride in my car. He got in and we drove around the block. He was amazed with the car. He got out when it was over. I realized this was risky business and I am grateful he was so kind. In addition to my yearning to connect with Obama, I also had unusual thoughts about his wife, Michelle. I dreamed I was one of her kittens, that she was the mama cat. And that she wanted to have the nation's kids call me Aunt Liz. My impression of her was that she was very loving and generous of heart. With my time experimenting with homelessness, I met very wonderful and gifted people. Being a sociology major, I felt that I was studying homelessness from a sociological perspective. I felt that I was undercover. In all, I am grateful for the experiences and for knowing that if I ever was homeless, I would know how to find food, clothing, and shelter and also know how to connect with social services for help. Being part of the working educated mainstream, we are very lucky that we fit in. For whatever reason, all those people who were homeless didn't make it. I saw them as being very intelligent and also like a secret society, protectors of the city. There was a time in Port Huron, when my then boyfriend, black man, who took me into his home, as I had nowhere to stay. This was after the hospitalization and we met at Homeless Kitchen. Later that night, we smoked crack cocaine with his friends, including his ex-wife. She was very nervous about me and thought that I was a cop. I thought this was interesting. Boy, all this brings back the memories. I am watching 60 Minutes. I have taken several breaks, making dinner, going to the local grocery store, gone for walks, called my boyfriend, etc. It is now 7:30. I'm on page 63. I wonder if I will make this to 100. That is my goal. We'll see what else I remember. Peace and blessings to everyone, especially those who have not. Mama Mary, bless us all. Love, Liz XOX. Oh, one more thing. Dear God, thank you for the apartment I live in, thank you for my food and clothing, thank you for my job and my car, thank you for all the loved ones in my life. I am very grateful. Thank you also for all the learning experiences and for keeping me safe. Thank you for my family. Thank you that I am not addicted to drugs, except of course for my coffee and cigs. Thank you for everything, God. I am visiting with 2 friends from grammar school tomorrow night. I imagine if my work ever found out about my manic runs, I'd be fired. Probably kicked out of my apartment as well. So keep this a secret. Shh. EXO. Tuesday, December 8th, 2015, 4 p.m. I am off today, comp day. I rested most of the day, which felt great. I am ready for work tomorrow. I had a good time with my girlfriends last night. I know them from grammar school. We see each other every couple months. They are very dear to me. When I was in the hospital, I did a lot of artwork. Mostly I drew trees with spiritual symbols and flowers. One drawing I did was of a giant black panther on top of the earth. I had the sense that he was clearing out bad spiritual energies for the people of the earth. I didn't keep the drawings, unfortunately. I have a book called Medicine Cards by Jamie Sams and David Carson. It comes with a pack of animal medicine cards. The idea is that you can pose a question or an intention and then pull a card. The book outlines the medicine of each animal and how it can relate to your life. According to the authors, the Black Panther, which is the last chapter, is about embracing the unknown. They write, darkness is the place for seeking and finding answers, for accepting healings, and for accessing the hidden light of truth. Black Panther teaches us through our dreams to delve into the places within ourselves that need healing. They write, if Black Panther has appeared today, it may be telling you not to worry about the future. Trust that you are not supposed to mentally figure it out at this time. Healing will come. I also think of the Black Panthers, militant group. Just like with the CIA, I felt that I was being followed by them or that I was part of them when I was manic. I wasn't afraid of them. I longed to be with them. I saw them as a high elite spiritual group. I'm not sure if they are still in existence. I am grateful for the experience. I'm not sure what I will do with this writing once it feels complete. My girlfriends from last night, Sharon and Kathleen, both said that they wanted to read it. I imagine that I would be fired or that I would put my current agency in jeopardy if I shared it. I am grateful very much for my current job. I have grown very fond of all the people I work with and also with my clients. My clients make me smile and laugh. My coworker is always saying to me, "What are you laughing at?" And I say it's my client. They are so sweet. I love working for them. I would be sad not to do this job anymore. So I ask you, can a girl go through a period of her life when things are not working out and when she engages in risky business? And then can she get herself together, through medication, therapy, and psychiatrist visits and get grounded again? Can she quit that peace pipe that she so loved? Yes, she can, and yes, she has. Is it okay, America, to fuck up and get back on track? Can America accept a person who is bipolar healed? We don't really hear stories of someone healing from a psychiatric disorder. Is there room for healing? Yes, I will always be on my medication. I don't agree with my therapist that maybe someday I will be off of it. This February is 5 years from being out of the hospital and being out of a manic state. I think that is quite an accomplishment. At work though, and with some friends, I do feel that I am hiding something that I would like to come clear free with the truth. I don't share with them that I am bipolar and I have no idea if they know. It's now 6:45. I have eaten dinner, chicken and broccoli. I am listening to Krone 4 News. I would like to highlight the other 2 times that I have been put in handcuffs. I was being seen at the Kaiser South San Francisco Psychiatry Department. This was early on in my bipolar career. I had just completed the second 2-week stay at El Camino Hospital. I had convinced my psychiatrist that my initial manic behavior was a one-time thing. He slowly had me taper off the meds and gave me a clean bill of health. He said he didn't want to see me again. Well, then I drove my car, the VW Jetta, black, on the freeway all crazy like. I was feeling like I needed a lawyer and was going to visit my uncle in Redwood City as he was an attorney. I also felt that the president of China was challenging me to do something incredible and something that would wake up the nation. I know, the president of China? I don't even know who that is. So I drove, with my left leg sticking out the window, and I screamed on the top of my lungs, "Wake up America." I was flooring the pedal and weaving in and out of traffic, even up on the sides. I came to the 280 exit for Redwood City and floored it off the freeway. I landed in a ditch and turned out to be okay. I didn't crash into anyone or cause an accident. I think I got an A+ on my driving skill. But I was manic. I started walking down the road and cops and paramedics swarmed me. The cops got to me first and instantly put me in handcuffs. They waited a while before I was handed over to the paramedics. I felt that I was acting. I would cry and then stop. The paramedics took me to an emergency treatment center. So much for my not being bipolar. The car joy ride did it. When I was in the treatment center, I did yoga. The worker there asked me what I was doing and thought it was very odd. I was explaining that yoga was helping me stay centered and calmed me down. She didn't like my answer. They eventually put me in the isolation room, cuffing me to the bed, and drugging me. The third time I was handcuffed was when I threw a pot out my window, breaking the window. I was very angry and frustrated and let my frustrations get the best of me, and out the pot it went. I don't think it hit anybody, thank God. And someone called the police because they were at my front door in a minute. I kicked and screamed and cried. They hit me with their battalions and wrestled me to the ground. I was hurting emotionally so badly. They took me downstairs, handcuffed, and put me in the doggy truck where I sat in the cold metal and shivered. I was taken to a mental hospital. Wednesday, December 9th, 2015, 8 p.m. I am home from my therapy appointment. I just ate dinner. My therapist and I colored pages taken from a book I had. Each page has an inspirational saying and designs to color. Mine says, "The best is yet to come." It was fun to color, to do something relaxing and easy. We talked while we colored. She picked a page too. She was asking me questions about what it was like in the hospital. I told her all in all it was scary. She asked how I managed to get through it. I told her I walked the halls and did a walking meditation. You know, part of me feels I shouldn't share my story, that I am breaking some sort of society code by being honest with my experience. Oh well. I am going to keep on writing anyway, even if I never share this. If you have that pressure to not speak up, I think that gives more good reason to speak up. I was remembering tonight that I used to give a shout out to various neighborhoods in the city when I was high. As if they could hear me. My favorite neighborhood was the Castro. Malidoma taught me that gay and lesbian people have a special spiritual gift. They are gateways to the spiritual world and hold a very important place in their society. I love them. I have always enjoyed being friends with homosexuals. They have a freedom and a full of life and love, great humor too. I used to walk around various neighborhoods in the city. I also loved the mission. I often thought that if I lived there, I would receive my life mission, or the next mission on my journey. I know, silly, huh? I had a nice day today at work. We had our team meeting which I led. I sat next to the VP and he asked me how long I had been working for them. I said 4 years this November. He said, "Gosh, it seems longer, you're such a staple around here." I told my therapist and she asked me what does a staple mean or do. I said a staple holds things together. I thought it was a really nice compliment. Thanks to him. Okay, I have to go drop my holiday cards in the post office box. I bought stamps today. Be back in a minute. Thursday, December 10th, 2015, 8:30 p.m. Okay, I wasn't back in a minute. So on to Thursday. I colored my hair tonight and ate chicken at home for dinner. I love it so much when I eat at home and don't spend money or calories on food. I might see Carol tomorrow. That's it. Time for bed. Love to you. Yes, I will still pray for you even if you don't know that I am or who I am. God bless us. Sunday, December 13th, 2015, 7:15 p.m. Hi. I have 60 minutes on. The director of the drug program is being interviewed. I forgot to mention that I did attend a 30-day residential women's treatment center on the peninsula. Many people were surprised to hear my drug of choice was marijuana. They thought you can't get addicted to it. The treatment center didn't work. I went on my voyage to Detroit after that. You know what stopped me from using pot, and it is very simple. One day at my last job, the agency prior to the one where I am at now, I was with my boss and a coworker going over an insurance program on my computer. All of a sudden, I could smell pot coming through my pores and I could smell it. I was immediately nervous that maybe my boss could smell it too. I instantly excused myself and went to the bathroom. I decided then that I wasn't going to use anymore. I couldn't jeopardize my job. I have had a nice weekend. I enjoyed myself at my work holiday party on Friday afternoon. I said to my bosses, I don't know if you have noticed, but I have gained a lot of weight working here. They both had a blank look on their face, and then one said he could coach me on my diet. I explained that I was taking a pre-diabetic course starting in January. They were very supportive. I thought it was funny. Is there something about the work environment that causes weight gain? After work, I deposited my holiday bonus in my bank account. Thank you to my bosses. I bought a new turtleneck sweater at the Gap. And I went to see the movie Carol at the Embarcadero Cinema. I loved the movie. It was about a lesbian love story. I was thinking the theater would be full of lesbians, but it was mostly male/female couples, mostly older. Saturday, I hung out with my girlfriend from the Santo Dame days. She doesn't go anymore either. We relived some of the memories, mostly funny, and enjoyed our time together. We went to lunch and then Christmas shopping at Macy's. She was the friend that earlier I said I wasn't sure I wanted to hang out with. It was good actually, and I'm glad we visited again. Today, I went to Tanfrin to return something at Dress Barn. It was raining when I left, and I am very happy to say that I drove on the freeway with the rain and wind without any problems. I wasn't nervous. This was an accomplishment for me as, before I would say I didn't want to drive due to the rain. I saw Spotlight after that. Also very good movie. The cast was incredible. I love Michael Keaton. This one is about the Boston Globe doing a story on the Catholic priests who molested young girls and boys. Very important story. Saturday, December 19th, 2015, 8:15 p.m. I keep thinking today is Sunday and I have work tomorrow. Yeah, another day of play. I have been rereading my journal. I am on page 53. Today, Dave and I ran errands together and had lunch at a taqueria. It was great to see him. I saw the Nutcracker on Thursday at the War Memorial Opera House. It was really good. I purchased a ticket for Shenyun on January 10th. I love ballet performances. I have 4 tattoos, FYI. One is on my upper right shoulder/arm. It is of the Chinese characters and the word harmonia, both meaning harmony. On the left side is a tattoo of a thunderbird with the USA printed in the middle of it. On the lower back is a tribal soaring butterfly, really pretty, and on my right outer calf is a large Celtic hummingbird. Pat Fish of Santa Barbara did the butterfly and hummingbird. The other 2 were done by a local tattoo shop on Geary. I have received a few comments and compliments for them. I like the artwork. They are mostly covered up by clothing. When I was in Native American land, there were 2 ladies that frowned on my Thunderbird tattoo, like, what is this white girl doing with our symbol and with the USA printed on it? I had a young man get excited about it that it says USA. That was around the 4th of July. I dream of a large Thunderbird flying over our country, providing protection and love for us all. That includes Native Americans and regular Americans, all people. Read the Chinese characters. Most Chinese cannot read it, but one couple could and said what I have written on my arm means people coming together. The hummingbird is a symbol of joy and the butterfly of transformation. I am going to read and watch some TV now. Have a beautiful evening. Blessings. Liz XO. Sunday, December 20th, 2015, 3:50 p.m. Today is my brother's birthday. I am going to Dave's parents' house tonight for a birthday party for his siblings. I have read through my stories now. There is one where I crashed my rental car in Sacramento that I would like to write about. For now, I am getting ready to go out and I hope you have a wonderful evening. Cheers. Liz XO. Okay, I'm back. Out for a cig break. There was a time that I rented a convertible Mustang and I drove it east out to Sacramento. I was thinking that maybe I would go up to Tahoe. But then I crashed into the divide and quickly got off the exit. The top was opening on its own from the crash and I used all my force to drive off the exit and hold down the top. When I got off, there was a man there that asked if I was okay. I said I was and started walking away from the car. I saw a motel close by and asked for a room. Just then a cop pulled up and started questioning me. He took my license and didn't give it back. I took a bath up in my room and then just left not to return. I didn't know where I was going but had some sense to direct my walk to downtown Sacramento. I was thinking for sure I'd get picked up and put in the mental hospital, but that did not happen. Once downtown, I walked into one fancy hotel just because and in walks Jerry Brown, practically up to me. Of course I knew who he was, but still I went up to him and introduced myself. He said, "Hi, I'm Jerry Brown." He was quickly whisked away by his security detail. Of all the people to meet after my crash. After that I ended up walking all night, taking a break down by the river. I walked into various neighborhoods and never saw a cop. I ended up resting in a neighborhood park when a man came up to me. It was morning by now. He asked if he could help me. He was very kind. He drove me to the bus station, where I could get a bus back to downtown Sacramento. I bought some coffee and woke up. I purchased a Greyhound ticket back to San Francisco. I was glad they didn't ask to see my ID. There was a man there that propositioned me to go up to his room. He was very much older. I took it as a compliment. The bus was not leaving until later that day, so I spent the day walking around Old Town Sacramento and visiting the Capitol. I felt like a tourist. I had to pay $1,400 to the rental car place for fixing up the Mustang. I paid it off quickly. Another instance, where I was lucky I was not more hurt. I have been very lucky. Monday, December 21st, 2015, 7 p.m. I am back from the Americana Grill. Today was a very busy day at work. I worked straight through until 4:30 p.m. I have a few more thoughts that I would like to share. Again at dinner I thought to delete this. To let it go. But then, there is a tiny voice inside me that says keep it. Don't erase. Keep it, so that is what I am doing. I had a reading from Claire Hartsong not long ago. She claims to incorporate Anna, the grandmother of Jesus. She taught that Joseph and Mary knew each other before Jesus came, and that Mary took many classes on incorporating light energy into her being to prepare her for Jesus. She told me I am often misunderstood and that I will be a great oracle when I am older. I'm not sure about that. I remember my days in the hospital giving out free spiritual readings to the staff and them just thinking I am nuts. Here is an interesting story. When I was manic, or just out of the hospital, I went into a rug store in downtown San Mateo. I stretched and did yoga on the rugs. And the owner of the store helped me hold my pose. He didn't find me odd doing yoga in his store. There was a young man playing cards, and he asked me what card I was. I said I was the 9 of diamonds. Don't ask me where I got that. It was interesting because swear to God, later that day on a walk past Arco gas station on El Camino, there were playing cards on the sidewalk all turned down. There was one and only one turned up and it was the 9 of diamonds. It gave me the chills. There was a time that I was teaching catechism at St. Catherine's School in Burlingame. My students I think were in the 6th grade and I loved having them. But it was hard, because I wanted to bring in the teachings of Native American and Brazilian religions, and I think that was not appropriate. There was a time that I came into the schoolyard and the moms called me a witch. I wondered just what they were seeing to call me that. That is the one and only time that I have been called a witch. I haven't been particularly drawn to witch studies. I had a therapy healing session once with 2 horses. They were kind and gentle, and the woman leading the session said she had had a bad experience happen to her. Her message to me was that I would heal from being in the hospital and with my bipolar illness. I would become well. I feel she was right. The horses were beautiful. I am heading off to bed soon. It is about 8 p.m. now, and I'm going to read. I'd like to stay up till 9 and watch Law and Order, we'll see. I am wanting to get to work early tomorrow. I dreamed of Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt last night. I can't remember anything more than that, except I think they were traveling. I wish them well. Lots of love and goodness to you all. Thank you for reading my story and being a witness to my experiences. As always, I hope and wish that each of you have an easier life filled with beauty, grace, and wonder. Love, Liz, hugs and kisses, until tomorrow. Wednesday, December 23, 2015, 8 p.m. Today was a good day at work. No complaints. Tomorrow I get out early. I was remembering that once I left a Black Panther stuffed animal at the entrance of City Hall at night. I wondered what they must have thought when they found him in the morning. That was after I fled from an outpatient home. They told me I was free to leave if I did not want to stay, so home I went. I never liked those places. I used to drive with a baby gorilla stuffed animal and a lion stuffed animal in my car. I bought the stuffed animals at the SF Zoo, they have a wall full of them. I have neglected to buy a new one for my present car, but they were cute. I am going down to my parents' tomorrow. My dad is picking me up. I will stay there until Saturday night when Dave is coming for dinner. He will take me home. Christmas Eve dinner is at my sister's. Christmas Day is at my mom and dad's. Have a wonderful, beautiful, very Merry Christmas. Love and hugs, Liz, hugs and kisses. P.S. Today on the bus I gave thanks to God for my hearing and my eyesight, things we take for granted. The other day I gave thanks to God for getting me the only and last seat on the bus. Thanks God. I find it is important to have gratitude. Sunday, December 27, 2015, 5:30 p.m. Hi. I have had a nice day. I had lunch with Dave earlier at a taqueria in Daly City. I also went walking, grocery shopping, put away my laundry, and paid some bills. Christmas was very nice. I received many nice presents and ate really good food. I also saw 2 good movies, The Big Short and Joy. I liked them both. I am relaxing now. Getting ready for work tomorrow. I was remembering over the holiday that I ate at Glide Church and St. Anthony's when I was hanging out in the Tenderloin. The food was delicious and I was grateful, as I did not have any food at home and I was broke. I think I am going to go out for a walk now before it starts raining. I am going to make dinner at home tonight. Bye. For now. XO Liz. Hi, it's after 6 p.m. now and I am watching Law and Order. I am cooking chicken and broccoli for dinner. Now that Christmas is over, I am focusing on my weight and exercise. I went walking today, which is good. Okay, time to watch the show. Good night. I am excited to welcome in the new year. I have several New Year's resolutions. I am happy. Hope all is well with you. XO Liz. Monday, December 28, 2015, 8 p.m. Hi. I am home from an Indian dinner. It was delicious. Tomorrow I am eating at home. I can't eat like that every night. I am stuffed. More rememberings. When I was in Brazil, the last time, I had a tarot reading. The man told me that I would have many hardships and challenges in the years ahead. I didn't know what he was talking about, but now I realize all the hospitalizations and illness was the hardship. I used to volunteer for kids, reading books to them. One time my hands were shaky and the kids noticed. They asked me, "Why are your hands shaking?" I replied, "Yes, they are, and that's about it." I stopped volunteering for them. My hands shake when I am nervous or when I am eating around people that I don't normally eat with. It's embarrassing. My legs shake sometimes too. It could be from the medication. When I was really little, maybe age 4, I fell on my mouth and broke my front 2 teeth. It was excruciatingly painful. I read somewhere that that type of injury at that age signals the mother complex, that I would have mother issues in my life, which I do. Who doesn't? I hope you have sweet dreams tonight. I hope you sleep well and are refreshed for the morning. Remind me not to go back to that Indian restaurant. I ate way too much. I am looking forward to getting a positive healthy eat slim diet. Thank goodness there are days that we have that we can start fresh. Thank goodness that every morning presents us with that gift. I am grateful. Have a lovely evening. Liz, hugs and kisses. P.S. I put up a picture of myself and my sister when I was about age 4 or 5 at my computer at work. I have loved looking at it. Old photos are the best. XOX. Wednesday, December 30th, 2015, 7:15 p.m. Another productive, good day at work. Thanks God. More thoughts. I had braces twice when I was a kid. They actually had to place metal in the roof of my mouth, because my upper mouth was smaller. I was in an orthodontist magazine. Whenever there was hot dog lunch at primary school, I would raise my hand when they said plain. All my classmates would go, "You yuck." I have always loved a plain hot dog and a plain hamburger. When I was in 8th grade, we were watching a program on alcoholics. I was really embarrassed thinking all my classmates were looking at me, going, "That's your dad." My classmate poked his middle finger in the hole at the bottom of the desk to flip off the teacher. It got stuck. They had to call the fire department and thankfully, the show was turned off. You know, I have been thinking that I am very grateful that I am bipolar well. I think it has taught me how to manage energy. If I notice I am getting angry or sad, I can keep it in check and monitor my behavior. When I was high/manic, I thought I wanted to start a corporation. I was going to call it IGM Incorporated. That stands for Intelligent Godmother, Incorporated. I daydreamed on having a company where all my friends worked. We would have a clothing line for sure and also spiritual and educational products. I have been thinking about the Chinese. When I was sick, I thought of them as energy workers for the Mother Earth. I sleep below them, I work with them, I am surrounded by Chinese, here in San Francisco. God bless them. That's it for now. I hope you have a nice evening. I have a short day tomorrow, due to the holiday. I should get off by 2 p.m. Zoxo Liz. Thursday, December 31st, 2015, 4 p.m. Hi. I had a good day at work. I got off at 1 p.m. I came home, mailed my bills, and took a nap. I am now waiting for Dave to come home and pick me up for our dinner together of turkey tacos. I am staying at his house tonight. Here are today's thoughts. I was on TV twice in my life. The first was when I was in high school. The local news did a story on my rowing team out at Lake Merced. I was shown rowing on the lake. Second was when I was in my 20s. I was a volunteer for SF suicide prevention as a counselor and supervisor. Again, the local news did a story on SFSP and I was shown talking on the phone to a caller. I was thinking today about masturbation. You don't hear about that word very often. Do you think our country is sexually advanced or sexually challenged? When I was a little girl, I was rubbing myself on my grandparents' couch and my mother caught me. She said, "Liz, that is what you do in private in your own room." I thought that was excellent advice and she didn't say anything scaring. She didn't say bad girl or overreact, don't do that. I was in a sexuality circle in my late 20s with a group of women. We met monthly to discuss our sexual lives, behaviors, dreams, and attitudes. It was very healing. We did massage, meditations, dance, and individual sharing. The goal was to celebrate our sexuality. I noticed when I became sick, later on, my orgasm went away. No matter what I did, I couldn't stimulate myself. It had disappeared. This was very alarming and I felt it signified my not being in good health. It has come back thankfully. And is full and wonderful. I wish you a positive sexual life as well. Let's celebrate our sexuality, instead of putting it down or punishing ourselves. God made us as sexual beings and gave us parts that cause pleasure. Let's embrace it. XO Liz. Friday, January 1st, 2016, 2 p.m. It is New Year's Day. Happy New Year 2016. I slept well at Dave's house last night. We got up at 7 as he was going to see an early showing of Star Wars at the IMAX theater. I was supposed to go to yoga, but when I got home I was still tired, so I went back to bed. When I woke, I went for a short walk and bought a coffee. It wasn't crowded there, so I thought I am coming right back with my book to read. I am still reading The Goldfinch. It is about 800 pages and I am past page 400 and really enjoying it. I am thinking to go see a movie, The Danish Girl at the Empire. I would have to drive over to that neighborhood. Which I would like to do. I haven't driven in a few days and should move my car. I have a parking spot right out in front. Or I might see Concussion at the Van Ness Theater, which I would take the bus. It is holiday schedule on the bus line and probably I'd have to wait a bit. I think since I have just been talking about sexuality, I should see Danish Girl. Plus that theater has better popcorn. What do I know about football anyway? I'm back. It's 6:30 p.m. I saw Danish Girl. I really liked it. Why can't a person be happy in changing their sexuality? Why can't this be accepted? I remember the transgender people in the hospital were the nicest and most fun. In the movie, many of the doctors thought the main character was insane for feeling like a woman. That was sad. He was so happy being a woman, being herself. Let's celebrate our sexuality. Let's celebrate all our brothers and sisters. I am going to make myself some dinner now. I have the TV on. Sunday, January 3rd, 2016, 2 p.m. I threw out my cigarettes today. I am going to put up a poster in my room marking off all the days that I have quit and also all the money I will have saved. I want to buy myself a new computer with my savings. I just had my nails done around the corner from my house. They are pink. I like them. The ladies who work there, all from Vietnam, are so nice. I told the woman who was working on me my New Year's resolutions, quitting smoking and losing weight. She said it was good that I told her, therefore there will be another person holding me accountable. I finally turned on my heat last night. My mom was bugging me to do so. How can I live in the cold? I was wearing ski hats and scarves in my cold apartment. I was sleeping with them and sweatshirt, leggings, and socks as well. Okay, Mom, heat's on now. Okay, time for my artwork project. Best. Liz XO. It's me again. It is now almost 3. I put up on my wall 3 posters. One for January, one for February, and one for March. I put down each day and a box next to it. Every other day I put down 7.25 and a box next to it. For each day that I am smoke-free, I will check the box, and for each time I take out 7.25 to put in my Ziploc in the freezer, I will check that box. I am chewing on a piece of nicotine gum as I write. I really like my calendar for this year. It is of sea turtles. I also have a picture of a large sea turtle above my altar on my dresser. Also on my altar is a statue of Saint Mary and a soap carving of Buddha, a thunderbird pendant, feather earrings, and a pine cone. Also, I have a blue topaz pendant, never been used sage bundle, and a crystal of Mickey Mouse as magician. Dave is picking me up soon. We are going walking at Land's End and then to Safeway for groceries for the week. Have a great rest of the day. Liz. Tuesday, January 5th, 2016, 7 p.m. I just made dinner of rice and beans, my favorite. I have smoked. So much for my posters. If I didn't have the job I have, I could quit. I didn't smoke all day on Monday, but bought a pack after work. It was a very stressful day. I lost a client. I worked an extra hour and one half that day. Tomorrow I am off in the morning as I have my psychiatrist appointment. Of course, I didn't tell them of my appointment, I just took one half comp day. I had another memory today as I was walking to Target at lunch. I bought a new water bottle. After my first hospital stay over the holidays of 2005, I was placed in an outpatient home. They let me know that staying was voluntary. I gladly left. I found a cab at a nearby gas station who took me to BART. I was able to arrive in downtown San Francisco. I had little money. My family didn't know anything except that I had left. I think I was very resourceful. As I walked along, I thought of all the people I could call. I actually used the phone at Nordstrom to call one of my old friends. He was available and agreed to meet me at a restaurant. On my way to the restaurant, I was approached by a couple different black men. One asked me if he could take photographs of me. I was wearing my fedora. One I took the phone number of and tried to make a date. My dad shunned it. I met my friend and he laid into me about working for my dad and living with him. That I was lucky and that I shouldn't talk bad about him at all. He later shaved my vagina as an artist and we had sex, after getting high. I took the streetcar out to West Portal and found my way to my dad's office. One of my coworkers was still there and she let me in with great concern over where I had been, that my parents were looking for me. I saddled up to the computer and saw all my emails, one from my cousin asking for me to call her. I called her and talked about Jesus and St. Francis and made her cry. I was really high, celestially speaking. I eventually called my parents and they came and picked me up. I ended up back in the hospital after that. I am back from a walk. I talked with my mom. My great-aunt Jean died yesterday. She lived up in Oregon. I am grateful because I visited with her many years ago. I am glad I had that time together. She was 94. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Dear God, bless us with your divine grace. Amen. Liz. Wednesday, January 6, 2016, 8:30 p.m. I have just finished dinner and am about to read. It was a good day at work. I only worked a half day as I went to see my psychiatrist in the morning. We had a good visit. He weighed me. I weigh 220. I had my therapy appointment after work. It is hard for me to give up my money for therapy, even though it is a good investment in personal health. I owe my therapist $270, that will bring me current through the end of January. I will pay her on the 20th, after payday on the 15th. I am up for receiving a bonus for cross-selling. I am hoping it will show up on the paycheck on the 15th. I hope you have a beautiful evening. Thanks God for this gift of life, for all of our loves and likes. XO Liz. Saturday, January 9, 2016, 2:40 p.m. I went and saw Revenant with Dave last night at the Balboa. It was a good movie. I got up at 10:30 this morning. I walked down to Safeway at the beach and bought a few groceries for the week. I came home, did my finances, did the dishes, cut up my turkey into lunch-size portions, and emptied the garbage. After talking with Dave and making our plan for today, I went to the local coffee shop and read my book. I am still reading The Goldfinch. I am on page 500 plus. About 200 more to go. I recently sent an email to one of the leaders of the Dame asking her to remove me from the email list, due to my health. She confirmed. I had a dream the other night that I bought a plane ticket to Brazil and was worried that I didn't have enough money. The next night, I dreamed that I was in Brazil in one of the Dame communities. You know, when I have gotten close to thinking about returning, the feeling that comes up for me is fear. I remember the times in the beginning that were so beautiful and fun. Those times are over. I think it is very important to pay attention that I am afraid to return. I need to honor that fear. It would be very unsafe for me. Hi, it's almost 10 now. I went with Dave tonight to Ale Arsenal in San Carlos, where he had some beers and talked with a fellow from Australia. I visited my sister and picked up ski clothes for our trip end of this month. Okay, that's it, just read and now going to bed. Have a great night. Love, Liz XO. Monday, January 11th, 2016, 7:30 p.m. Horse is up for me today. I read about horse in my medicine cards book. It says that horse is physical power and unearthly power. Horse enables shamans to fly through the air and reach heaven. As I carry you on my back, you carry the needs of the people on yours. Today was a good day at work. I worked straight through till about 4:30 and then had a rest until 5. I was able to get a lot done. I am ready for tomorrow. The Powerball is over $1 billion. I bought 2 tickets. Can you imagine winning all that money? I am reading and then turning it in for the night. Have a good evening. XO peace and God bless us all. Thanks God for our lives, our loves, and our happinesses. Liz. Tuesday, January 12th, 2016, 8 p.m. I had a nice day at work today. I got a lot done. Tomorrow is our team meeting. The personal lines team purchased Powerball tickets today. Let's hope we win. I ate a burrito for dinner tonight while watching President Obama give his State of the Union address. The camera pointed on Michelle Obama. She is such a beautiful woman. I was thinking it's nice of Obama to come up with all these shoulds and we would like to and it out to be, but does he actually make those changes? Their kids are really pretty too. I'm going to bed early tonight. Good night. Zoxo Liz. Sunday, January 17th, 2016, 5 p.m. I spent the night at my mom's last night. I went down earlier and did an errand with her and my laundry. We also played a game and read together. This morning, I went to church with my mom and dad. It was a good visit. I met Dave at 11:30 a.m. at the Milbrae Pancake House. I love their pancakes. Laura was working, it was nice to see her. After that, I drove home and put away all my laundry, made my bed, paid my bills, and emptied my trash. I called Dave after that to see if he can take me to Safeway. He said yes, and off we went. $80 later and 3 bags of groceries, we made it home. He bought me a bouquet of 18 red roses. He was too cute. We are going up to the snow this coming weekend with his family. I am going to make chocolate chip cookies to bring up. I haven't made cookies in a really long time. I am a good baker, I think. I've had another memory of my sickness. It happened when I left work at my dad's office and drove to my sister's house. I passed up a cop on the freeway, mainly because I think I needed help. He didn't seem to notice my distraught position and gave me a ticket. I took traffic school. I made it to my sister's and picked up her 2 kids who were in the baby's crib. I started to walk out with them when my sister saw me and asked me what I was doing. I'm not sure what I was doing. I wasn't in a right frame of mind. I was thinking that somehow the kids were in danger and I needed to see them. Spiritual danger. I was tripped out. I ended up in the hospital. Nonetheless, my sister has never asked me to watch her kids except when prior to getting ill, I did for the little guy. He cried the whole time for his mommy. Too cute. No other time since. I don't mind, babysitting is a big job. Tuesday, January 19th, 2016, 8 p.m. I have remembered a couple more situations today that I have been in. Once I fell down on purpose to the ground at a Chase Bank. Everyone looked, "Are you okay?" I got right up and left. I had the idea that I was breaking the current by dropping. I have never done that again. Another time, I was at a bar in Santa Barbara with my boyfriend drinking a beer. This happened about a year ago. In walk 2 paramedics and I instantly feel this energy like they know I'm bipolar, that I am marked. It was hard to drink the beer, my hands were shaking. I went to MOAD on my lunch break yesterday, it was free entrance due to the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. I was glad to be there and see the African art. I bought a keychain made by a tribe in Africa. It was a good experience to be with the art on my lunch break. I wonder if I could go to MoMA at lunch too. It is also close by. Maybe I will check that out tomorrow. Maybe I could join. Have a wonderful and beautiful evening. Thanks God for our lives. XO Liz. Sunday, February 7th, 2016, 2:40 p.m. The Super Bowl is almost on. Hi, it's been a while since I have written. I've just been busy. I went away to Tahoe for a weekend with Dave's family. That was fun. I loved seeing the snow. Next time I go, I want to try skiing either downhill or cross country. I've done them both before. I've started my pre-diabetic class. Tomorrow will be our third class. I've been to the gym twice and walking in between. Yesterday I did the treadmill and did lap swim. I was very glad to get in the pool. I went hiking with Dave today at Land's End and had a nice talk. He is my personal coach, always giving me good tips re diet and exercise, overall health. I'm not sure I will watch the Super Bowl, but I'd like to see the halftime show. I need to vacuum my apartment. My landlord told me today that he is going to China with his wife on Wednesday, back the 24th. This is his second trip there recently. Good for him. That's it for now. I have had a dream with Saint Mary in it. It was magical. That was a first. My goal for this week was to swim or do yoga, and I swam. My goal for next week is to do a cycling class or yoga. Over and out. XO Liz. Hi, it's Monday, February 15th, 2016, and I am just organizing my apartment. I went with Dave today to the Marin Headlands. We shared a turkey sandwich and had a great time. It is so beautiful. I haven't been there in forever. So I am thinking of buying a new car, a Ford Focus, an American car. Maybe hatchback, not sure. Not sure if black or white. I have a job interview on Thursday. I am taking the day off of work. I am going through with the interview process to keep my options open. It is great experience to interview and it can't hurt. I had a phone interview with the gal last week. It went really well and I was very comfortable talking with her. Okay, time to go. I'm eating out tonight. Overall doing well on my diet. Eating chicken and broccoli and zucchini for dinner. I did yoga on Saturday. It felt great. Talk soon. XO Liz. Tuesday, February 23rd, 2016, 6:30 p.m. I can't believe it is almost March. Wow, the year is going by quickly already. I opted out of the interview process. I just can't leave my current job. I love all of my clients and my bosses have been so good to me. I'm in a good place. I am still in the pre-diabetic class. I haven't lost any weight yet and I need to get back in the flow of going to the gym. The Stonestown Y is closed this week, so I need to go to the Richmond Y or to the Embarcadero Y. I'd like to try the Embarcadero. It is near work. I have my therapy tomorrow night. I was in a class all day today. The morning was on errors and omissions, and the afternoon was on customer service. Oh, by the way, I got a new car. On Sunday. I leased a 2016 Toyota Corolla. It's black and I really love it. The bug was just too small. It's a 3-year lease, so I think I am good to work for another 3 years. I was nervous about telling my parents, but they were okay with it. My mom was actually nicer than my dad. I told my dad first when he was at work. I told him I have some news. I'm not pregnant. I have not bought a house. I leased a car. For my mom, I just told her straight up. I told my dad not to tell her as I wanted to do so myself. By the way, I had a dream last night where Barack Obama was driving my new car. I was amazed that no one recognized him. It was funny. Tomorrow for lunch I am thinking to go to MoMA. It is close by. Friday, I have plans already to see a movie on Van Ness. I am off in the morning. I am going to sleep in. So that leaves Thursday night for going to the gym. I think I can make it. I haven't been able to get up in the morning for a workout. Okay, that's it for tonight. I wish you all a beautiful evening. Over and out. Liz, hugs and kisses. Thursday, February 25th, 2016, 8 p.m. I received feedback from a producer today regarding an email I sent a client. He was upset that I lumped my explanation of why the client's premium went up in one paragraph rather than doing bullet points. I did get a response back from the client. He was not mad or confused and he thanked me for his email. I am off tomorrow morning from work. I report in at 1 p.m. I told my sister tonight about my new car and she was very happy for me. I also told Dave. My therapist discussed with me last night that often when you are making a change, you take one step forward and one step back. You take one step forward again and maybe 2 steps back. Change happens in baby steps. Have a beautiful evening. I pray to God that we may all stay safe, happy, and calm. There is a lot in this world to get worked up about. I pray that we stay calm through it all. XO Liz. Sunday, February 28th, 2016, 5 p.m. I am watching the Oscar party pre-party. I love seeing all the beautiful celebrities. I love Robin Roberts. Sunday, March 6th, 2016, 7 p.m. I am watching The Voice. I went and saw Eddie the Eagle with Dave today. It was a great feel-good movie. We really enjoyed it. Things with me are going really well. I am taking my medication. I am getting to work on time and working all day. I am getting in walks for exercise. I would like to pump it up a bit and start going to the gym. I am looking at this week to get that going. Wish me luck. I had some interesting dreams last night. I dreamed that my hair was really long, down to my butt almost. I also dreamed of Claire Hartsong. She was a mentor to me and works with the Hathors. I fell in my dream and she was there to pick me up. I just finished reading Girls Who Travel by Nicole Trylivas. I just started last night Radiant Angel by Nelson DeMille. Love story to FBI story. I try to mix it up. Saturday, March 12th, 2016, 8:30 p.m. We lose an hour of sleep tonight. I am not concerned and have already changed my clock and watches. I just finished reading over my journal. I like it. I like the prayers the best. So on that note, dear God, please I pray for blessings and love for my sweet country and all the people in it. I also pray for love for all our brothers and sisters on this beautiful planet. Thank you for loving us as you do and for taking good care of us. Zoxo. Sunday, April 10th, 2016, 4:30 p.m. I am just back from a walk. Dave took me downtown today to pick up my lithium medication. We then went out to Tanfrin to do some book shopping. The 2 books that caught my eye were about ISIS. I have been thinking lately that I would like to learn more about this organization. I do not know much about politics. And I feel ignorant about the terrorist group that is threatening my country. I did not have enough money on me to buy the book, but I may go back after next Friday's payday. I also think I should start praying for this terrorist group, praying to God to ask for help and health that they may get on the right track and change their ways and of course to keep our country safe. I feel we are sitting ducks. I did do some internet research on ISIS. I learned they stand for the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria. I wonder what their black and white flag means. I wonder what their spiritual makeup is like and if they have love in their lives, if they love their fellow soldiers. They obviously hate us. I wonder if they have anything sweet in their life, if they eat ice cream for instance. I wonder if they do drugs or drink and smoke, and if they do drugs what kind and how often. I wonder what they eat, if they eat, and if they drink enough water. I wonder if they have sex, if they are married, and to what women they are attracted to. If I understand correctly, they do not have a high opinion of women. I wonder if they sleep. Things with me are going very well. I still really like my job. Oh, Dave and I are officially friends. I am very okay with this and he continues to be my best friend. I am excited about the possibility of meeting someone new and of course, having sex again. I can't believe I am almost 50. I will be 46 this year. Friday, April 22nd, 2016, 10 a.m. Hi. I am off today, taking a comp day. I just went for a short walk and got coffee. I am going to see a movie today and I have to move my car. It is parked out at 44th Avenue, which I feel is too far away. I live at 36th. Nothing new is happening. I did go out and buy that book on ISIS. I have read a few chapters so far. It is interesting. I also bought NYPD and CIA books. I don't think I have mentioned, but I have stopped going to therapy. This just may be a break, or it may be for good. Truthfully, I can't afford it and I want to take actual vacations this year. My therapist Megan was excellent. I highly recommend her to anyone. I am still practicing the ideas she shared with me, particularly noticing. Instead of reacting to a situation, I am sitting with it and noticing how I feel. How I feel in my body, mind, and spirit. I have also reached out to some friends of mine in the past via email and LinkedIn. It is interesting to see who responds. Most of them have so far, and I even made a lunch date with one of them, my old boss Barbara at Daybreak, the homeless shelter for teens. She is a therapist now in private practice. I am taking my medication. Sometimes I think about stopping the Zyprexa, which is an antipsychotic, because one psychiatrist told me that is really bad for my body. But then, I don't want to stop and risk having an episode. Being bipolar is certainly different. I am happy that I have been stable and grounded, peaceful and loving, for over 5 years now. All of my runs were very interesting and I learned a lot. I entered into worlds that I would have never encountered otherwise. I feel grateful for that. That's it for now. I think I will go move my car. Loving you, my brothers and sisters, with my whole heart. Wishing you peace and beauty and all good things. Loving you too, my enemies across this earth. Interested in a peace talk? Over and out. Liz, hugs and kisses. Saturday, July 2nd, 2016, 7 p.m. I just came back from a smoke walk. I am listening to the Black Eyed Peas as I type. They are my favorite. I ate dinner already, chicken with soy sauce and chicken seasoning. It was delish. I hung out today in the neighborhood and I also took my car in for an oil check. They sent me home and told me to come back in September. I only have 700 miles on it. The service center had called me, said it was time for an appointment. Not sure why there was miscommunication, misinformation. I also found out today that you can break your lease if you trade your vehicle in at another dealership. Truthfully, I would like to drive a VW again. I have had 4 of them so far and they are my most favorite comfortable cars. Don't get me wrong, I like the Corolla, but it doesn't have much pep getting on the freeway. I never had that problem with the VW. I am thinking of the Beetle again in blue. I haven't really gained any weight. I am staying around 215 over 220. I feel okay about that. I am still pre-diabetic though, and at some point I am going to have to address that. It's hard. I got a raise at work. I am very happy about that. I still love working in insurance. I love all my clients. It's really rewarding work. Okay, that's it for now. If I have something more interesting to share, other than I am doing fine, I will open up my laptop. Otherwise, I wish you peace, love, harmony, and understanding. You are a joy to God, Saint Mary, Jesus, Buddha, and more. Don't forget that. You are a child of God at heart. Even if you are 85, you are still a child of God. Over and out and loving you. God bless the USA and our friends abroad. Liz XO. Wednesday, July 27th, 2016, almost 8 p.m. Hi. I just finished dinner of turkey sandwich and chips. It was good. I like to have simple dinners like that now and again. I watched a bit of Hillary's VP pick speech. I wasn't impressed. I don't want another Catholic ruling our country. I wasn't impressed with his voice, his looks, or his speech. I changed the channel. Life is going really well for me. I have no complaints. I just came back from a week-long trip to Lake Tahoe with my friend, not boyfriend, Dave and his family. I went back to work today and that went well. There were mistakes that I made, but nothing major, and I will improve from them. I test drove a car the other day for kicks, a Jeep Renegade. I think I am somewhat of a renegade. I am pro our country, but I do think I break the rules. That's it for now. I am happy and I hope you are too. Be safe, be well. Love and hugs. Liz. P.S. Why is every presidential candidate so old? Why can't a young person in their 40s be the president? Back again. I have done some inspirational spiritual artwork recently. One page, I wrote 3 items that I stand for should I become a leader: true love, education, and peace. I feel that if you are not with your true love, you should end the relationship and stand by for that person to come along. I feel here in America we need encouragement and support for finding our true love. If you are not educated spiritually or otherwise, you have nothing. Peace, I vote for world peace. I vote for continued negotiations to keep peace active in our country and abroad. True love, education, and peace. With these 3 things we have everything. I am really not looking forward to Hillary's speech tomorrow night. I am thinking I will turn off the TV after 5 minutes. I feel much more comfortable with Donald. My mind, body, spirit feels safer with him and like I can relax. I don't think he is negative for women, and I think he does recognize and respect intelligence no matter what color or sex a person is. And for intelligence, I am not talking having a PhD. It can be spiritual intelligence, it can be common sense intelligence, it can be customer service intelligence. Okay, that's it. I am reading then going to bed. It is after 9 p.m. Thank you for listening and God bless. Let us have joy and love in our hearts tomorrow as we go off to school and work. Let us feel united as a country and embrace that which is in front of us. Peace. Go America, the beautiful. Zoxo. Thursday, July 28, 2016, about 5:30 a.m. I am up early. I just went grocery shopping at Safeway. I like being up early and also running some errands. The laundromat that does my laundry, wash and fold, opens at 6. I am going to go there and drop off my laundry. I had a cigarette in the Safeway parking lot after buying my groceries. I was approached by a young man named Elmo. He was very kind, not threatening at all. He was black and young, maybe in his 20s, early 30s at oldest. He asked me for a cigarette and had changed to pay me. I usually give people a cig when they ask and I never take their money. I know what it is like to have nothing, especially cigarettes. I have enough to share. He was from Bay Point originally, grew up in San Francisco. We chatted for a bit and I asked him who he was voting for president. He said that was a really hard one, that he feels both parties in government are too slick. They always have something up their sleeve. I agree. He said, why can't we have someone that is normal? I agree. I enjoy very much meeting people and having discussions. We ended the conversations with blessings and love for each other. God bless you and have a great day. May God bless you all day long. He was very sweet. Okay, so I probably was too harsh on Hillary. Maybe she is a lovely person, a divine goddess and all that, but truthfully I have never met her. I've only seen her on TV. Dear God, please bless us all. Please help us with the election coming up and help us to be positive and caring for our country. May the person with the most American spirit win. May Saint Mary guide and protect us. May Jesus protect us. And ISIS, please take a break and let's talk. I love you. Liz XO. Saturday, August 6, 2016, 10:30 a.m. Law and Order is on. It's on ION every Saturday. My favorite show. I had a great day yesterday and a great work week in general. I received 3 compliments yesterday from my coworkers. One person asked me how I was so happy all the time. I told her I liked life. She commented that I was single and had no kids. She said all her friends once they got married turned into assholes. Another gal told me I was the nicest person and my boss complimented me on my work, saying, "You are the best." I really appreciate that. I feel my expression of love, gratitude, positive spirit is being well received. I like to help and I like to give positive energy to people. Life is hard enough. I don't like to get in people's faces though, and I know when to back off if my energy is not well received. I had a dream where it was announced to America that I was the front runner for America, meaning through my spirit, I was protecting America. I like that dream and I do feel the American spirit is the prettiest. Okay, that's it for now. I will write more later. Thanks God for all of us. Thanks God for our friends abroad. Thanks God for our lives and happinesses and joys. EXO. Thursday, August 18th, 2016, 8:30 p.m. I am rereading my journal. I went to the St. Regis tonight after work and had dinner. I believe Willie Brown was there, at least I think it was him. I really wanted to go up to him and say hello, but I chickened out. I have an interview tomorrow. I know I have a great job in San Francisco. The job I am interviewing for is on the peninsula. It is good practice. I will go and give it my best job. I trust in God that He will guide me on this. I may not even get an offer. Nonetheless, I am very grateful for my current position and the opportunity to interview. I'm glad I have a good resume, and I'm glad I've already spoken to the gal who is interviewing me on the phone. She liked me. And she was very easy to talk to. Sunday, August 21st, 2016, 6:10 p.m. I am watching TV right now. I am having hot dogs for dinner. I am waiting for them to thaw out. I saw a movie with Dave today, Kubo, it was really good. The interview went well. The lady I interviewed with offered me the job, but said it had to go through HR first. I should find out for sure by Wednesday of this week. I'm not sure how I would tell my current boss if I get the offer, but I will have to. I told my recruiter that I am not going to play a money game with him. I will be shocked if he offers me more pay. I reread more of my journal this afternoon. It was very therapeutic, and I enjoyed it. I am just about to start on all my bipolar/manic experiences. Yesterday, Dave and I went up to Petaluma. We went to the outlets. I bought a fake leather jacket that I really like, and some items from the Puma store. I love Puma. I visited my old boss from one of my earlier agencies recently. It was really nice to see him, and I appreciated his kind heart and generous spirit. I did walk around and talk with some of the staff. All of them asked about how I was doing, with regards to being sick. It's been 5 years, over 5 years, and all they could talk about was me being bipolar. I was a little taken aback. To ask such intimate questions of someone that you have not seen in that long was surprising to me. I did an well and tried to answer their questions as gracefully as I could. One man was so curious as to how I managed to get life back on track. I tried to answer the therapy, psychiatrist visits, God, and medication, and just my desire to stop acting out. That's the biggest help, my desire to stay in line, not act out, not be bizarre to society. I have matured. I reread an old autobiography I wrote in high school. In it, I commented that I was suspicious or questioning of the Catholic Church. I was surprised to see at a young age that I was already questioning the church. Good for me. I missed going to church this weekend. Thought about it, but then I went to Petaluma. I don't trust the institution of the Catholic Church. I don't trust the priests. I think this is okay. I don't have to go. No one is forcing me to do so, and my mom already told me that if I ever get married, I don't have to get married in a Catholic church. I told her I wanted to get married in the Shakespeare Garden in Golden Gate Park. If that day ever happens. Have a wonderful and beautiful evening. EXO Liz. Sunday, September 4th, 2016, 7:30 p.m. I have just finished rereading my journal. It has been very therapeutic. There is so much I haven't said. I never did take that job. I am too connected to my present employment. The recruiter I worked with actually cried on the phone when I told her I was backing out. She was so upset. I did get the offer. Life is strange. There is so much I cannot say. Rereading my journal makes me think I should refocus with my exercise and diet. I am happy being fat or overweight. I actually like my body and I like all of my clothes. I like myself. I am hearing more and more that Hillary will win. That's about it all I want to say. I am extremely grateful for all that is going right in my life. Extremely grateful. Thanks God. I still think my journal is rather boring, but it is there in case anyone wants to read about my past experiences. And I like writing present day what I am up to and how I am doing. Peace out. Liz XO. Monday, September 5th, 2016, 9 a.m. I woke up at 8:30 this morning with dreams re me helping people. For the past couple of nights, I have been dreaming of crowds of people coming up to me for help. Okay, maybe not crowds, but groups. I was able to help them in the dream. Glad to be of service in the dreaming world. Dreams always come for help and healing, according to my friend and brother Daniel IV, who I took a dream workshop with. He teaches on how to connect with ancestors and how to access your spiritual self. I went for a walk this morning to get coffee and have a cig. I am not sure what I will do today. I have to go to work tomorrow. It will be a short week. I have $72 left in my checking account, after all my bills clear. My rent check already cleared, which I am happy about. I'm glad my landlord, who is very nice, doesn't hold on to the check very long. I think I will make it with that little money until the 20th. I may be getting a new credit card in the mail soon. Dave has already said that he will treat me for Disneyland. I am going with his family on the 11th through the 14th. We are staying at the Disneyland Hotel. This is to celebrate his parents' 50th wedding anniversary. His sister has 3 kids, so it will be fun. And I am always a big kid when I go. My favorite is It's a Small World. I love seeing all the cultures dressed and dancing, playing music, all in harmony. I remember when I was sick, I felt I had a connection with our Emersian ancestor Walt Disney. Remember, the African tribe has direct contact with the ancestors and feels we can communicate with them. I felt his protection for all of us living on. Dave is calling, gotta go, XO. Sunday, September 25th, 2016, 7:15 p.m. I had a great weekend. Yesterday, I picked up my laundry, dyed my hair, went for a walk, then went down to my sister's house for dinner. It was my niece's 12th birthday. Today I got my car washed, went grocery shopping, and ate burritos with Dave for dinner. It has been hot here in San Francisco. I have been thinking lately just how precious life is. Life is very short and it can go in a minute. You never know when it is your time. It is so precious. Every single moment is precious. Every single moment we can be grateful for. So thanks God for my life. I am grateful for my health, my car, my family and friends, my job and so much more. Thanks God for always looking after me and for showing me that life is not to be taken for granted. You are the best, God. Okay, that's it. I am reading, then going to bed early. Tomorrow night is the debate between Hillary and Donald. I am undecided now at this point who I will vote for. I know I dissed Hillary, but she is starting to grow on me. And Donald just seems too extreme. We'll see. Oh, by the way, the other day a Chinese lady stopped me and asked me what I had on my arm, referring to my Chinese character tattoo. I told her it meant people coming together. She said for what? I said for peace and held up the peace sign. She said when, in 35 years? I said no, now. She was very hostile and angry sounding. She was mad and wanted me to solve the problems of the world. At least that is what I got from the tone of her voice. Harmony and peace. I say we don't wait on these, let's have them now. Life is precious. XO. Love to you all. Peace and blessings. Liz. Sunday, October 2nd, 2016, 6 p.m. Hi. I went and saw Snowden today. It was a good movie. But personally, I don't care if the US government spies on me, checks my emails and my phone records. I have nothing to hide. Hi. How are you? Welcome to my home. Would you like some coffee or a glass of wine? Also, I think that regular ordinary people in the US and abroad spy on other regular ordinary people. I remember Malidoma saying that people used to be connected like the internet but without computers. Regular spiritual intelligence could connect with others without devices. Now we use the computer, but we didn't used to. I think the Snowden story is no big deal and who cares? I am sure I am in the minority on this. But be for real people, you think that others don't pry into your business. We are very nosy. Okay, that's it for now. I just ate half a hamburger from Original Joe's. I am going out for a walk soon. Love to you. Liz. Sunday, October 9th, 2016, 7:45 p.m. I am watching the debate. I am going to Las Vegas the weekend before the election. My aunt lives down there and I will be visiting her. I am also going to see the Cirque du Soleil Michael Jackson show. Yeah, I really don't like Hillary. I don't think she can protect our country and I feel that is number one. Yes, she is nice to various races, genders, sexualities, etc. But in terms of safety and threats to our country, I don't think she would be respected and that she wouldn't know what to do that is best. Okay, good night. I bought 2 CDs today. Jeff Buckley and Kaleo. I love the Hallelujah song from Buckley. Love and hugs and good times to you all. Peace, harmony, good sex, humor, and joy to you. Thank you Mama Mary for watching over us. Blessings to you God, you rock. Peace be with you Jesus. God bless America and all our friends and neighbors on this glorious planet. Zoxo Liz. Wednesday, October 12th, 2016, 7 p.m. I am home watching Law and Order. I sent in my ballot last night in the mailbox. I voted for Trump. I hope he wins. I had a good day at work. I led the team meeting and did a long summary. I ate lunch late and didn't smoke at each break. I look forward to tomorrow and Friday. Only 2 more days. Okay, that's it, just wanted to say hi. Huge love to the universe, to all people on this planet, to our sacred Maria and Jesus and all the great gods and goddesses, Asham, Ogum, love to you all. Thanks God for creating fun, enjoyable, and creative life. I am grateful. And guess what world, it's not so bad to be bipolar. It's like I get to be special. And I take my medication, eat well, and get good sleep. I'm not sad about it. I think I'm neat. Kiss hug to all of life. Blessings and joy. Liz. Peace out. Saturday, October 22nd, 2016, 4:30 p.m. I just came back from getting my nails done. I choose lavender for the color. Very pretty. I had lunch with my Uncle Charlie today. It was fun to see him. I went to the second and final pre-diabetes class at CPMC last week. I learned according to the BMI index, I am obese. I thought I was just overweight. No, I am obese. Fun, exciting, so glad to know that. I've been looking around at gents and ladies in town thinking to myself, he's obese, she's obese, and so forth. I think we have a really negative viewpoint in society about body weight. I think we should remove the term obese. That word means very fat. I think I'm fat. I don't think I am very fat. Okay, that's it for now. I'm dyeing my hair dark brown. We have an important meeting on Monday at work. So I want to look attractive. Nice nails. Nice hair. Nice outfit. Have a great day. Liz, hugs and kisses. Tuesday, October 25th, 2016, 6 p.m. Today I went to an all-day insurance seminar downtown at the Hyatt. It was a good class. I had a dream recently where I was doing an inspirational speech to a group of people. They had whiteboards where they wrote nice things about me. This was a nice dream to wake up to. Positive feedback in the dreaming world. So lovely. I saw the accountant on Sunday. It addressed autism. It said that people think of it as low and therefore have low expectation of it. Society doesn't think highly of autistic people, that they can be functioning, that they can be important members of society. I related this to being bipolar. I think there is a low image of bipolar and society doesn't think highly of people who are bipolar and therefore have low expectation for them. In the movie, it was also said that people who are different scare people. I find this to be especially true. Truth is, we are all different. Each person is unique. Even normal people without a mental illness can be scary. Sunday, November 6, 2016, 11:30 a.m. We gained an hour of sleep last night. I slept in until 11, I haven't done that in a really long time. I feel great. I dreamed that I received another hymn. I don't remember the words, except it started with I am coming home. I was sharing it with my spiritual teacher Ellen in the dream. I had another interesting dream a couple nights ago. Apparently, I was the woman with the Washington Code, meaning my walk and talk in life was in harmony or truth with the energy of DC, of political power, of leadership. In the dream, there were people looking for me, they were after me, in a good way. It was interesting. I was supposed to be in Las Vegas this weekend. I have had a nice weekend. I am glad not to have gone, but I did express some sorrow in not being there. It is such a fun place. But I don't need to be around gambling, drinking, drugs, and smoking. And plus I went there once on a manic run. Maybe memories would have come up for me. I think by not going, I played it safe. Today is my sister Margie's birthday party. She turns 41 on Wednesday, she is 5 years younger than I am. We are having a birthday dinner at my sister Angie's tonight to celebrate. I think I will wear my new cowboy boots. Oh, also in last night's dream, I had lost weight. That is the second time now that I dreamed I had lost weight. I hope that is a good sign for things to come. I know I am doing well, I am taking my medication, I am seeing my psychiatrist, I am going to work and working well, I am paying all my bills on time, I am driving safely, I am not having promiscuous sex. I am not engaged in any risky behavior, I am not doing drugs. I just checked my bank account balance. I have $287 left in checking to last me until this coming Thursday, payday, and $45 in my savings. I live paycheck to paycheck. I do have a retirement account which has about $10,000 in it, not very much considering I am almost 50. I know this may seem depressing to someone, but for me I make ends meet each month. Honestly, I think in this society and abroad, we are all addicted to money for all our purchases and for high status. If you have a lot of money, I don't think you are elite. I think true elite are those with spiritual power/gifts. I don't think those with millions are high status people. They could be miserable, are they happy? Do they have joy and laughter in their lives? How are their sex lives? Are their sexual energies running beautifully and fully? Do they have good relationships with their kids, their spouse, their co-workers? Maybe they do and that's great, but I do think a lot of people with money are not happy. If I had a lot of money, I would pay off my credit card bills and my car. I would quit work and volunteer or find a part-time job. If I had tons of money, I would start my corporation, IGM Incorporated. That's Intelligent Godmother in case you forgot. I would also donate to friends, family, and various organizations. I would help those out that are struggling, just as I have been. Those are the people that really appreciate money. Doesn't it say I and God we trust on money? For the people that are super wealthy, do they trust in God and does God look after them? Not sure. I don't really know any super wealthy rich people. I met at least one here and there, but I wasn't impressed. I think I would be like wow, oh my God, all that money, kinda like Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman. Okay, that's it for now. I think I may talk a walk to Walgreens. I have a few items to get. Have a wonderful and beautiful day. EXO. Liz. Tuesday, November 8, 2016, 8 p.m. I had tacos tonight for dinner. They were delish. From Chino's. I did some artwork when I got home. I had a vision on the bus ride home and painted the colors I saw. We will know very soon who our new president is. How exciting! We changed time over the weekend. Fall back. I like coming home and seeing the moon when I get off the bus. Today was a crazy busy hectic work day, but I managed to get out of there at 5 p.m. Tomorrow we have our team meeting, which I lead. I have to get the agenda ready for tomorrow morning. We also have another meeting with a company rep in the afternoon. After dinner, I am meeting my friend Greg for dinner at Osha Thai downtown. I love their spring rolls. I ordered 2 pantsuits from David's Bridal. They arrived today. I am going to wear one tomorrow to work. One pair of pants is too tight, but the rest fit great. Okay, that's it. Have a good night. Peace, love, truth, and understanding to you. May your greatest anxieties, problems, stresses be relieved with God's help. EXO. Over and out. Liz. Sunday, November 13th, 2016, 6:30 p.m. I am watching news on Channel 5. Donald Trump is being interviewed on 60 Minutes at 7 p.m. I plan to watch it. I am shocked that he won. There are a lot of protests going on against him. I had a nice weekend. I did errands, slept in, went for long walks, read, cooked, and watched some TV. I have been seeing so many women walking around with pink, blue, or purple hair. Or red. I love it. It is so pretty. I would dye my hair blue if I could. I work into a conservative atmosphere. I am excited for Thanksgiving. It is in 2 weeks. I also cleaned my apartment today. I have a new cleanser that I bought at Osh Hardware. It has bleach in it. I love the smell because it is so clean. I danced and sang for a little bit over the weekend. It was fun. Oh, and I also got my hair cut. It is real short with bangs. I like it. Easy to maintain. I wear a headband. Okay, dearies, love and goodness to you. Let's have some faith that our next president will be guided by Jesus, Saint Mary, and all the great spirits, gods, and goddesses and do well for our country. Let's not be so afraid and let's pray. Let's ask God for guidance. I am personally praying to Mary to ask her to keep Mr. Trump in line. Got it, Mr. Trump? This is America. EXO. Liz. Thursday, November 24th, 2016, 10:15 a.m., Thanksgiving Day. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. I am grateful to be alive, for my family and friends, for my health, for my job, for God in my life, for joy. Thanks God. I went to Mass this morning at St. Cecilia's, 7 a.m. Mass. Then I went for a walk in my neighborhood. Good to stretch my legs. Dave is coming over soon. I am making him breakfast. He is just back from a bike ride across the Golden Gate Bridge. I am going to my sister's house for dinner. My whole family will be there. I can't wait to see my nephews and my niece. I might see Bad Santa in between the breakfast and the dinner. Tomorrow I am going to the auto show at Moscone Center. It's fun to pick out new cars, even though I can't get one at this time. I like my Corolla. I hope you have a beautiful day, with love and laughter. Let us all come together and be grateful for that is right in our lives. Things could be so much worse. The ease in our lives is a great gift. Even the little things. Blessings and joy. Liz, hugs and kisses. Sunday, November 27th, 2016, 6:30 p.m. I went out to dinner at the local grill tonight. I ate half a hamburger. It was good. Dave and I went to see Moana today. I have seen 3 movies this weekend, Bad Santa, Arrival, and Moana. I really liked them all. Bad Santa was super funny. I really like Billy Bob Thornton. Do I have his name right? I am watching a TV movie right now. Going to go to bed early. That's it. I had a wonderful Thanksgiving weekend. I feel happy. I am looking forward to going to work tomorrow and seeing all my coworkers and talking to a few clients. I am craving cake though. Maybe I will get some at the local store. Or maybe a cookie. Okay, have a wonderful evening. I hope you are well and not too stressed. Love, hugs, and kisses. Lizzie Lou XO. Sunday, December 4th, 2016, 8 p.m. I am waiting for my friend and neighbor Randy to come over to say hi. He lives across the street. I had a good day. Dave and I went up to Point Reyes for a visit. He bought me a beautiful pair of feather earrings. I have had a few unusual dreams lately. One where 3 Black Panther kitty cats were in my kitchen. I was feeding them. They were very playful with me. They were very powerful. The other were of the Santo Daime. I was doing rituals with them. It was nice to see them. Greetings to my brothers and sisters of the Santo Daime. Eu tenho saudade por voci. Eu amo voci. Hugs and kisses. This is the time of year to be close to a loved one. I hope and pray that I have that in my life and for a real chance of intimacy. That's it for now. Have a blessed and wonderful evening. XO Liz. Saturday, April 1st, 2017, 4:30 p.m. I just came back from the movies at my neighborhood theater. I saw Scarlett Johansson in Ghost in the Shell. It was really good. I was thinking that my body, spirit, apparatus was worked on when I was in the mental hospital. I know you are wondering why I hadn't written since last October. Truth is that I have on my other new laptop. I wasn't able to copy it to a disk. I had saved this much on my old laptop. The new one is for work. My manager should be coming by next week to install the work program on it. I didn't want my very personal journal on the same computer, so I deleted it. What can I remember? I cried when Viola Davis said her acceptance speech at the Oscars. I related to her saying this award is for people that have loved and lost, risked everything and lost, etc. My heart related to that. I'm glad I have loved deeply. Maybe God will give me another deep love again before I die. We shall see. What else? First weekend of March, Dave and I went to San Diego. We had a blast. We visited Coronado, Little Italy, Gas Lamp District, Pacific Beach, Old Town, and more. We also ate breakfast with 2 of my Peace Corps friends, Lisa and Jill, who live down there. I also went up to Spokane, Washington with my manager Elsie. She was such a sweetheart as she lent me spending cash for the trip. I paid her back as soon as I was paid later that week. We checked out the customer service and sales centers at Safeco. I was very impressed. Very cool company. Oh, I am still growing out my hair. It looks horrible, but I am not cutting it. Last night, I dreamed I flew down to Brazil for a visit. It was nice to see those people again, even in dreaming time. I had an appointment with a dietitian and a health coach recently. My work offers a smoking cessation program. I keep going back and forth about quitting. I have patches at home. Pray for me. I am going out to dinner tonight with Dave. We are going to Hard Knocks Cafe on Clement. That's it for now. Peace and blessing and love all around. I will for sure keep up with writing. It is therapeutic for me. Peace out. Liz, hugs and kisses. One more thing. I am watching Law and Order. I have $1,485 in my savings. My landlord is away for a month, so I have to pay him rent when he gets back. If I were manic, I'd spend it, I'd go away somewhere. I am proud of myself that I will not touch it. I feel confident about that. Second thing, how do we feel about Donald Trump so far? Do we think he is a total joke or do we think actually, let's give him a chance? I'm on his email list and also the email list for Gavin Newsom for governor. I am surprised with both that every email asks for money. I don't really understand that. Gavin always complains /puts down / etc. Donald's policies in his emails. Saturday, April 8th, 2017, 6:30 p.m. I have just come back from a walk outside. We have had rain and later sunshine today. I have Law and Order on in the background. I am waiting for Dave to give me a call. He went for a long bike ride today in the East Bay. We are going to dinner at Grapevine in the Inner Sunset. I am thinking to get a Caesar salad or a hamburger. Again, I am so wow, that time goes by so quickly. It is April. I called a gym today to make an appointment and get a 3-day free pass. I am going tomorrow. I want to lose weight so that I don't look like I am 4 months pregnant. I went grocery shopping today and then dropped off my laundry. I also had my toenails and fingernails done. They are pink. Pink for Easter. I also made brownies for Easter and dyed my hair dark brown. It was reddish. My dad hates anything but dark brown for me, so I changed it back. I am going to Dave's sister's house Easter morning and then my sister's house in the afternoon. Both sisters live in San Carlos. Dave invited me on his family Tahoe vacation this week. It is in July. I requested the time off already. That should be really fun. Another reason for losing weight. I have 3 months before the trip to lose some weight. Goals: cut back or quit smoking, go the gym, eat vegetables, don't drink, drink more water. Be nice, be calm, be happy. Last night I dreamed a celebrity liked me and gave me a big hug. He looked a little like Jared Leto or Casey Affleck with a beard. It was a sweet dream. Okay, that's it. I just wanted to say hi. I'm doing good. I'm happy. I'm grateful for my life. And I'm taking my meds. Enjoy life. Enjoy yourself. Liz Zoxo. Tuesday, April 11th, 2017, 5 p.m. I had the day off today. I slept in until 8 a.m. Then I went downtown and worked out at a gym. Felt great. I am thinking of joining again. I have a 3-day pass. Then I came home and moved my car because it was street cleaning. Then I went to the Kabuki Theater to seek it out. The price was only $6, they have a special on Tuesdays. It was a good movie. It was intense and disturbing, but important. I wonder how many Black people could relate to the movie. Can another human being occupy the body of another human being? If so, how do they do that? I remember thinking Barack Obama was whitewashed while in office. And that it was not a good idea for him to quit smoking. I know when you get together with a friend or when you go to a restaurant or shopping, the energy of the person or of the place merges with you. You exchange energy with each other. There is so much more going on with us than we realize. We have energy. But to take over, occupy, or mind fuck, excuse my language, well, in my book that goes too far. I think in our culture we are not supposed to talk about this, and if we do, people think you're nuts. I think it's real though. I think you can be in prison in your own body, manipulated by another person. God didn't make us to play games like this with each other. He made each person pure and whole and with good boundaries so this does not happen. Okay, more to write on that later. Time to clean up my apartment. XO love ya, Liz. Tuesday, April 18th, 2017, 7 p.m. I am watching Criminal Minds on ION Television. One of my favorite shows. I love the actors. Again, I never get scared watching these types of shows. They actually make me feel safe. Last night, I woke from a dream where terrorists were trying to kidnap me. I woke realizing this is a dream and not something I want in my life. I'll pass on being kidnapped. It was a little disturbing though, so I had a cigarette outside to just chill. Today was a good day at work. I am enjoying my coworkers. My manager is on vacation this week. All is going smoothly. I haven't made it to the gym, but did go walking at lunchtime. I may go to the gym tomorrow. I'm having leftover ham from Easter. I am frying it up, my favorite. I also have dinner rolls and string beans. I love you. If no one loves you, I love you. I praise God for your creation. I praise God for the gift of life and for community and truth-telling. Thank you, Jesus. XO Liz. Thursday, April 20th, 2017, 6:45 p.m. I am home from work. Blue Bloods is on. I love Tom Selleck, Donnie Wahlberg and all those actors on the show. So handsome. Happy 420ths. God bless all the pot smokers of this planet. I looked up the president of North Korea today. It was not my first time. I wanted to see what he looked like. He is so young, only 33. If he is in fact threatening this or other countries with missiles, I sent him a message from my heart that is way not cool. Super dude, you are in the wrong. Scary, isn't it? I ran into a couple this week that I sometimes see on the bus. We were all waiting for our to-go dinners from a burger joint. We were saying that the world is really scary now. I have been hearing more people say World War III is going to start. I told my psychiatrist 2 sessions ago that I thought WWII was inevitable. He kind of looked at me strange. So last session, I told him that I changed my mind. What do I honestly think? I think it is a real possibility, as sick as it is. I just focus on the day-to-day, pray to God, and give thanks for the ease in my life. For the day-to-day beauty and joy. Okay, that's it for now. I'm going to watch some TV. I have leftover hamburger from my lunch today. I had lunch with my friend Greg, who also works in insurance. Peace out, beauty, love, butterfly. Liz XO. Hi, it's me again. It's now almost 8 p.m. I just looked through my artwork. I noticed the word truth written on a lot of my art. Which reminds me that I have been thinking lately that it is time to speak my truth, that God/Spirit etc. is asking me to not be shy, but to speak my truth. I noticed I did it a little bit with my coworker Josephine today at work. I am going to work on this. Speaking one's truth. That is important. Sunday, May 14th, 2017, 7 p.m. Hi, I am just back from a movie, The Lost City of Z. I really liked it. Sienna Miller is a really good actress. I would be like the main characters given the opportunity to live with indigenous people, I would. They are my love. Even though I don't know them. I saw another movie on Thursday night, Snatched with Amy P., not sure her last name, and Goldie Hawn. I laughed out loud many times. It was very funny. I took the train to San Mateo today and joined my mom, sister, niece, and my dad for a Mother's Day brunch. I had cards for my mom and sis each with a Starbucks gift card. I like it when I have a little extra money to spend on my family. I never made it to the Amazon when I went to Brazil. The Santo Daimistas have a community there in Mapia. I had a vision that Padrinho Alex would take me there one day. That never happened. I feel lucky, I feel happy, I am grateful to be alive and for my life. Thanks God. I'm having pizza pockets for dinner tonight. Just a snack as I did eat a lot of popcorn at the theater. Life is fun. Oh, I got a message on my phone that North Korea is claiming they have a nuclear missile that can reach America. That is very scary. Is that true? Very evil. I am praying to Mother Mary on this one. How can a ruler exist like that? That is so evil. Twisted in the brain. True person that is mentally ill. Have a wonderful evening. XO Liz, love to you. Saturday, May 20th, 2017, 3:30 p.m. This morning I went to the St. Anthony Foundation in SF for a volunteer orientation. I am interested in volunteering in the dining room. I was very surprised when the coordinator said that when she came to SF in 1975, the issue of homelessness was not an issue. She said there were hardly any. She also said that there was a housing unit of 90 units available. 5,000 people applied. And at the night shelters, there is a waiting line of 800. There are so many homeless in San Francisco. My mom has been volunteering at St. Anthony's the last 20 years. It was good to get out of my neighborhood. I'd like to give back as I am so grateful for the wealth and all that is positive in my life. Have a wonderful day. Liz, hugs and kisses. Saturday, July 1st, 2017, 4:30 p.m. Hi. I haven't written in a while. I am watching Law and Order right now. I just went for a walk. All is well. I just got a raise at work. Yeah, I was so happy. I have made it clear with my boyfriend that we are just friends. He is making me dinner tonight. I saw Baby Driver today. It was good. I had a visit with my psychiatrist last week. We reviewed my recent lab results. He said my sugar and others are okay. I told him that I joined a gym again. I have a week scheduled to be off first week of August. It will be a staycation. I have more time off in October on my birthday. I would like to go to Disneyland. I am feeling upbeat, positive, hopeful. I am grateful for my life. I owe money for my taxes, but I think paycheck on the 21st will help with that. Friday, August 4th, 2017, 4:45 p.m. I am home. I have had the last 3 days off of work, my staycation. Dave is coming over tonight for dinner. It will be nice to see him. I bought a Chinese white/fruit cake today from a local bakery. It is really pretty. I showed the worker my tattoo and she said it means that I am very friendly and easygoing with all types of people. I thought that was a nice compliment. Peace out. Liz XO. Sunday, August 6th, 2017, 5:30 p.m. I just did a Tai Chi video. I did the first one yesterday. I really like it. I bought the videos from a TV ad. The program is through Beachbody and it is called Tai Chang. I am thinking to try karate as well. I like the Asian arts for movement. I watched a little bit of Son of God last night. I wrote down the following as I feel we can all use the reminder. Jesus says, "Blessed are the poor, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are the pure of heart, for they shall see God. Pray to him," meaning God, "and he will listen." I love that. Today I went and saw Atomic Blonde with Charlize Theron. I really enjoyed it, especially the ending. I am having hot dogs for dinner tonight. I love life, thank you God. Zoxo Liz. Monday, September 4th, 2017, 3 p.m. I am just hanging at home today. Yesterday, I went to my sister's house and swam. She just got a new pool. Okay, this is weird. I had 3 dreams recently where I was talking with terrorists. They were not hurting me, but they wanted my attention. I tried to do my best. They were not scary dreams, just unusual. I wonder if on some wavelength I am really talking with them. I wish them peace and gosh darn it to change their ways. I have a nice dinner planned tonight, a leftover turkey burger from yesterday's barbecue, fresh bun, watermelon, spinach salad, and I'm going to make fresh French fries with the potato I have left. So I am trying to come up with things to do until 5, when I will make my dinner. I think I might go for a walk and listen to my iPod. I'm going to work tomorrow, which I am looking forward to. Wednesday, I am taking the bus to Novato for an insurance class. That should be fun. I still am not driving on the freeway. I feel though that I will get over this and get back on the road. I do still want another car after this lease runs out, a VW. VWs are my favorite. I hope God that my driving returns. Please God, I pray. Zoxo your love Lizzie the Lizard. It's now almost midnight. I had a dream that I was president. I liked it. I felt that what our country needed now is a healer in charge, not a war machine like Trump. We need to paint the yellow, red, black, and white stripes on the White House, showing that we are a nation that respects all races, all colors, all walks of life. I would put racist people in jail, that they need to unlearn the racism, or if they didn't like that, the mental hospital. I would have all nuclear arms be destroyed. We do not want that on our souls, on our spirits, on the spirit of our nation. America does not want destruction and nuclear burning on her soul. That's it, going back to bed. EXO. Tuesday, October 17th, 2017, 7 p.m. I just put this computer back on my desk. I had it under the bed when I went to Disneyland. Life is still very interesting and exciting to me. I said some prayers last week for all the firefighters and families affected by the Sonoma and Napa fires. And now there are fires in Santa Cruz and Sausalito, my goodness. I am grateful the air quality will improve soon. It has been hard to breathe in smoke. I was even alarmed to think my house was on fire first time I smelled the smoke. I didn't know what happened. Guess what? VW is discontinuing the Beetle. I can't believe it. That has been a signature vehicle for VW for so long. I was even going to buy one when my lease is up on my Toyota in 2019. Oh well, not going to happen. I could get a used car though. Life is really good. I am very happy. Yes, I am still bipolar, but I am managing it well. I would like to travel next year. I am thinking perhaps I can go to New York in April or May. I would really like to visit there again. I have had many wonderful dreams last I wrote. Of friends, family, terrorists, presidents, you name it. I love the dreaming life. I have so much to share and I am so happy. I am keeping most of it to myself. Thank God for God. Thank God for life. Thank God for all our loves. Oh, on Thursday, I am off. Friday, my coworkers are taking me to lunch for my birthday. We are going to Osha at the Embarcadero. I love Thai. Anyway, I said I'll bring the cake. I ordered a chocolate fudge cake from Safeway. When I am there I am going to buy large water containers and non-perishable food. I need to stock up in case there is an emergency. Also, I might buy batteries for my radio and my flashlight. One time I had my hair cut at Supercuts. I swear to God the gal who cut my hair came to me as a female firefighter. She told me over and over that I need to have emergency supplies in my home. I have always been not interested in doing this, as I have not want to put any energy into an emergency happening. But the fires in Napa changed my mind. Hence buying the water and food supplies, batteries etc. occurred. Blessing be to you. May God be with you. XO Liz. Thursday, November 30th, 2017, 9 a.m. I am up, I had coffee and breakfast, 2 cigarettes, took a shower, did my finances, wrote a girlfriend a card as her father just passed. I was up at 6:45, which is my regular time. I am off today at work. It's a flex day. I am excited. I took my medicine this morning. Yes, I am taking my medicine each morning and each night faithfully. I am grateful for it actually. I don't mind the help in keeping emotions in check. I have to go to Walgreens today to get a refill on one of my prescriptions. Let's see, my life, how is your life? I had a dream last night that I had a baby girl, her name is Veronica Catherine. I had her and then I was with other people. The Mexican army was there and they were checking everyone's IDs. And putting a light in people's teeth. Strange, but interesting. The other night, terrorists were pointing a bomb gun device at me and saying they were going to blow. Love life, Dave continues to be my best friend and we are continuing to honor each other that way and not be intimate. I still use my vibrator regularly, mind you. I think all women should have one. I even thought of giving them as Christmas presents to my girlfriends, but thought they would think that was silly. Oh well. My finances are tight right now, but there should be some breathing room in January and I may get a Christmas bonus at work. Work is going very well. My concentration, commitment, and excellent service is so fun. I love all my clients and the carriers. I really love work. I am very grateful for my job. That's about it for now. I am going to go buy some fresh bread from the bakery on Balboa, and then to Safeway to get some groceries. Maybe I will write more later or maybe I will reread my journal. Wishing you a bright and beautiful day. Love and hugs. Liz. Thursday, December 28th, 2017, 5 p.m. I am home today. My new treadmill was supposed to be delivered today. The guys actually came to deliver it, but when opening the box, they noticed parts were cracked. They took it back. I tried calling Nordic Track today to get my refund, but was on hold 2 times for over 10 minutes. I will try them again later. I am hoping Blue Bloods is on tonight. I am just relaxing at home. I took a vacation day today to relax and also for the treadmill delivery. It is quiet this week at work for the holiday. I am going back to work tomorrow. I have 2 appointments on Saturday morning, one for car service and one for a mammogram. I should be done by 9 a.m. I also have to pick up my laundry. Christmas was fun and a huge success. My sister Angie hosted both the Christmas Eve and Christmas Day parties. It was fun to see the whole family. I realize in my writing I write a lot about what I eat, movies I see, and dreams I have. On that note, I am working on eating more at home with more vegetables. I am seeing less movies out, more on Netflix and Fandango now. Although I did just see Molly's Game. I really liked that. And dreams, nothing that I can remember now. I am waking up with the feeling, but that's it. I love it when I can remember the details. I have signed up for a few classes for the new year. One is yoga through San Francisco Park and Rec. Another is Lindy Hop classes and last beginner guitar lessons at Guitar Center. I am single, have no kids, etc. So I have free time. And I am tired of living in a cave. I have the desire to get out and be more involved. I'm excited for those 3 activities. I would like to also do language lessons, but have them at home. I do have Wi-Fi on my laptop through my landlord. And yes, I did buy a new laptop about 6 months ago from Best Buy. I am still doing very well at my job. I just had my review and my manager reported that I exceed agency expectations on every category. I was so happy. She did give me feedback that if I take a day off, take the day off, don't cancel. I thought that was good. I am a bit of a work addict. Friday, January 5th, 2018, 7 p.m. Hi. I have had an interesting week. I was off on Monday, on New Year's Day. Which, by the way, Happy New Year. May 2018 bring tidings of joy and wonder to you. Bad news, I was contacted by California Pacific Medical Center this week that they found something on my recent mammogram. On my right breast. I have to go back on Tuesday for an ultrasound and also another more detailed mammogram. I feel they will tell me I have cancer. I could be wrong and I will hope for the best. I am scared about this. Please God I pray. Please Mother Mary watch over me. Other than that, I worked great and got a lot accomplished. I am noticing I am stepping up more and more at work. I am especially clarifying more with people, instead of just agreeing with them, hoping we have an understanding. There was an earthquake in San Francisco this week at 3 in the morning. It was strong. Okay, that's it. I'm just venting. If I have cancer, that means 2 people in my family now have cancer, well actually 3. My mom had breast cancer, my sister Margie currently has a type of threatening skin cancer, and maybe me. My ancestors did not have cancer. We shall see. I am trusting in God that I will be well taken care of, and if I need treatment, I will do it with prayer. Over and out and love to you. Lizzie, hugs and kisses. Sunday, January 7th, 2018, 2 p.m. Hi, I made waffles and bacon for Dave today. Then we went to Costco to get a few things. I am back now, watching Dave Chappelle on Netflix. I had never heard of him, but saw the ad on Netflix. He is super funny. I am laughing out loud and clapping in my room. I signed up with the Punchline for notification for when he is in SF. Over and out. God bless. Liz. Saturday, January 20th, 2018, 8 p.m. Today was a good day. I slept in, went grocery shopping, watched my favorite show Law and Order, and purchased another month on my Clipper card at Walgreens. I later had Dave over for dinner. I made him leftover pizza and chicken. I have been thinking lately that there are a lot of people struggling to find happiness. They might be depressed or anxious. They might try hard to look good and spend the money to do so. I wish for everyone truth, peace, and joy. I wish for them to find a balance in their lives, to guide them to feel at home in themselves and in the world. Sometimes medication can help with this. Sometimes therapy. Sometimes it's just doing the things that we love and surrounding ourselves with people that we love. Don't give up is what I say. There is always hope. God forgives. So if you have done something bad in the past and are feeling down or guilty about it, don't forget that God forgives. One of my hymns that I did not include talks about forgiving yourself and forgiving your brothers and sisters, so that you can play. I remember the Queen of the Forest telling me in one of those Santo Daime works I did in Brazil that all she wants is for her princes and princesses to play. It goes like this: you must play, you must play, you must play. For God the divine creator. God wants us to honor our inner child and make time for play in life. In doing so, you can release your pain and sorrow and embrace who you really are. That's it for tonight. I love you. God bless. And let's be grateful for who each one of us is, for all our loves, for one another, and for this fabulous thing called life that God gave us. Mother Mary, thank you for guiding us and protecting us. Blessed be to joy, wonder, truth, and I would also say good sex. Thanks Mom and Dad for loving me. Peace be with you. Liz XO. Sunday, January 21st, 2018, 4 p.m. I just watched Rendition on FandangoNow.com. I am watching more and more movies at home to save money. By the way, I did have that second mammogram and also an ultrasound. The results are that they found 2 small spots. One is a cyst, which they said is no big deal. The other is a lymph node and they want to watch that spot. They sent me home and said to come back in 6 months for another mammogram. I am nervous about this, but am thinking for the best. It does me no good to worry and stress that I may have cancer. As my coworker says, they are experts and I am in good hands. Gosh, I really liked that movie. I had Dave over for dinner last night and maybe tonight too. My treadmill will be delivered this Tuesday afternoon. I won a ticket on my lottery scratcher. Those are fun. Thanks God. Love to everyone. Liz XO. Tuesday, February 20th, 2018, 8 p.m. I am heating up vegetable beef soup right now and some garlic bread. I am going through trainings at work right now. We are switching to a new management system. I have to get 1 full day of work into a half day, as the trainings are the whole afternoon. As such, I worked on the weekend and also some tonight after work. I am well. I am without complaints. I am happy and grateful to be alive. I love life. There is not much going on. I paid my bills on Friday and I have about $30 left over. Thank goodness I can pay my bills. I will manage. I bought my MuniPass for March today. I am grateful I had that money. Work was good today and I ended on a strong and good note. I have a place to live, a car, friends and family. I am lucky. I think a bit about the breast cancer scare and I am praying to God I turn out okay. Thank you Jesus. I have been singing a bit. And dancing too. Still seeing movies. I saw Black Panther over the weekend. I liked it. That's it. Just wanted to say hi and give God major gratitude and hats off to you. Blessed be America, her spirit, her beauty, her people. Amen. XO Liz. Saturday, March 24th, 2018, 12:30 p.m. It has been a while since I wrote. Work is going remarkably well. I am grateful. My clients are telling me, Liz Shay, you are on top of your game, and Liz, you are wonderful. Again, I am so grateful. I've started working at home on the weekends. I had IT set up my work program on my home laptop. I am excited about this. My Uncle Jim passed away just recently. He had been sick for a while. This is my dad's older brother. He had 3 girls, my cousins. It was very sad for everyone. I did not go to the funeral. I told my dad that it would make me too emotionally upset and that was not good for me. He said, "Yes, I get it. You are well and want to stay that way." I did prayers and love for my uncle at home. I just came back from the library. I have been renting movies from them. Today, I rented Unforgettable and also Collateral Beauty. That saves me about $10 from renting on Fandango now. I have been feeling so blessed. Oh BTW, I am really moving closer to quitting smoking. Every morning I wake up and say I have to quit smoking. Now is the time. I found 3 support groups that I can go to. Wish me luck. I dreamed the other night that Donald Trump was singing and dancing in my dream. He was very jolly. I'm not sure what that means, but it was a nice dream. I have checked out a counseling program at CIS. I like this school very much from what I know about it. But I don't have 40,000 extra cash and I do think I need my downtime after work. I don't need to busy myself with classes and such. Maybe in another lifetime I can do this. Or maybe I already have in another lifetime, as I do have a lot of good counseling skills as well. Thinking about it, I don't really want to be a counselor or a therapist. I'd like to be a teacher, a spiritual teacher. I'd like to teach people what I have learned and know about spirit, emotions, energy, and life. And also God. Thank you, Jesus, for my life. Thank you for all my loves. Blessed be to everyone. Liz, hugs and kisses. Tuesday, May 22nd, 2018, 7:45 p.m. I am watching Criminal Minds. I just reread the last entry. I also haven't written in a while. I actually put my laptop under my bed. I'm back though. I tried setting up a website for myself, called Intelligent Godmother, or IGM. I backed out though thinking I wasn't sure how it would turn out and if people would even notice. I wanted to write spiritual and life teachings on it, from the mother source. I love life. I love God. My work was bought out by another company and already people have been laid off. I'm not sure if I am one of those people in the future and I am praying on this. I'd like to stay. I love insurance. I haven't quit smoking yet, but I plan to go to a support group this Saturday morning, Nicotine Anonymous. I also started Weight Watchers. I am breathing and doing well. I am stretching and staying grounded. I am taking my medication and getting enough sleep. I am eating well. I am keeping all emotions in check. I did have a cry over last weekend. It was so wonderful and loving. I felt like I was getting back to myself. And I was still grieving over what happened to me in Brazil. The time I was tied up and almost killed. Life is so short. I am realizing this more and more as my parents are now 75. It goes by so fast. Wasn't it just January? Now it's almost June. I want to contribute so bad to the American spirit, the American people, the American public. I am so grateful to be woman in America and have all the freedoms I do. I am hoping I can have a boyfriend soon. Husband maybe in the future, but boyfriend soon. I miss being in relationship. I feel I am ready and available. I've had terrific dreams lately, being with people from other cultures, experiencing love. I had one dream where I was on an island, which I think was San Francisco. There were rainbows and rainbows above the island covering all airspace. On the island were hundreds of shrines for Saint Mary. It was a spiritual dream, different from others I've had. I'm ready for change. I'm ready to embrace another path in my life and meet new teachers. I love you and hope you are doing well. We are lucky to be alive at this time. Kisses and hugs. Liz. Thursday, May 24th, 2018, 7 p.m. I had a good day at work. I was able to visit a bit with my manager, which I like. I'm home now watching Blue Bloods. I did the treadmill both days over the weekend and I was a bit sore in my knees afterwards. So I am waiting until the weekend to do it again. Let's see. North Korea President Jean. Something like that. What is his name? I would love to meet this man and tell him all the reasons both in this life and the afterlife that in his best interest, he should pull back and dismantle all nuclear weapons. I heard that Trump canceled his meeting with him. I think that is a bad idea. I would meet with him and find out his plan. I would seek peace. I wouldn't back away because of his bad behavior and sour remarks. I would want to meet with him more. If he is a threat to our country or other countries, I would want to show up and have that conversation. I think it was a bad idea for Trump to back out. Was he concerned about his safety? If you are a leader, you have to talk with all sorts of people, including those that do not see eye to eye with you. I wouldn't just threaten him back. This game of war. What a total joke. These idiots. Okay, that's it for now. I'm going to look up his name, Kim Jong-un. I pray for you, son. I hope that you can make good decisions for your people and for your own life and be bold as a man of peace and not of war. I think he is only about 35. Can you imagine being a president and being that young? He has a lot to learn. Sending you love and peace. I even thought about buying a Hyundai to say I support you and your people. I see you. I have seen his photo. He is very distinguished and handsome. What the fuck, maybe I will buy a Hyundai. I like the Kona and the Tucson. Accent Elantra also nice, God bless. Note, I'm not sure if I already wrote this, but one of the visions I had when I was manic was of sitting in a hot tub naked with my girlfriend from childhood Jane Mulcahy with the President of China and the President of North Korea. Wouldn't that just change up things? Peace, everyone. Stop it, children, with your playing war games. I mean it. Stop it, children. Use your power for the good. Liz Shea. Thursday, October 4th, 2018, 2 p.m. Hi. Today is my birthday. I am 48. My mom told me that my Nana said all 6 pounds of her are in her cheeks. She said this when I was born. I love life. The Blue Angels are flying over the Richmond district right now. I just saw a few of them. I am off work today. I'm watching a movie, The Face of an Angel. I did a bit of work. I did my laundry. I tried on clothes for this weekend. I sang and danced in my room. I haven't written since May. I would like to get back to it. I'm excited for Christmas coming. This year has gone by fast. There are no new developments since May. I'm still working downtown for the same insurance agency. I still really like it. I'm still single, but I do spend most of my social time with Dave. I'm tight on money, but I'm making it. I'm still about the same weight. I'm still smoking. I did have a physical recently. I am not pre-diabetic. I am so grateful for that. I received an email from Goop today. I'm on the email list. It recommended a joyful book by last name Lee. I'm going to order it from Amazon. Joy is wonderful and so is happiness. I feel joy is deeper and sustains you longer. I feel it in my heart. It is soft, harmonious, and grounded. No one can steal it from you. I love joy. December 10th, 2018, 8:30 p.m. I am watching season 2 of Sex and the City. I rented it from the library. Everything is going well. I am still working for my job in insurance. I love my life and experience great humor and joy on a daily basis. All is good. My life is very interesting. It is very full. I feel I am getting ready to get out there more and also to get exercising. Thanks to God for everything. I appreciate being alive. XO Liz. May 26, 2020, 6 p.m. Hi there. It has been a long time since I have written. I had to take a break and let go of this material. It has been good for me. I'd like to write again now as new things are developing. Up until now, things remained the same. You know my weight goals, non-smoking attempts, love of movies, best friend Dave, work is good, etc. Well, work has changed. But first, my movie update. I am watching Pelican Brief with Julia Roberts and Denzel Washington. I love Denzel so much. Julia too. Here is my major change. I quit my job today at HUB International Insurance. I had been there for 8 years. I needed to make this change and be on my own for a while. I am grateful for the work experience, but needed to start something new, something fresh. I feel like a weight has been lifted as I have made this change. Everyone in the office was very nice about letting me go and wishing me well. I had been wanting to make this change for at least 3 years. Remember what my therapist said about change, it happens slowly. So far today, I applied for about 10 jobs. I even got a call back on one. It didn't work out, but at least it's something. I am a survivor and I can make it. My friends and family have been supportive with this change. They have been positive and encouraging. I've lost 10 pounds recently, which feels great. So that means I'm at 220, which is still really fat. Peace out. Liz XO. Saturday, May 30th, 2020, 6:10 p.m. I have had a good day. I went walking in the morning. I moved my car. I went grocery shopping. I cleaned my apartment. I watched a movie. I had a salad for lunch. And I am having ribs for dinner. I also danced and sang a bit. So far, I have received one job offer and I have one other interview lined up. I'd like to stay in insurance, but I'm open to see what else is there. I am open. I cashed out my retirement account so I could do this. It's only $15,000, but that will help for a few months as I find a new job. The way I look at it is that that's not that much money to retire on to begin with. And I always hope I will marry later in life. I am sleeping much better. I had a spell of being awake in the middle of the night and even tried sleeping pills, but I didn't like them and tossed them in the toilet. I went jogging the other day, first time in a few years. It felt great. I also rode the bus yesterday out of my neighborhood. It was great to get out. I hadn't done that since before the COVID incident happened. I have a new psychiatrist named Tom. I am finding he is very interesting and well worth the money. In general, the more I get to know psychiatrists, the more I really like them and am so intrigued about what they do and how they help people. Get a psychiatrist, I say. Why not? I'm still smoking cigs, but only 3 puffs at a time and then I put it out. That is very much less than half a cigarette. Not bad. I'm going to try to write on a daily basis. I think that is good for me. And it is something that I enjoy. I wonder if anyone will ever read this. And I'd like to read the beginning and middle parts again as I'm not sure what I wrote. Rather, I'm not sure it's okay to share what I wrote. If I would be too judged. Or if the writing is just crap. Maybe I can make that a priority tomorrow to read it. I'm watching Salt tonight with Angelina Jolie. You know Angie feels like a dear friend of mine. Maybe someday I will meet her and I will experience her in this way. You never know. God bless the celebrities though. I am so grateful they exist. Okay, over and out. Blessings be to each and every one of you and to the glorious universe. Peace out. Liz, hugs and kisses. Thursday, June 4th, 2020, 5:30 p.m. I've had a great day. I slept in, worked on my resume and sent it out to a few more places. I went for a couple walks, to the grocery store, and did laundry. I've just been reading over this journal and remembered 2 more hymns per below. The first is dedicated to Lucia and I think the Isabel is referring to me, Elizabeth. I think Saint Mary is singing the song to Saint Joseph and somehow I am their spirit child. I'm not sure of how all this works. It could be interpreted differently. I did think for sure the Isabel is me. Mainly because I am not afraid and I do befriend the enemy. Here it is. Celebrate all that you are. Celebrate all you are. Please dance and free your soul. Do not deny your bliss. She wants to enter you. Let her kiss your every step. With the music that you play. Her name is Isabel. And she has led me to you. She beckons us in union. with God the Almighty Father, to deliver her unto this earth. With much joy and laughter, let her penetrate your being. Her power is so pure. Even fear has become her friend. She transforms everything. The next one reminds me of a merry-go-round or carousel. It is all about that. As adults we get stuck being so serious and so upset. So many of us are so mad. If we can take a break to play like kids do, we can release some of that negative emotion and have some fun. The African language below is from Malidoma Sum. It is a water song. The African words mean you can play. You must play. You must play, you must play, you must play. For God the divine creator. Come back from the dead. Come back from the dead to play. You must now exit your head. It is time, it is time, it is time. It is time to fill up with courage. And show God your heart is pure. Saint Francis shows us the way. His teachings are for today. First, you must always forgive. Forgive, forgive yourself. Forgive, forgive yourself. Forgive your brothers and sisters. It is time, it is time, it is time. It is time to fill up with love. You must play, you must play, you must play. For love, joy, and beauty. Let the waterfall cleanse. Let the goddess release your soul. Anamwin Boka Fu Dain. Anamwin Boka Fu Dain. All praised be to our God. And to the child that knows how to play. I'm having pasta for dinner tonight. From Giorgio's. So delicious. I ordered it last night and have leftovers. I'm making garlic toast too. I'd like to finish reading my journal by Sunday night. Wish me luck. Life is such a joy. I am so grateful. Hope you are feeling well too. Cheers and blessings. Liz, hugs and kisses. Monday, June 8, 2020, 4:45 p.m. I have just read up to page 85 and I like it. I have a lot of exercise, diet, quit smoking, and going to movies language in it. Sorry to bore you with that. Also interesting is my study of terrorists and my invitation to talk. I have been privately working on peace and peace plans for some time. This is a passion of mine. Life is so short and so precious, we just can't waste it on war and violence. We are here to create beauty, love, intelligence, harmony, and celebration of being alive as human beings. Our life purposes are not to create war, violence, or terrorism. This is unacceptable. Okay, my normal, today has been a good day. I worked for my father in the morning, he drove me home, and I have been spending the rest of my time sending out resumes, reading, writing, and walking. I am grateful for this break. I am doing Zoom with one of my old coworkers on Wednesday. I have 2 phone interviews tomorrow, Tuesday. I also have one online meeting with a grad school later in the day tomorrow. I am making things happen. I am excited about the possibility to go back to school. It is a weekend program and is in mental health. I'd like to give back to the community. I know what it is like to get stuck. I know how to have compassion in those situations. And being a student again would just thrill me. I love life. No matter what happens, no one can take that away from me, evil spirits included. I fight for this for my family, my friends, my community, and myself. I haven't sung in a while, but I did dance a bit in my dad's office today to the music on his radio. Dance, dance, dance. He was in the bathroom. That's it for now, peace lovers. I know you like peace. I know you want peace. With harmony and God joy. Liz, hugs and kisses. Tuesday, June 9, 2020, 6:30 p.m. Well, I have finished reading through my entire journal. I only deleted a few paragraphs. I like what I have written and it is an interesting story. Today has been a good day. More interviews, more sending out of resumes. I'm watching Zero Dark 30 tonight, which is one of my favorite movies. I adore the CIA and any representation of them. Also, it is fascinating the capture of Osama bin Laden. I'm having a hot sausage link for dinner. My friend Dave said he would take me to Disneyland if I quit smoking, so I am seriously considering that. I did well today, barely smoked in the afternoon. I am working on it, America. Thanks for your patience with me. Oh, here is something. With Donald's last remarks of saying to beat up the protesters, I decided that was disgusting and I re-registered as a Democrat. I haven't been a Democrat in years. I chose Republican because I was afraid we were heading towards war. Seriously though, Donald, aka President Trump, is very embarrassing as a world and American leader. He intimidates the American public, not inspires them. His communication style is very unsophisticated and rude. He is not polished and is not a positive representative of America. I did vote for him before, and unless he changes his tune, I will not vote for him again. I've been actually researching Joe Biden. I'll still take the job, America, if you want. Just kidding. And so interesting that I have had the dreams of being president. Donald, I did dream once that he asked me to marry him. I want America to thrive and be rebirthed. I feel we have so much junk and how to say shit to the negative here in this country. We need someone that sincerely loves people and sincerely loves this country. We need someone that isn't afraid to stand up to prejudice, hatred, ignorance, and I'll throw in mental illness. Mental illness undiagnosed. Angry asshole. That's what I am thinking the image Donald gives out on himself at this time. I do like him though. Always wish I could meet him. He just needs to redirect his energy and embrace the true America. Love to all leadership in this country. God bless the people of America. With true patriotism and respect for all nations, all tribes. Peace out. Liz. Wednesday, June 10th, 2020, 6:15 p.m. I worked at my dad's office this morning. I did an endorsement change, an application, and filing. Honestly, he can give me more work to do. It is good though. When I came home, I went for a walk in my neighborhood. I cruised by the bank for a roll of quarters. I need to do laundry tomorrow. I also went by Jose and Maria's store and bought some broccoli for dinner and bacon for tomorrow's breakfast. I am off tomorrow. My money should be available tomorrow, all $15K. I am buying myself a ring from a local jeweler. It is blue topaz and it costs $500. It is super pretty. I did about 6 months ago and have been wanting to buy it since. It is light blue, clear, and rectangle shape. The ring metal is gold, which I love. I also plan to go to the bank tomorrow to open a savings account. I'm going to put $10K in it and keep the remainder in my checking. I have an interview on Friday with a State Farm agent. I'm excited about State Farm and hope to do well. It doesn't pay that much, so I might have to get a second weekend or evening job. I found an apartment and 2 roommate situations in Redwood City/San Carlos for $1,000 each. Yes, this is all if I get the job, but I am feeling optimistic. My boss would be a young kid, handsome guy. I saw his picture on the internet. There are a few more jobs that I am waiting to hear back on. One is with an insurance agency similar to my last job, and that would be an entry-level position in benefits. The other is a sales/customer service job in an auto shop. The third is a sales for a cremation outfit. That would be funny. I am very comfortable with death and talking about those issues, so that would be okay. I did also apply to other reception jobs, but haven't heard back. I am grateful for this process of researching and looking for work. I am grateful to be positive and optimistic about finding a job and my future. Even with the COVID around. I talked to another State Farm agent today, not the one I am interviewing with. She said State Farm is a very optimistic company about the future of America. She said I will have no problem and will make it. You know, State Farm is the #1 insurance company in America. I was impressed by that. So I am grateful that I am getting callbacks and interviews. So far, I have had 5 interviews with 1 job offer. I didn't go through with the Zoom meeting yesterday with CIS. For some reason, my sound was not working. There is another one coming up for a program that I am more interested in. It's for the healer and is more spiritual in nature. Mental health, boy, is that challenging. I think I'd burn out on that. I'd like to do the second one I am talking about. Love, life, happiness, and truth. I am giving it some time before I reread my comments on President Trump. I think I was being harsh. I will modify if needed. I hope you guys have a totally lovely and super beautiful evening. I am about to watch Hitch. Most of the movies I watch are in my private collection. I'm so glad to have one with Will Smith in it. I need one with Jada too. I think I will purchase Fallen Angel next with Jada and Gerard Butler. Have you guys seen Den of Thieves? Super awesome movie with major babes in it. Gerard, I think with the beard, the weight, and the smoking, looks his best. Love that man. Over and out, and peace y'all. Liz XOXO. Thursday, June 11th, 2020, 2:10 p.m. I received my money today. I spent about $2,000 so far just paying bills and buying a few things at Macy's. Boy, money goes fast. I also opened a savings account and put $7,500 in it. I did treat myself to half a hamburger at Grapevine for lunch. I gave the other half to my neighbor Randy. He has always been so kind to me. I'm undecided if I will get the ring. $500 seems so much after spending what I did today. So I am going to think about it. That's it for now. My old boss Bruce is coming by today to pick up my old work monitor and key card. It will be nice to see him. I'll write more later. Liz XO. Thursday, June 25th, 2020, 5 a.m. I am up early this am. I have actually been getting up early lately. I have been going to bed at 8 p.m. so I am getting enough sleep. I feel like a lot has happened since I last wrote. I didn't go for the Redwood City State Farm job. I decided to keep looking. I didn't buy the ring either. Where I am at now, I am feeling really grateful. I had a Zoom session with Ellen, my medicine circle teacher, this week. It was wonderful to see her and learn from her again. We spoke about the difference between faith and hope. Hope implies you'd rather be somewhere else, in a different situation than what you are in. I hope I get a job. Meaning I'd rather not be in current situation of not having a job. On that note, I get to really appreciate this time of having very little commitment. I am still working for my dad and interviewing some. Had one with Safeway on Tuesday and will have one with Target on Friday. And at the same time, this is a rare time in my life with little commitments. I get to do what I want. And to have some extra cash is really nice too. I had Thai food last night for dinner from Kon Toke Thai House. The yellow curry, so delicious. Faith is more about knowing that things will work out as they will or should. It is about trusting in the bigger picture that is unfolding. I think both faith and hope are okay qualities to work with. We also talked about my power animal, the snake, and how the snake can protect me. I don't need to be on the defense, the power animal can protect. Ellen invited me to do a shamanic journey with the snake for more information on protection. I haven't done this yet, but I am reminding myself now to do it today. I have kept the sheet of paper of the notes from our conversation to remind me. I sang a bit last night. I'm still singing to A Star Is Born and Lady Gaga. It was nice. Wouldn't it be nice also to be an author? Like I am up early writing in my book which will be published. And I have an agent that is waiting to read my material. Wouldn't that be nice? And of course to be paid and go around the country to do talks. This is a fantasy of mine. Maybe it will come true someday. Also fantasy is that someday I will sing and dance in front of people, and not nervous singing, but actualized for real beautiful singing. The kind where my voice is my voice and I am being excellent, not timid or scared. Wow, that would be wonderful. I love America. Update, I'm not sure about Joe Biden, maybe I will vote for him, maybe not. I still have a heart connection for Trump, even though he is a jerk. I always think if this country were threatened for war, who would be the better candidate? And I'd still prefer to have dinner with Donald and Melania than Joe and his wife. I know this opinion is not well liked, so I do keep thoughts like this to myself. I miss being a Republican. Maybe I will change again for good this time. We shall see. Why isn't it okay to change your mind? Freedom of America. As long as it doesn't hurt anybody or yourself, then it's okay. Love, peace, kindness, truth. These are things I love about being a human being. Thank God they exist. I had a roommate situation come up recently. It was to rent a room in an apartment in the Richmond district on 25th and Clement. It was to share with 3 other guys. Rent was $800 a month. Some of the guys smoked pot. Is that good for me to live with pot smokers? Is that something I truly want to do again? Would it totally mess me up? I turned down the opportunity but was grateful for the offer. The one guy I met, Jorge, was super cute and nice. I felt bad to not accept, but better now than backing out later. I did give my landlord 1 month notice. So I have to be out by the end of July. I need to find a new place with move-in of July 31/August 1st. I know I am pushing it and risking it, but this does feel like the right thing to do. I hope my parents can take me in temporarily if I am unsuccessful in finding a place. Or maybe I can sleep on Dave's couch. The only thing I really care about are my clothes and artwork. I already told my landlord he can have my kitchen shelving, office chair, desk, and love seat. My bed is over 20 years old. I'm okay with having you got junk come and take it. If I get a new place, sleeping on the floor works for me. Maybe a futon or just a cushion would work. The simple life. My mom told me that she was always worried that I never seemed to have enough money. I told her I'm okay with living the poor life of eating cereal over a steak. It is the simple life, basic, and boy is it spiritually rich. Don't get me wrong, if I ever earned a lot of money for the work that I do or for a performance of some sort, I would gladly take it. I might share it, I might donate, I might invest, I'd definitely buy a house and a different car. Today is a free day for me. I have time to do what I would like to do. So I want to shape the day into something positive and fun. I might do some artwork. I'd like to read and do my shamanic journey. I for sure will go walking. Yesterday I did over 10,000 steps. Speaking of yesterday, I got to my dad's office early, so I went into St. Cecilia's Church and said a prayer at the Jesus statue. I basically asked Jesus to watch over all of us. Keep it simple with prayer, I say. I hope he got the message. And I have faith that he is doing just that. It was nice to be in the church again. The pews were all marked with X's for where people could sit, to keep the social distancing in force. I'm getting better at wearing a mask. I really do not like it. And I am getting better. I ordered a few more this week of different colors to keep it fresh and more fun for me. I even ordered hot pink. I then walked up to West Portal, bought some garbage bags and an eyeliner at Walgreens, then got a coffee at a local coffee shop. It was fun being on West Portal. I hadn't been there in so long. The walking was good too. I rented from FandangoNow.com Arbitrage last night with Richard Gere and Susan Sarandon. I love both of those actors. Richard is phenomenal, such an incredibly wise and polished actor. Susan I adore. It is about infidelity and the repercussions. I have been thinking a lot lately about infidelity and if a monogamous relationship is really doable or not. And does it matter? Is an open relationship much more suited for today's modern couple? Does the love and sexuality need to be more shared and expressed with many different people? Are we hungry for experiencing the sensuality of others, and is this greater than what one can receive from just one person? Do we need to judge or scold ourselves on this? Is it okay to partner with one person and still see people on the side? Is it okay to get together with other couples and nourish each other's relationships? Honestly, if it were up to me, I think an open relationship is best. But there has to be clear communication and deep respect for all those involved. If it were up to me, why have something false? Why pretend that we are faithful to our husband or wife when we are not? Why be false? Why be disconnected to our truth? We should be living our truth. Peace on this subject matter. Living in integrity is important for spiritual growth and development. Harmony is key. Liz. Thursday, July 2nd, 2020, 12 p.m. I am eating a bagel right now and I have the news on. I turned my TV off for a few days, but I missed watching the news. I had an interview today on the phone with a fertility specialist clinic. The job is to be an insurance benefits person. I thought it sounded interesting and I was thrilled they contacted me. I had one other interview this week also with a medical clinic, but I turned that one down to go towards the second interview. It was good practice though. I feel I will get and commit to a full-time job soon. I am ready. I have appreciated taking 1 month off, although I did work a little for my dad. That was fun and lovely to work with him. I have to say I ended my fight with President Trump and went back to being a Republican. XO Liz. Saturday, July 4th, 2020, 5:15 p.m. Happy 4th of July. God bless America. I am at Dave's house. He is in the shower. I am listening to music and writing on my journal. We are having fajitas tonight for dinner and I know, not very American, or rather, it is very Mexican. Viva Mexico. I even bought a USA white cake from Safeway that has stars and a USA flag on it. I am happy. I am very much, as I always say, grateful for my life and living at this moment in time. It is a very exciting time. Don't get me wrong, the verge of war is around and also there is so much hatred, but there is also something wonderful. People are starting to wake up. People are choosing more and more peace over war and love over hatred. This is true. I took a poll. For me, I am choosing not to be afraid of whatever comes my way. Fear is so nasty. I prefer harmony. Latest update, I am doing more interviews and each week sending out more resumes. I still feel optimistic and hopeful. I like the fertility clinic still. There are many jobs out there despite the COVID situation. Today my neighbor suggested we have a barbecue dance party on the street. I said, wouldn't we get in trouble with COVID situation? He said no. I thought that sounded like great fun. I am for it. Dave's out of the shower, I gotta go. He's naked. Just to see him, not to have sex. Didn't want to get you too excited. XO.
The story ends here. What happened after COVID? Did Liz survive? Some mysteries will never be known, but her legacy will live on. Liz lived, loved, suffered, found God, and overcame life. May you take inspiration from her story.